All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. Today is Monday, February 3rd, 2025. It is 9 a.m. All council members are present, town attorney, town clerk. Andy is unfortunately under the weather, so he will not be here with us today. If you please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
We are thankful for this day that you have given us, for its blessings, its opportunities, its challenges. May we appreciate and use each day that is given to us. We pray for strength and guidance for each day as it comes, for each day's duties, for each day's difficulties. May we be challenged to give our best always, and may we be assured of your presence with us. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next is approval of the final agenda. We have a couple of changes. We have to remove under the town attorney's items, the settlement agreement. Do you want to say anything about that, Nancy, or?
Yeah, we're just fine tuning some of the details, and it'll come back to you as soon as we get that resolved.
Okay, and then we have to add at the end, we'll add it, if it's okay with my fellow council members, there is a walk-on for the parade for the Fort Myers Beach Women's Club that we can add under the town manager's items, if no one has any.
That's it?
Okay. Other than that, is there any other changes to the final agenda?
Move to approve as amended.
Okay, we've got a motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment. Madam Clerk?
I have one for Ron Fleming.
Okay. Morning, Ron.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. I'm Ron Fleming. I live on Delmar Avenue where the Shamrock used to be. First, I'd like to thank Councilman Safford and Adderholt for addressing my concerns about the kayak launch at the end of our street. It was full of logs and it's been cleaned up. There's still work to be done, but I mean, I can actually use it now. Also on Delmar, and every street that's a weekly rental, there are no speed limit signs. And in Lee County, if there's not a sign, it's 25. Now, after sitting in the traffic, when people get to their street, they go fast. I would like you to consider a 15-minute speed limit, and more importantly, speed bumps. I mean, there's lots of little kids and old people, and cars they just go too fast. I'm in the program, the town had partnered with FEMA to increase the height of my house. That paperwork is being held by the state of Florida. FEMA has not yet received anything for it. I know it's hard to believe. I've contacted Senator Martin, Representative Botana. They both said that can't be, so I sent them emails. Florida says when we get it, we will move quickly. So if you could look into that, I'd appreciate it. I'm sure you all saw the video of the Jeep and the truck down by Beach Bar yesterday. I mean, the police and our people can't be everywhere at once, but that has to stop. You know, and you know, the police, or I'm sorry, the deputies, they can get videos of it, but because it wasn't witnessed by them, there's nothing that can be done. Yesterday, there were motorcycles, golf carts on the sidewalks. It's crazy. You know, it's the traffic. The traffic is what it is, but there has to be someone to enforce the rules. Something that I would like you also to look, this will probably be an agenda item for you. Please allow e-bikes on the sidewalks. Set a speed limit of 5. Make them use their horns. When you drive on Estero, look at the curbs. They're black with rubber because people aren't paying any attention, and it's dangerous. You know, it's a safety item. Finally, the town's water treatment plant down beyond the pier. Have it painted in beach colors when it gets repainted. Thank you.
Thanks.
That's all I have signed up.
Anyone else like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Next is local achievements and recognitions. Counselor King?
I'd like to take a minute and congratulate the Friends of the Mound House on their silver anniversary celebration. It was a nice evening, a fun event. The caterer did a great job. Jordan Webster's the caterer. The staff was just amazing the way they circulated around and provided some very, very delicious food. The vocalist was Melissa Stokes, and after talking with Ellen Vaughn, they'll also be a part of the Mound House's annual fundraiser party, and that's coming up on March 29th. Just a side note, I don't know if the mayor's gonna address the, it sounds like he's gonna address the Fort Myers Beach groundhog event. And you're just a lot of fun, Mayor. I think we need to get you more money just so we can cover your costumes.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right, thanks. Vice Mayor?
Yes, ditto on the Mound House, well said, John. Wanted to recognize this morning, and it may be, I may keep this short because it sounds like, I just was talking with Chad this morning. It sounds like the mayor's gonna have him come up and give us a little update on renourishment. But I did want to recognize Andy and Frankie and our team, as well as Chad Schutz, Mike Poff, who's our contractor, consultant, and his team, the team that's out there on the water, that's pumping in that sand. We have literally leveraged, as a town, $50 million worth of sand paid for by the county, the state, and the federal government, with about potentially, it may even be less than this, $2 million of town funds. It was just an amazing coordinated effort. We're all excited about the south end being completed, and I think Chad's gonna give us a little bit of an update there. I know they started, and then they had a little bit of a challenge, a mechanical challenge, but they've got a plan, and they're gonna be back soon. But it will be transformational, and I think as folks are concerned about this and that with the town, I totally understand it, but this is a major accomplishment for the town of Fort Myers Beach, and it will transform our island, and I just commend all those who are involved.
Counselor Woodson?
I don't want to steal your thunder. It was great though, so I'm just gonna not say
Oh,
anything.
feel free to steal.
Oh, no. If you don't get it right though, I'll chime in.
All right. Counselor Safford?
Yeah, I want to thank the town staff. The new entrance here for Bay Oaks looks
So awesome.
incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, talk about curb appeal. I was really impressed when I pulled in this morning.
It's amazing how long that has been going on. I think that sign was approved when I was still on board cab.
Yeah, and at night it looks spectacular. It's all lit up. I sent a picture. Looks
Yeah.
really good.
Move your mic over.
Sorry, at night it looks spectacular.
That's all I have. Go ahead,
yeah.
FMB Phil.
Yeah, well, ditto on the Mound House. I was unable to make it to that, but also the Art Association had a fundraiser at Clive Daniel this last week. That was a great event. My wife and I happened to be looking for some things for the house and realized very quickly that it was probably a little outside of my budget. So, but it was a great event. They raised quite a bit of money. Some good artwork. A couple of local artists were there that they sold off some of their artwork. So if you could support them, they're obviously working to build their new building back.
I think it was like $12,000.
Yeah, it was a good amount of money. Yeah, there was quite a few people out there that showed up and braved the traffic to get there. So congratulations to them. The Groundhog event, one of our local residents, the Schoonovers, have been building a pool for what seems to be forever. 4 years or 5 years, I think, and yesterday was it happened to be Groundhog's Day, and it was their kickoff to their pool party. So they were raising some money for their local Africa. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it's a nonprofit for African safari stuff. So a bunch of us were there, and of course, it being Groundhog's Day, we couldn't not bring our own FMB Phil if you know who Puxentani Phil is, but we brought a groundhog, not a real one, of course, but, and against my better judgment, I was dressed up like those folks from Puxentani. And I'm happy to report, though, that I agreed to take the plunge off their grotto into their pool, which I did so in a full tuxedo, top hat, but I did not take the groundhog with me. But I'm happy to report the groundhog did not see its shadow, so winter is officially over in Southwest Florida, and we will have 25 years at least of non-hurricane weather. So happy to report that. With that, say it, and feel free to clap, that's important. Did I miss anything, Karen?
Nope, you did
Got
good.
it, okay.
The
With-
pool was 9 feet deep. I was worried about that.
It
as
was,
He
it
jumped
was.
off.
Yeah, and I actually came right back up into my top hat, so it
Yeah,
was meant
that's
to
great.
be. So FMB Phil, hopefully your wisdom is correct. All right, with that, we'll move on to advisory committees, items, reports, and appointments. We have an appointment for the Cultural and Environmental Learning Center Advisory Board, CELCAB. This is the announcement part. Now we will vote, and then we will appoint. Is that correct, Nancy?
So we're going to, basically, I think Amy usually gives a little intro as far as who has applied and what we're going to do.
We have two applicants, Carolyn McEwen and Lori Wolf. I believe Carolyn is asking to fill out the remainder of her late husband's term,
Okay.
and then Lori, just a regular applicant.
Are either of the applicants here? Would like to come up? Come on up. You wanna come up and say anything, or no? Now's your time to shine.
Well,
Just wait till you get to the mic and just identify yourself for us.
I would like to very
You
much.
gotta pull that mic down so we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm still suffering the loss, of course, but I felt like it would be my honor to step up and attempt to serve in my husband's role until at least the end of his term, which would be October of 25.
Okay.
I have assisted and supported in some of his projects, and I'm very well aware of his dream to see the Mound House continue to be part of the Fort Myers Beach community, and vice versa. The community be part of the Mound House. So that's why I decided to apply.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Lori here? I don't see her.
Let's see here.
All right, so we'll vote and then we'll announce. Is that how you wanna do it? Okay.
Okay, so our town clerk, she'll be announcing your vote and then tallying the votes. And then you'll need to make a formal, take formal action to appoint the individual with the most
Okay.
votes.
Okay. First up is Karen Woodson, voting for Carolyn McCowan. John King for Carolyn McCowan. Jim Adderholt for Carolyn McCowan also. Scott Safford for Carolyn. And Dan Allers for Carolyn. So with a vote of 5-0, Carolyn.
And that is the intent of council.
Okay,
Thank you kindly. I'll try to live up to your expectations.
thank you, Carolyn. Sorry for your loss.
Yeah, we're saddened.
All right, is there a motion to approve the results for Carolyn McCollum to fill the seal cab seat?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the approval of the minutes for Town Council October 28th, 2024, and Town Council of January 21st, 2025. Is there a motion to approve?
I don't have anything to change on that. I'm just curious as to why October 28th is now just coming forward.
Oh, we've been trying to catch up and close out 2024, or 2024. And that's just one that slipped through in all those movements of meetings where we went from one
Yeah.
week to the next week to the next week,
Hurricanes.
all the hurricanes.
Thank you.
So they just slipped through and we're just trying to get them finalized.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll move to approve.
Got a motion by Counselor King,
A second.
second by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. If council is okay with it, I'd like to have, just so that they can get on to their normal days, have Chad come up quick and address, I believe what the vice mayor brought up, and then also introduce our new floodplain manager. Frankie, she's here, right? Kelly? Okay. If everybody's okay with that, to
Yes.
proceed out of order.
That'd be great.
Chad, come on, do you wanna go first, Kelly?
I guess so.
All right, come on up. Frankie, you wanna just give a little brief?
Sure. So, we contract with the Jacobs Group on a few positions here in the Community Development Department. One of, a very vital piece of our puzzle moving forward is our floodplain manager. Currently, Carl Thomas is still with the team. He does remote work out of the Atlanta area, but he still is actively involved with our FEMA cases moving forward. We felt that the need was there, not to overload him with that, but also to have somebody in-house that residents could reach out to, and we could start building a familiarity with the community. So we reached out to John Dolmer, and he brought us Kelly, who's been with Marco Island and is very familiar with what we went through and what we need to do to get back. So, without further ado, Kelly.
Welcome.
Welcome, hello.
Pull the mic up for us, Kelly. Thanks.
All right, so a little bit about myself. As he explained, I was with Marco Island prior to coming here.
You wanna
but-
tell us who you are first, though?
Oh, Kelly DeFedericis, the
Thank you.
floodplain administrator now for town of Fort Myers Beach. I was with Marco Island for 9 years, so I've been through Ian, Irma, Helene, Milton, all of the above. We weren't nearly as damaged. I didn't realize how lucky we were until I came here. As he explained, my goal is to meet with people, go over the rules and regulations, and just, it's easier to sit down and go over everything with them and get us to where we need to be.
Kelly, just for folks to be clear, even though you're working for the consulting group, you will be physically located here in Fort Myers Beach and available to the public
Correct.
on a
We
daily
welcome,
basis.
yes, we welcome walk-ins. I think I was just my contact information was just put out there on social media. I could do Teams meetings, but my goal is to hopefully meet and introduce myself to a lot of the contractors and just educate and go over what is required.
Kelly, since you may not get this microphone very often, tell folks what a floodplain manager, who would be likely to contact a floodplain manager and why?
Anyone who is looking to do any alterations, constructions, you'll want to come to the floodplain administrator first to make sure it can be done and what you're proposing is allowed through the Florida Building Code. I'll go over what is required through the CFR 44, which is the Code of Federal Regulations, through the Florida Building Code to our local code. So there's a lot of rules and regulations that a lot of people have to adhere to. And unless you've constructed or worked in a special flood hazard area, you wouldn't be familiar with the requirements. And so I'm here to educate, help, and if there's a will, there's a way. We'll get it done.
It's very helpful, thank you.
And Kelly, will you be doing the reviews as well for the projects that come through?
Yes.
You'll be the one stamping them for approval
Correct.
or denial,
Yes.
however. Okay,
And that's why I encourage you to come and meet with me if you've got any form of projects coming through. Prior to submitting any form of application, come directly to me and we'll get everything hopefully addressed prior to submittal, so there's not a lot of requires resubmit. That is what I'm hoping to get from a lot of contractors and applicants.
well, I can't see into the future, but something tells me your calendar is about to become very full.
And that's good. I wanna be your friend and I wanna get it done, and we're gonna get it done correctly.
All right, any questions for Kelly?
How do you spell your last name?
It's DE, capital F, ED, ERIC, IS is in Sam.
All right, thank you so much.
And just to be clear on one little item, I mean, Carl is still actively engaged with us, so all the projects that have come through and Carl's currently reviewed on, obviously he's bringing Kelly in up to speed on a lot of those, but if he's the one who's looking at that project, he is the one that's ruling on that project. We're not bringing somebody in to supersede what Carl has already started.
Correct.
So that cannot be done.
Right.
But moving forward, it's gonna be a
That's-
great piece.
That's a good clarification. So I'm gonna be working on anything that hasn't, well, good starting point is to work on brand new projects that are coming through, whether it's an alteration, new construction, so there's not two different floodplain administrators making two different comments on it. So he'll finish his reviews and I'll continue to take new reviews that come through.
Okay. So just to be clear, just anybody that's already submitted and has worked with Carl will continue to work with Carl throughout the
Yes,
process.
that'll be
Any
the-
new ones coming in will go through you.
Correct.
Okay. Scott, any questions?
I do not.
John?
No questions,
aboard.
welcome, and thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome, thank you. Chad?
Hey, morning, everyone. Chad Schutz, Environmental Manager for the town of Fort Myers Beach. So just addressing what the Vice Mayor said, just got a message from FDEP. We did make the cut for what we submitted on Friday, bringing us up to $8.3 million in free money that we've gotten from the HRRGP. That's in addition to the initial 1.8 from that same grant program that we used to build the North Estero berm. So that's over $10 million in free money that is been subsidizing that initial $2 million that we initially budgeted for the beach project. So that's coming down. The next portion of the project, 100% of the construction is paid for on the south end by an additional, they call them LGFR, Local Government Funding Request Grant. So that's a $14 million grant, and the southern portion is 100% paid for by that grant, and then whatever's left in the central section will be coming out of that $14 million grant, but the central section will be a cost share of, in round figures, 15% for the town. So having said all that, Booster 4 did go down this weekend, so another mechanical error or mechanical issue that we're having, which is why the folks on the south end are scratching their head, why aren't we getting the sand down there? They are working on that, and hopefully by midweek we will be pumping again on that south end. In the interim, they are building the beach on the central end, basically right across the street from us right now, working their way towards Beach Caper. And as soon as they are building on the south end again, we will let y'all know, and again, anticipate that by midweek. We have been working on contingency plans for months now. You always, just like we permit lots of options, we want to think ahead and make sure that our project's not going to get jammed up. So we've been working on incidental take permits with the FWC, met with FWC staff last week, and that permit is just to allow us to work within 300 feet of one of those protected species. We're not proposing taking out any nest or destroying any nest or putting slurry over any eggs. It's going to just be what they consider harassment, non-injurious deterrence to get the project done. At the end of the day, everyone agrees that we're going to be creating a lot of habitat, beneficial habitat, and this is overall a big net plus for the bird rookery down there. So we're all, FWC, our engineer, and town staff working together to make that happen. We will be having daily monitors, bird monitors, running the routes from February 15th. In addition to that, the contractor also has their environmental, who does the turbidity, will also be doing routes, and once approved, doing the non-injurious deterrence to mitigate any impacts to the shorebirds down there while we get our project done. Also happening this week, an additional contingency is we're going to be trucking in 30,000 cubic yards to the south end of the south segment. And the purpose of that, that's the more sensitive area for bird nesting. So approximately 1,000 shoreline feet of beach from the Sun Caper moving north. We'll get 30,000 cubic yards to give us an extra buffer from that more dense nesting area down south. So that'll give us an extra buffer. FWC was very pleased with that, and please everyone just down south, rest assured we're doing whatever we can to get this project built before next hurricane season.
So Chad, if I could, just to sum up what you, I think, just said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you're working with FWC to get some additional time during bird nesting season, being sensitive, obviously, to the habitat. So if we run into that hard deadline, we might be able to go beyond that deadline in order to complete the task, assuming we take these various steps to be sensitive to the nesting. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, sir. FWC didn't even feel that you know, the ITP and incidental take permit would not even necessarily be needed, just because that habitat is so, you know, it's low elevation, it's just a different beach, not a lot of habitat, from all the washovers we had, but, I'd rather be safe than sorry and just have that in case there's a nest, you know, on that upper, you know, runway or somewhere that's within, the beach is not even 300 feet wide, so any nest anywhere in there could jeopardize us pushing through, so.
So folks who are concerned about that hard deadline, that hard stop deadline, can take a little bit of a sigh of relief, and that the work will be able to continue on, assuming we take all these appropriate steps to be sensitive to the habitat.
Yeah, I'm optimistic that the regulatory folks over at FWC are gonna work with us and we'll figure out how to get it done.
I know the folks in the area are really looking forward to that sand, so thanks for all your efforts. Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So, wait, Chad, I have a question. I don't, a woman approached me yesterday, she, Leonardo Arms, the one closest to the water and everything, and I didn't have answers for her, so maybe you could reach out to whoever their condo association person is. They just have questions, and they were, I think they'll appreciate what you just said about not that hard stop. They're worried about the fact that they won't get done in time before they have to stop and
Yep.
that kind of thing. So if you could just maybe reach out to that building.
Yes, ma'am.
that would
Yeah,
be
they have
great.
3 buildings over there. You never know which one's coming from, but I'll reach out to all my
Well,
contacts
it's
over
the one, yeah, it's the one closest to the water that had to put in the wall and all that kind of thing.
Yes, ma'am. Will do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else for Chad? Scott?
I really like your updates every Friday on
Yeah.
social media.
Thanks to
Yeah,
Nicole.
doing it.
those
She's,
are great.
Great job,
Yeah.
Nicole.
I don't think Nicole heard that. Nicole, everybody really likes the Chad updates on Friday about the renourishment. Keep those coming. Yeah.
Yeah, keep them coming.
John, anything?
Good job, thank you.
No worries, you're welcome.
Thanks, Chad. Thanks for coming in at last minute.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll move on. The consent agenda, we have 5 items, all extensions of the local state of emergency for Hurricane Ian, Idalia, Tropical Storm Debbie, Helene, and Milton. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? I will move to approve the consent agenda,
Second.
seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion?
Roll call.
All right, Mayor Allers is an aye, Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. There are no items to be removed. Next is our public hearings. The next 2 items, the third one is not quasi-judicial, correct?
No, there's actually 4.
Is there 4? Did I miss one somewhere?
Would you like me to?
2, 3, oh, you're right, sorry, I forgot about the second one. Next 4 items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests for the benefit of the public. Please be aware that these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mayor. So zoning revisions, your 4 items is basically a rezoning, a variance for Lani Kai, a special exception for Lani Kai, a 6-month review for outdoor consumption. So these are all quasi-judicial in nature, and then this requires that our public hearing comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law, as well as in our land development code. So these quasi-judicial proceedings, they're less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but they are more formal than the remainder of our meeting. And we will follow basic standards of due process that require certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and your decisions made on competent and substantial evidence that's presented to you either in written documents or through oral testimony. Your job is to evaluate the testimony and the information for each of these 4 items, and then draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. So pure speculation or opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by the town council in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered to be competent evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or their testimony that is based on their personal knowledge and information. The town's decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if a tie vote results from a motion to approve or a motion to deny, then the matter being considered is denied unless a majority of the council members present and voting agree by motion before the next agenda item is called to take some other action in lieu of the denial. Such other action may be moved or seconded by any member regardless of his or her vote. So if the town council decides to deny an application or request, the reason for the denial needs to be stated in the motion. The denial of a quasi-judicial matter must not be based on a determination of public support or opposition to an application. The reason for the denial cannot be arbitrary, discriminatory, or unreasonable, and should be based on a lack of competent substantial evidence in support of one of the criteria. So denial of an application or request is denial with prejudice unless the council states otherwise. The difference is if an application is denied with prejudice, no similar application for a rezoning, special exception, or variance can be resubmitted or initiated for a 12-month period. However, if the denial is without prejudice, this will not prevent an application for a different rezoning, which in the opinion of staff is substantially different. So, members of the public, if you intend to speak, please keep this in mind. And when you come forward, we ask that you state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you've been sworn in, and your qualifications or interest in the matter. So for purposes of efficiency, we would like to go ahead and dispose of a few what we call housekeeping matters. I need to ask the town clerk, have all agenda items been properly advertised and noticed?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And also, at this time, if any council member has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these 4 items, this is an appropriate time to make that disclosure so that we can assure that we have a quorum present for the review of the items.
Counselor Safford?
I do not.
Counselor Woodson?
I do not.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
None.
Counselor King?
None.
I do have one with the CPD request from Pink Shell. I have a business agreement with them, so I will fill out my Form 8 with the town clerk.
Okay, thank you. At this time, it would also be appropriate to go ahead and ask anyone who is present today at this public hearing, if you intend to provide testimony, if you would please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
And that would include public comment.
In case you didn't hear, Amy, if you're going to be in public comment, you have to be sworn in as well.
If you'll all raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, all parties have been sworn.
Okay. First is our second reading and public hearing on a proposed ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying the commercial plan development, CPD zoning, for 6.02 acres of the property located at 275-322 Estero Boulevard, 200 Estero Boulevard, 192 Estero Boulevard, common element only, 142 Estero Boulevard, 171 through 191 Estero Boulevard, 251 to 281 Estero Boulevard, and 309 Estero Boulevard. Generally identified as strap numbers 24-46-23-WI-0070D.028A, 24-46-23-WI-0070.0340, 24-46-23-WI-0070.0290, 24-46-23-WI-0070.0330, 24-46-23-WI-0070.0320, 24-46-23-WI-0370.00CE, and 24-46-23-WI-04100.00CE in Fort Myers Beach to allow expansion of the existing Pink Shell Resort to include a new 40-unit resort hotel 2 additional hotel units in the White Sands building, and 2 standalone guest structures, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, and correspondence that you received or observations made of the site. Councilor King?
As I recall, some emails have come in lately.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing's changed since the first reading, except I have had 2 additional emails in opposition.
Councilor Woodson?
Since the first reading, I have had conversations with both the owner and the operations director of Pink Shell, and I received the same emails.
Thank you, Karen. I did have a conversation with the owner of the Pink Shell as well.
Scott?
I have not had any conversations, but I too have received a few emails, mostly negative.
Okay.
The applicant is present with their counsel, and having heard these disclosures, I need to ask my town council, are you able to come to this meeting today with a open mind, willing to hear the evidence and testimony that's presented to you, and you have not had any preconceived decision on this matter?
Scott?
Nothing preconceived, no.
I am.
Vice Mayor?
I am as well.
Councilor King?
Open-minded.
If we could ask the applicant's attorney if she has any questions regarding any of the ex parte disclosures?
Amy?
I do not have any questions, but thank you.
right.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Amy. Okay. Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Everybody's already been, okay. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? They're nodding their head yes. Okay. Go ahead, Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Jabo LLC, owner of the Pink Shell Resort, is proposing a CPD to include 6.05 acres of existing Pink Shell property and structures and new properties that have been purchased by the ownership, and proposing new structures and amendments to existing structures. The applicant proposes a 40-unit resort hotel on the bay side of Estero Boulevard on the parcel closest to Bowditch Point Park. It is proposed to be a 6-story building and 60 feet over base flood elevation. The proposed CPD amendment also includes 2 proposed single-unit guest structures and 2 additional hotel rooms in the White Sands Hotel. There are 7 deviations associated with this. A deviation from LDC 10416D2, Table 10-8 requiring a Type C buffer with a wall when a proposed commercial parking lot is next to a multifamily residential property, to allow a Type C buffer with no wall to allow visibility to the redesigned public boardwalk on the marina property. A deviation to 34645, Table 34-2, which specifies that in the CR zoning district, no building or structure shall be placed closer than 20 feet from a rear property line to allow a 15-foot rear setback. This will be the location of a single guest unit structure in the CPD area number 2 that's in your packet, which is where the single cottage and duplex were previously located on the beach side. A deviation from 34645, Table 34-2, that specifies in the CR zoning district, no building or structure may be placed closer than 20 feet to a side setback to allow a 10-foot side setback on the east and a side setback of 7.5 to the west. This is in the CPD area number 3 in your packet, and the proposed location of a single guest unit that is on the property where a single-family residence was previously located on the bay side next to the marina. Deviation from 34645, Table 34-2, that requires CR zoning district, in the CR zoning district, no building or structure shall be placed closer than 20 feet to a side property line to allow a 10-foot side setback on the west side of the property where the proposed 40-unit boutique hotel is, abutting Bowditch Park. The applicant is proposing to meet the 20-foot side setback on the east. This is in CPD area number 4 in your packet. a deviation from 34-645, Table 34-2, which requires properties in CR zoning districts to not place a structure or building closer than 25 feet to a water body, to allow a 10-foot rear setback in the CPD area number 4 for the proposed 40-unit hotel. Deviation from 34-675B that requires a maximum height of 30 feet above base flood elevation and no more than 3 stories, to allow a height of 60 feet above base flood elevation and 6 stories, 5 over parking. Deviation from 34-1803A1 that establishes hotel and motel guest units to be substituted for dwelling units, setting an allowable intensity by equivalency factors up to 2.0 per density unit. In this case, in the mixed residential land use category, the increase they're requesting is a factor of 6.7 for the entire resort. The CPD should be reviewed per LDC 3485B and C and 34216-2. Deviations must be approved with modifications, or rejected upon findings in 34216-4. I would note that in a conversation last week, there were some of the items that the applicant wanted to provide as public benefit but were not appropriate as zoning conditions. They are proposing to put into a development agreement, which would be completed after if you choose to approve this CPD request. So they would include that as an additional condition to the conditions that are in your packet.
Okay. Questions for Sarah? John?
None at this time.
Vice Mayor?
Just elaborate a little bit on that last point you just made, Sarah.
So when they spoke, when some of the items that have been suggested as public benefits, like the pump out, some of the driving, don't rent a car requirements, things like that, they aren't really appropriate to include as conditions in a CPD because they're not enforceable by zoning. But they can be put into a development agreement, which can have more wide-ranging allowances in it. So it's more of a, I know that when we had spoken about it, it could be a development agreement or a covenants and restrictions. It wouldn't be something that zoning would specifically require. Something that we would say, like, before you get your CO, you have to do X, Y, and Z, because we wouldn't have a way to enforce business practices.
So as we're gonna take set Pink Shell aside for a second, but as we take a look at the comp plan and other policy considerations going forward, as we have a broad swath of different public benefits, it sounds like some of those public benefits are difficult to put into the confines of a traditional CPD. Is that something we should be looking at to try to accommodate for those who want to use the CPD in the future?
Not necessarily. In the conversation, so Nancy and Amy and I met, Amy from the applicant's side, discussing how this could be accommodated. They want to make these promises. They want to make sure that these benefits are provided to the town. And we are thinking at this time that a development agreement of some kind is probably the most appropriate way, but it would be possible to record covenants and restrictions on properties. So we're looking at what that might look like. It just can't be done in that specific.
Again, Pink Shell aside, I'm thinking about the future.
I mean, and
Something
this
we need
is
to be
for,
thinking about,
yes. I've already had this conversation with the applicant for the Neptune, because some of the public benefits that they wanted to provide aren't appropriate to go forward in that format. It's not appropriate in a CPD, so
Yeah.
putting it forward in another.
I think we do, I appreciate the how you've handled it here. I think going forward, we do want to create a dynamic where somehow it could coincide with a CPD process. I don't want to disincent people from utilizing a CPD. So just policy, food for thought in the future, but thank you. Thanks for the answer, it helps me. Yep.
Of course.
Can I comment very briefly?
Yeah.
I know I talk too much, but the development agreement itself can kind of be viewed as a roadmap, and the development agreement sets forth what the understanding of all the parties is. Sometimes in a development agreement, you will have requirements such as go get a CPD rezoning. go get a subdivision plat approved, go do this. But those other things are separate proceedings. So right now, you have before you a CPD, but the condition would be that we create this type of roadmap
Yep. No, I
with
think-
enforcement opportunities.
I think in this instance, it makes perfect sense. I'm just thinking about in the future, we want to think about that as we take a look at this whole puzzle. But thank you, yep.
Counselor Woodson, questions for Sarah?
Not yet. Thank you.
Scott?
No, she clarified my question.
Thank you, Sarah. Amy?
Good morning again, council members. For the record, Amy Thibault with Retzel. I represent the applicant, as you all know. You've seen me a couple times already. So we're gonna try to keep this much quicker for you guys today. You've already heard a lot from us, so, there we go. You know, you're familiar with the project team. You have Bob Boykin and Bill Wachulis. You have Fred Drovlik with RVI, Mike Shealy and Carlos Rios with MK Architecture, and Ted Treesh with TR Transportation. They are our transportation consultants. Again, as Sarah just outlined, the request is to rezone 6.02 acres to CPD to allow for a total of 239 guest units, including that 40-unit boutique hotel, reconstructing two of the standalone guest units that were previously in space occupied by the spa, converting two standalone guest units that were previously destroyed, I'm sorry. And then converting one floor of the White Sands Spa to 2 additional hotel rooms, allowing for a maximum of 6 stories, which does include that ground level parking, with a maximum height of 60 feet measured from design flood, which would be a total of 75 feet 6 inches, and then of course a floor area ratio of 1.2, which includes the ground level parking, so we don't need a deviation for that. And to give you a brief overview of the presentation today, first and foremost, we're gonna go through the conclusion that we reached as far as that amended resolution Z-00-07A. We're going to discuss development timing, which has already been discussed in terms of the developers agreement, mooring field pump out and stormwater valuation, introducing the draft public and special benefits agreement, which is that developers agreement that we want to make sure that we have, and then of course a summary conclusion. So just quickly, I will note, I know you've gotten an email either this morning or last night with regard to the amended resolution. So we just wanted to hit on this one more time. That email doesn't actually contain any new information. I'm happy to discuss, you know, any questions you have with regard to this issue in greater detail, but we already talked about it quite a bit with you guys last time, so I won't delve into that in great detail unless you have any questions. Again, development timing discussion and how this all plays into that development agreement. The reason we'd like to have that developers agreement is, you know, we had proposed some draft condition language that was substantially different than what you have in front of you in Exhibit C today. And the reason it's substantially different is that actually what we proposed is a lot more restrictive. And as Sarah and Nancy mentioned, we did have a discussion with them last week about this, and we thought that the best way to do this would be via a development agreement. We really want to make sure that this is clean, that we have the intent and the terms of this, you know, properly memorialized so that there's no question down the line as to what we were supposed to be doing or not doing. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them, or I can hand it over to Fred.
Scott, any questions?
I missed that email. Did you guys get it?
I got it. I think you got it.
I can send it to you, Scott, if you
Could you
want.
please?
Yeah, would you include me on that too, Amy? I don't
You got
remember
it.
seeing that as well.
So I believe the email she's referring to was from Kathleen, and I don't know how to say the last name, Schultz, maybe? That was received or sent last night at 11:06 PM.
I got it.
And she makes several arguments, and there is a attachment to it discussing primarily the status of Z-0007A.
We can come back to you, Scott.
Yeah,
Counselor
please.
Woodson,
No, I'm good with everything. Thank you.
Vice Mayor? Want to come back to you? you a
Yeah,
chance to
just-
read it.
When you said you tightened up the language utilizing the development agreement and making it even more restrictive, can you give an example of that?
Absolutely. So, for example, one of the public benefits that we talked about was planting and maintaining the landscaping along the Estero Boulevard right-of-way for the length of the CPD. So some of the condition language that we had proposed would be, for example, to mandate that we performed and completed that installation by the end of this year on the Gulf side. And then for the Bay side, of course, we would just, time that in conjunction with or prior to CO of the boutique hotel parcel. So there's not really a great way to memorialize how we would do that in the zoning, but we want to make sure that there's timeframes on this so that you guys aren't looking up one day and going, well, I wonder when they're actually going to do this work that they said that they would do so that they could get their zoning approval. So this is really just to firm up those timelines and to better, confirm what our rights and responsibilities are, what the town's rights and responsibilities are, and really setting some better timeframes so that there's absolutely no ambiguity down the line.
Thank you.
Of course.
Counselor King?
I don't know if this is the time or the place or who wants to address it, but some of the emails we received have talked about how, in the past, those benefits that you're bringing forward were supposed to have already been done by now and haven't been. Such as, let's see, the path along the bay.
I have not seen that email, I don't think, but the applicant can better speak to this during our presentation.
Okay,
But it's
that's
my
fine.
understanding that a lot of what we have committed to doing is already there. We're just committing to expanding it and finalizing certain things that maybe should be expanded and finalized.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And
Here.
just-
Whenever
just-
it's
Just a second, I
appropriate.
just want to hold on, Bill, I just want to make sure Scott doesn't have any questions for me.
Right now, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I get it.
Bill Welch Willis, Operations Manager for the Pink Shell. Answer the question, that pathway was all completed. Unfortunately, Ian took that all away. It hasn't fully gone back because we're in this application, because we want to enhance that whole pathway. So that would be going back. Our goal is to enhance it with the new pathway. But it was completed right after our approval back in '07.
Okay. Thank you.
Fred?
Good morning, Fred Drovlik from RBI Landscaping and Landscape Architecture and Planning. I think that first, I want to have Bob Boykin come up and speak to number 2 on that list, the development timing discussion. I think he has a few words he wants to say about that and some general words as well. So then I'll pop up afterwards.
Okay.
Thanks, Fred.
Morning, Bob.
Good morning. Well, I want to start by thanking all of you guys for your support last meeting. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, councilors. We have, I had a conversation with Councilor Woodson and with the Vice Mayor. And because I really wanted to go deeper on the discussion that was started here, and I don't think, that was a very long meeting, and I was concerned about making it even longer and more painful. But the discussion I shared was that, we're in the real estate business, and you all are well familiar with the various types of real estate you've got here on the island. But I will say, as a developer, what you have to do for retail or office or multifamily or hotel, each project you really got to look at differently. We're going to be very comparable to Neptune. We're going to face the same challenges they are. And the two things that came up at the last meeting were really about timing and of when the project could start, and then timing of when we would begin laying the foundation for work. Hotel development, by its nature, has to be sequential. And I say that as an example to say, let's look at the things that are going to be required of a lender. Environmental report, I've got an environmental report on this piece of dirt, but it's 20 years old. Now, I know nothing has gone on that location that would impair it, but the lenders don't care. They're gonna want a fresh set of eyes on it and a fresh report. And the same would be true for hotel feasibility. We've got resources, the industry does, that will survey a comp set, and in our case, it would look like Margaritaville, it would have looked like the Neptune and the Wyndham and the Marriott, and you take a group of those hotels, and they will spit back to you, here's what the market occupancy and rate are. With that, the lender says, okay, I'm willing to underwrite this risk. But I have to let the market tell us when the light's going from orange to green. And so that's just the reality of what we face as trying to, build a hotel product. The spa suites is just as an example. We have a design for the spa suites. It's 4 or 5 years old, and I can't build it today the way it was drawn, just because of zoning changes, not zoning, code changes. And so we're gonna have to go back, find the architect. The architect is, of course, now out of business, so we've got to find a new architect to get engaged, and that's why you don't want to start things too soon. We want to do it at the right time. But we aren't here to talk to you about this because we've got nothing better to do. This is an expensive effort, as you know, to get up here and pitch a project. We want to get going on this as fast as we can, but we don't control that flow meter. I mentioned last time when I was here that we have a concern about some of the decrepit real estate that, we're confronted with. We went back and did a little research. We've lost 6 weddings in 2024 that we can identify. And it's because people, brides would come by and go, ooh, I got to drive my guests by that thing. And so we do want to beg your continuing effort to get these old buildings taken down. Looking at raw land is not a negative. Looking at some of the stuff that, was underway but not yet gone, it's a real negative to the recovery of the island. And so we're losing money and the town's losing tax base, and we want to get that, expedited as fast as possible. And I'll just close by saying for 26 years, we've made promises and we've kept them. And so look at what we've done. Look at our actions, not at our promises. So, thank you.
Good?
All right. Well, thank you all for this time. I'm going to go over a few things really that were in response to questions that were raised last time. So we were asked to bring some values to a few of the public benefits, one being the mooring field pump out and the other one being stormwater, the stormwater easement area that is under the Bayside parking lot. So these aren't real complicated numbers, but I think these put some idea to what it would take if the town wanted to do this on their own. So the drainage system. Now it is an easement over our property, and then the drainage system was installed and maintained by the town. But if you needed that piece of property, obviously it would be based on the value per acre. So it's 0.55 acre easement over that parking lot that has the underwater storms drainage system that keeps the north end at least greatly improved from flooding under normal storm events. So if it was 10 million an acre, it'd be 5.5 million is the value of the property if the town had to purchase its own property. So this was done originally. The easement area was granted. There was no compensation to Pink Shell or anything like that. It was just done because it was the right thing. I mean, it helped them, helped the north end of the island. It was just a win-win for everybody. Then the mooring field pump out. This is so what we're doing here is just to outline the equipment cost, the plumbing, dock cost, and the sewer hookup. The big cost would be that this has to be located in a very specific spot. It has to be waterfront on the bay or a canal with access to the sewer system and space for a dock. And the equipment also require annual maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of things to that. So you'd have to, the big cost on there is town would have to find that piece of land near a neighbor that isn't gonna be very upset about the pump out actions happening several times a week or more than several times sometimes. So these are the cost of the equipment and everything, and then total adds up to about $1.6 million with, in that benefit. So, again, Pink Shell has not asked for compensation, not asking to, any type of recompensation for that. It's just something that they have the equipment, they do that anyway, and so that's just a benefit for the town that they're willing to put in the conditions and put into an agreement in perpetuity, but with limits on, so, you know, if the town decides to do their own, then obviously they won't need to do that anymore. It's just some of those wordings like that, but, you know, to cover everybody on the fancy lawyer word of indemnification, you know, you know, if there's people working from the town that's working on those docks, I mean, there should be something in an agreement that says, we're not suing you, you're not gonna sue us, we're all covered, you know, under our own responsibilities. That would be another example of why we wanted to go with a developer's agreement to really put these things in place. There's just gotta be some legal protections that lead to no confusion down the road. And part of our heart behind that, whoops, it's, oh, there, whoops. Oh, sorry. Part of our heart behind that is that we see a problem, and some of it's being highlighted by the emails and everything that continues to be brought up about what was transferred on that other side. Why did it was described as 3.2 acres, but yet there was a parcel included in that description that wasn't even owned by the property at the end. And then in a public forum, there was a covenant agreement recorded that included just the Bayside parcel and not, and the 3.2 description wasn't accurate, so it looked like that was corrected after there. So all we have to go forward on is that final zoning approval in the recorded covenant that the legal description captured. So, and it was very specific to the density transfer. If there was a follow-up, instead of just a recorded agreement on the side and then a public hearing to record or to make the legal description accurate to what was actually being done, if that developer's agreement was a follow-up or part of that hearing, there wouldn't be any confusion today because it would be exactly spelled out word for word. So all we can go on is what was approved and what was there. We believe absolutely we have the right to build on this piece of parcel. We do not have the right to build on the other Bayside parcel where the view corridors are, and we acknowledge that and understand it. So looking at that, there was just a part of me that was, as a planner up here and saying that, you know, and taking the oath and promising these public benefits. And I'm looking at that, and we gave conditions of approval to, you know, to show that we are trying to move forward with this. Yet, a number of those things we can't include in the conditions of approval in the zoning resolution. So now they're floating out there as just a part of the staff report, as part of our presentation, as part of the meeting minutes. But there is no, I mean, there's a lack of some teeth in there, and there's a lack of accountability on both sides. You know, what can you enforce? What do we have to do? When do we have to do it? So that was our heart behind this, is like, man, we really feel like we gotta clean this up in order to do this right. And 5 years down the road or 10 years down the road, something comes up here and there's some changes that the Pink Shell may make, you know, someday, then we can look back at this and go, oh, it's very clear. Everybody knows exactly where we stand. And I know there's two things we're talking about. We're doing the CPD, and then there's the development agreement process that can be a standalone process in place of the CPD. But this is pretty common. We're doing this in two other jurisdictions where we go through the CPD zoning. That's always more general. And then we follow up 90 days, 120 days later with a developer's agreement that starts to specify how utilities are gonna get done, who's paying for what, how long is that gonna, how long is a certain thing gonna be offered, putting the timeframes and responsibilities there, just making it clear who's paying for what is a lot of the idea, and the timing is another big part of it. So we wanted to go forward with that as an additional process after the general zoning approval to just continue to be a good neighbor and to make this less confusing in the long run. So with that, the problem to solve that I think is there is that public and special benefits are not appropriate for inclusion as a zoning condition. That's what staff has opined on. So what protection does the town have? That the promises made will be promises kept. That was a concern of ours. So the goal is to memorialize the timing and scope of the public and special benefits presented during zoning to protect the Pink Shell and the town and create an enforceable agreement. So I do have, now this is obviously not what you're trying to approve today, but I wanted to hand out the initial draft of the public and special benefits language. I'm just gonna hit the highlights of this. This is not for the vote today, but I wanna get this in front of you to start reviewing, because we'll be right back with this as soon as we can get this language agreed on between staff and the town attorney. And so this will give you that, early look at what we were intending and what we were thinking. But again, understand this is not part of the approval of zoning today. Would that be okay if I hand this out?
Nancy?
Yeah, that's fine. I have not had the benefit of sitting down with Amy to go over that. Again, we did have a long conversation, to try to figure out what we needed to do to best provide for an enforcement mechanism of some of the representations that are being made. So if you want to take a look at it and give me some feedback, that would be great. I have not reviewed this.
Is it, I guess my only question would be,
Think,
I don't know how much I can say or not say because I can't, but is it something that if it's not gonna be used
you can have
for a
it
decision?
until we're done with it, then you can give
Well,
it to me.
no, because it would be the basis of a, condition that would be added.
Oh, got it, okay.
Yeah, the condition, I think on the list of conditions, wanted to put a request that number one on there would be that we follow up under a certain amount of days with a developer's agreement, codifying those things. So the quick highlights of this, there's like A through K, I believe, and some of them are pretty simple, some of them less, and there'll be some work on the language. So A is the Bayside Boardwalk and Walkway and Park areas that were formerly under, that are currently under a covenant agreement, boutique hotel building on construction. And of course, these are our suggestions. As they said, this hasn't been reviewed, but this is what we're trying to offer, trying to get the discussion going with this. Mooring field pump out, address indemnification and protection for everybody that would be working on those docks. And an end date if the town creates its own pump out and no longer needs our services. Stormwater, codify the easement that exists for storage under Bayside parking. This is letter D. That's the easement's already there. This would just be putting it in an agreement that is consistent in one place to find this, that we don't have to look around for it. Resort provided employee vans. So this is we specify the number of vans, allow for changes to the program. So really, we have no problem with this, the condition to hold us to this, but if the program changes or doesn't exist anymore, then we didn't want to have to be the one to create the program in order to meet our developer's agreement. And same with these other things, the pre-arrival concierge service, the water taxi slip, all we would say is allow use for the slip if the service is created, because that's still a work in progress. And the other features that we have, green lodging, Turtle Conservancy, day passes.
Could I stop you on that real quick? And maybe, Bill, you could come up with this, come up for this one. I really appreciate the water taxi. It's really water ferry. We don't use a taxi is a different concept, but for the water ferry that's been in discussion, with certainly emulating from a private sector, but there's an opportunity for a public-private partnership potentially. Certainly the town has expressed interest in helping and being supportive of that effort, and obviously as we all wrestle with the traffic nightmare that is, what does that mean, that language mean from a practical standpoint? Bill, you run the marina, maybe you know this. Will you leave that slip free for the ferry when it comes? It might come every half hour, it might come every hour. Does that mean there would be no charge for the ferry to utilize? Obviously, it would be a benefit to your facility because a lot of folks would come and have dinner and use your facilities, and I think it's a win-win for everybody. I'm just curious how you envision that, and is there a way we could kind of clarify that language a little bit more?
Sure. Again, Bill Whitewillis, the Pink Shell. Our vision was that it would be an open slip. We staff from 7 to 5, so somebody would be down there when the boat would come in, help tie up, help people get off. You know, we would provide that service. There would be no charge for the boat to come in and out. We would just, you know, accept them and make sure everybody gets on and off the boat without, you know, any injury, and direct them also.
Yeah, and then after 5, what would happen after 5?
That would be, I mean, that's right now where we staff our marina.
But I mean, would you have
staff.
liability issues if the ferry itself?
No,
let
I
people
mean,
off?
I wouldn't have an issue with ferry coming in after hours, in the evening either. It's just, I think for an agreement though, we would probably state that we would have staff there to assist between those hours.
Okay.
But,
It
but
just- maybe
coming
if-
in, it's all lighted, but, you know, I think, you know, it just comes down to how long, what is the time frame of the ferry and.
Yeah, we just don't, nobody
right.
knows, yeah, but we do think it will run in the evening, obviously,
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
I think too, just if Amy could clarify that language too for the development agreement, just about the potential for a public-private partnership and/or, either public or public-private partnership, also the fact that it would be no cost, just some additional, just clarifying language, because I think it's really a big deal for the island.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. So we'll clarify that this is intended to be part of a public-private partnership, a greater public-private.
Possible. Yeah, yeah.
Potential.
It certainly, we'll be partnering with them, but in what capacity, nobody knows, yeah.
Yeah, and we'll work with Nancy also, just to make sure that, you know, the language is acceptable to you guys as well.
Great.
So you should also be seeing that language and approving it. So you'll definitely, we'll do what we can to get there, and if you need to make changes, we can.
But you answered the major question, was that a slip would always be made available for the ferry when it comes, and I think that's important. I'm sorry, Bob, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I just wanted to jump in if I could on
Yeah.
that, because I had the discussion at the beginning with Ben Friedland. And, I mean, this is a germ of an idea. I mean, it's very nascent.
Yep.
We like it, and, you know, we had talked broadly about, you know, maybe, you know, helping, funding a partnership of some sort, but that's like, how long's a piece of string? I mean, you know, we don't know. That's where the idea of the water, what are we calling it?
Water ferry.
Water
Water
ferry, it comes from. And so, you know, we're here to support and cheer, but making our dock available, that's pretty easy for us to agree to.
That's helpful, thank you.
All right, with that, I didn't have any more to present. I have all my backup slides and everything, so if we get into the weeds in some other areas, we can pull those up and discuss them, but I don't want to belabor this without just heading to the questions and hearing from the public. But real quick, I would like to just do the summary of what we believe are the project merits. So, one, we believe the approval of this is beneficial to the town's inventory of rental and hotel units, which we've noted are below 50% of what they were pre-storm. Contributes significantly to the recovery of the tax base and the local economy. The public benefits provide valuable services such as the mooring field pump out, the water ferry slip, the stormwater storage, beautification of the north end landscaping, and park-like view corridor and boardwalk. The special benefits include addressing alternative transportation, environmental conditions, or environmental conservation, and community services. The value of these benefits range near $1 million outside of the valuations of things that are already in place. With ongoing costs, the responsibility of the resort to the full extent that we put that in writing in the developer's agreement. So, condition to create a developer's agreement to codify these public and special benefits so that down the road, if there's something that somebody says isn't happening, there's a way to know that exactly what should have been happening and a way to enforce that. We've earned the support of the neighbors. You know, at one point, we had another attorney with one of the neighbors here that was granted standing, and it was in opposition to this, who is no longer here. And I do believe that there was something in the sitting out there in the research that could shut this whole thing down, they probably would have found it. So we're glad that we were able to work out with them, and today there's no formal opposition from our direct neighbors. I think there's probably some condo owners, but the boards for our neighbors are on board with the request that we have before you today. The use of the scale, we believe is compatible with the neighborhood, so the height, the scale, what we're asking is very similar to what is across the street. The project meets FAR and parking requirements. This is a big deal. I know almost all the requests in front of you are asking for a deviation from one of those or both of those. We meet the FAR and the parking requirements. And then staff supports conditional approval, obviously based on the list of conditions as we have them in front of you today. So we believe that's a real positive, that this has been vetted with competent and substantive evidence that we agree and the staff and us are in agreement. So that is the summary of this, and we're here for questions and to hear from the public.
Scott, questions?
I just want to add, I love the numbers, but I think it even is more than that, because you have the time value of money. You have costs going up exponentially right now. And then you have the opportunity cost of what is it gonna cost the town to find this place that's gonna be able to have that pump out station? I mean, you're gonna have staff time, you're gonna have public hearings, you're gonna have just the opportunity cost alone, which, you know, I like the fact that you made those numbers real, but I think there's more to those numbers. So great stab at it, but I think it's, you know, as we say, it's invaluable. But I think when you look at opportunity cost and time value of money, I think it's a great benefit to the town.
Karen?
I know at the last meeting, and I voted no because I pushed pretty hard on the timing. And since that time, I did have conversations with both Bob and Bill. A lot of education on that, I will say. And I did my due diligence and checked with banking and finance people and all of that type of thing, and understand now the issues that you face in committing, and just the fact that you went into such deep discussion about it with me, and I really appreciate that. And what came out of that discussion and what Bob has said here, you know, we want to get on this as soon as possible, and I believe that. But there are realistic things to consider, but I just appreciate what you've done and the depth that you went into with all of that. And I really appreciate, and I know we're not voting on it, but I do appreciate this development agreement conditions to get everything laid out so that there's no questions asked. So.
Vice Mayor?
Another question for Bill, if I could. This is more general, and out of curiosity, since I'm here, just for the record, Bill and I, for a little while, served on the TDC together. Bill is still on the Tourist Development Council. I think Fred mentioned this concept of we're still at 40-some% in terms of hotel rooms back on Fort Myers Beach. I'm curious, since Lani Kai is back, are they included in those numbers?
No, I don't think so. So that'll pop up.
then
The
obviously-
Mall Bonds property at the Best Western, they should.
Best
think of
Western's
it-
close, yep.
They're close, so that'll pop up. I think you'll get closer to 60%.
That was my question. So those two are,
Yeah.
one's already in and one's imminent. So, but and then after that, it's a long slog.
It's
we'll
gonna
we'll be at 60% for quite a while.
I think you had some significant properties, Outrigger, you had the
Wyndham.
Wyndham, so all of those, you know, it's going to be time.
And a
But
lot
yeah.
of the little guys.
Yeah,
too,
I think we'll be a couple of years that we'll be at that 60%, and then you take Sanibel, which is even worse. They're at 17. They had a couple properties come back online. I think they're at 25%. But it's going to be a long haul for just our whole community. So
I just think it's helpful for people to know that. Thank you, Bill.
yeah.
Councilor King?
Maybe Bill, you want to step up there. I appreciate the facts and figures that I'd asked for around the pump out and the flood water. Is there any way you can quantify what a monthly breakdown or maybe a yearly breakdown would be for a pump out that you're offering the town?
From a operational cost
Yeah.
standpoint.
Well, yeah, what you would normally charge for something like that, and
Sure.
in essence, that is what saves the town some money, correct?
Yeah, I mean, on a typical, there's a fee per pump out. Granted, what we're pumping out is probably 70 to 80 vessels at one time. So, I mean, if you took that on a per boat standpoint, I mean, it'd be significant. We could put that together, but I think, as Scott said, I mean, just to that 1.6 that we showed, it's probably a lot more than that. When you add in that operational side of the cost and just the sheer work that it would be to get to that point.
Okay.
And we, Frankie and I and Andy have talked about this, is just getting some kind of, and that's why this development agreement is important, because, what's our hours of operation? You guys know, somebody falls, it's the town staff that we're covered. If one of my staff gets hurt, the town's covered. I mean, that's all gonna go into that development agreement, so we all know what our obligations are and that we meet those.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. If there are no other questions, we'll open it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in.
I have nobody signed up.
No one signed up? Yes, ma'am, come on up. Good morning.
My name is Judy Holsom.
Judy,
I'm
pull
not
that,
sworn in.
just pull that down for us, please.
I was not sworn in.
You were not.
You're not sworn in, okay. Amy will.
Okay, if you'll raise your right hand. I find my script. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. First of all, I want to thank Town Council. I watch you guys on, when you're broadcast, and I highly admire what you do. You're an important part of the island. I also want to preface this by saying we really like Pink Shell. They're our neighbors. They've been very good to us. So this is not personal. I also see a lot of time and attention being discussed on the Boutique Hotel, which I'm not going to talk about. But it's sandwiched in with these other two properties that were cute little cottages. A lot of people lost their homes, cute little cottages. They're all being replaced, because we're under a tax burden, with what the parameters of our lot space allow. And so we have setback requirements and we have height requirements. And I'm really surprised to see that they are sandwiching that Boutique Hotel in with these other two properties, asking for extensions of height and a 10-foot setback on Estero Boulevard, where there was once a sweet little cottage that had, a 25-foot setback from the road. That's concerning, and very close to the road. So I'm just asking that, I'm not sure why all three of these are being treated as one big sandwich deal, but I'd love to have you look at the specifics. We're a neighbor, we love you guys, they do things well, but I am not happy with an extension of height or the setback from the road being limited to 10. So I'd just like you to take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Yes, sir, come on up. Have you been sworn in?
Okay, you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
I
truth?
do.
All right.
My name is Robert Burns. Me and my wife own Unit 135, 100 Estero. I'd just like to reiterate, our concerns are the same thing. Town Council has for years set zoning requirements for the benefit of the people. And all of a sudden, after this hurricane, we're seeing we want to build higher, we want to build taller, we want to build wider, we want to build setbacks. And I see that it looks to me that there's more people willing to do this for the almighty dollar for tax base. We don't want Miami Beach here. Zoning setbacks were made for exactly that, to preserve what we have. And I don't think that it's time to say, well, we had a major hurricane, we've lost a lot of tax revenue, let's just build higher and bigger and get more room revenue. As was just stated, that end of the island has always been small development. We were told when we bought that was the way it was, that parcel couldn't be built on. Now we're gonna change that. The other thing I see is, I haven't dug into the details of all this public benefit of a pump out. This comes down to Pink Shell's gonna make a lot of money pumping out boats. It may save the town some money, but the town isn't in that business. You're in the business of regulating the businesses that wanna do that. So I don't really see a lot of the things proposed as public benefit really being benefit. What we're gonna see is we're putting in 40 more units across the street from my unit. We're gonna see more traffic. We're gonna see more noise. We're gonna see more problems with the park because there'll be traffic, people trying to get into the park. It's gonna restrict people trying to get into the park and use the park. Because this building is offset from their other buildings, we're gonna see people trouncing underneath our building to get out to the beach. We already see it. We have problems with our parking lot being used by people who can't get into the Pink Shell parking lot at times. It's just gonna cause more problems, more traffic for the end of the beach that really has never been that way. And I just don't think that the town council over the entire beach should be waiving height requirements, setback requirements, and the biggest, density numbers. You know, density numbers were set years ago because we didn't want to jam building upon building upon building. And now we're getting more and more because of the developments of the hurricane that people requesting, well, we're just put more in. I understand the town's wanting to get more tax revenue. That's a good thing, but at what expense? That's really basically all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Yep, come on up, man. Have you been sworn in?
Hi, I'm Kathy Schultz, 394 Estero. Back in November and December, before the LPA, staff recommended a denial of this project. In January, when it came before Town Council, staff recommended approval if the proposed public benefits are determined adequate for the deviation for building height. Although the only thing fundamentally changed about the application between the LPA and the Town Council was a slight reduction in setback. The LPA voted against the project 4-2. Residents have spoken in opposition at public comment at every meeting. Only one person has spoken in favor, and that was a member of staff. The neighboring property hired an attorney who was granted intervenor status. That intervenor withdrew after Pink Shell proposed the public benefit of putting 7 public parking spaces next to the beach access running under that neighbor's building. Pink Shell has since withdrawn that public benefit. You've received a ton of letters in opposition and almost none in support. The letter you received yesterday asking that the project details be examined more closely and modified to better fit the neighborhood was signed by the owners of 17 out of the 30 units as vacation villas across the street from the proposed new building, as well as neighbors on Estero Boulevard who will live next door to the guest unit at 309 Estero. Most of the public benefits proposed for the project are things that should have been done as part of prior agreements in perpetuity, such as the landscaping and the Bayside Walkway, which existed until Pink Shell turned it into a parking lot in 2018 and 2022. Is it really acceptable to you for an applicant to offer a public benefit in perpetuity for one project, and then 20 years later, offer the same public benefit again for another project? Other public benefits such as stormwater drainage are already there to the benefit of the resort. The pump out benefits the mooring field, not the public. The application includes no architectural drawings and only a few renderings of the proposed hotel. We do not have any idea what the guest units will look like. The proposed hotel will fit on a 0.47 acre lot with only 10-foot setbacks in 3 directions. With 40 units, it has a density of 80 units per acre. Diamond Head has a density of fewer than 50 units per acre. When Diamond Head was approved, it fit into a category of density for Lee County referred to as convention center density. It is not even clear that Pink Shell has development rights on the Bayside. 2 former community leaders have told you that it doesn't because they remember the discussions in 1999 and 2000. This is not a rebuild from Hurricane Ian. This is a request for new density, and you have said on multiple occasions that height that new density and height deviations should be expected to meet a higher threshold of public benefit. If there was ever a project to deny, this seems like it. If you keep saying yes without discernment, it will be very hard for you to ever say no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? Yes, sir, come on up. Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
You've been sworn in? Yeah, I think I saw you back there.
I was
Hi.
sworn in. Have to raise this a little bit. Jack Olson, 319 Estero Boulevard. If you could, for my benefit, pull up the Marine, Pink Shell Resort Marina CPD and put it on the screen for.
We'd have to know what,
It's the master concept
The ma-
plan.
It's in,
Is it in your thing?
I believe, I think it's, yeah, I think it's in my.
does anyone
my
have
backup
any
slides.
objection to him
Yeah.
holding off on his time until?
Not at all.
John?
No.
Okay. We're gonna hold off starting his time until he gets that up there.
You got it.
Yeah, I do have it on my backup slides here.
You do have it up there?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I have like 30 backup slides after this.
Might be easier since they already have it up. Oh, Sarah's
Oh,
back there
it's a
helping.
separate PowerPoint.
Oh, it is separate.
Yeah.
See if I can find it on here, cause I'm guessing. Hold yours up, show me what you're looking for so I can see if I can find it online. That's what you're looking for, okay. For us, it's, packet page 137. It shows what he's referencing.
All right. So on the far right is where we see lot 309, and that abuts the residential neighborhood. And right, all the setbacks.
We
on
can't
that-
hear you over there, so.
Okay.
Just refer to it, we can.
Okay. All the setbacks, my understanding from the last meeting is that this parcel would meet all the same setbacks that the residential lots had before, which they do on the bay and the two sides. But on the street side, there's a little note that says a 10-foot setback from the street. And all these homes built all along there have a 25-foot setback. And this is the end of a residential neighborhood before the marina. So, and then there's a request to have 3 stories above flood, and everything is built to 2 stories above flood. So we would ask that you take this out of this plan and just have it meet the regular residential requirements for all the homes that it's sitting next to. It says it right on there, 10-foot street setback. So everybody's home is 25 feet or further from the street. This will go right out to the street practically. And then the height, everybody's built 2 stories above flood, and this plan shows 3 stories above flood. That just doesn't seem right. And the one across the street is also in for 3 stories above flood, and that's not the characterization of that neighborhood either. So selfishly, we're most concerned about the 309 parcel, but can we please not include that in this big town thing? This is a residential lot. I believe the intent is to build a residence there, and so we shouldn't have those deviations,
Okay.
okay? And we too are very concerned about the traffic, the density on the lot. Why the hotel, if it's approved, has to be so big, so close, and encroach on the bay, the street, everything. Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? Fred?
There are a few, so Fred Drovlik, RBI. So I appreciate public's concerns and thoughts on this. I think there's some things that I can help clarify. So the deviations The front setback's been brought up twice. That is just actually part of code for that area, so it is a 10-foot setback. So we just didn't try to show anything different on like the 309 lot, we didn't show anything different than what was just required by code. What wasn't met on code on that one is the side setbacks, because it is a narrow lot. It is a 50-foot lot, and the side setbacks are 15 on each side, not leaving much more than a galley-style home in the middle of that 50 feet, so it'd have a 20-foot wide thing right in the middle. The historical setbacks on that lot 309 on the sides are just a couple of feet on each side. The cottage was kind of on an angle, so we just tried to improve those, giving the biggest setback to the neighbor, which the Boykins and Bill are very familiar with. And so we've worked with them on providing that bigger setback. So we only deviated from the side setbacks. The front setback, we just went to the CR, the Commercial Resort Zoning District, which is applied throughout this area, and that's a 10-foot setback. So that was the setback discussion on lot 309, and on the boutique hotel, that's why it is 10 feet. The support letters, so we have, I know it seems like negative, but most of what you receive are, letters in opposition, not uncommon, but I would want to reflect or refer to that we did receive some letters of support from the two boards, who then represent the majority of the owners in the Estero Island and in the vacation villas. So, we worked hard to get that, and for the majority of their owners to approve that. And then, so this is not a rebuild, and I actually don't have a problem with them saying that, because some of this isn't a rebuild, but some of it is. So we don't want to, not characterize this well. So, that lot 309, it was knocked down. We had a duplex and a cottage on the Gulf side that was knocked down. So there are some units that are a rebuild. The 40 boutique hotels are not part of a rebuild, but we're okay with holding us to a higher level of scrutiny for public benefits, and we believe we put our best foot forward there in every way we could think of to cooperate there and put a really good package together. I do think it's interesting. I do agree with some of what they said, that there was, part of the view corridor, the interpretive walkway, that was in the prior language, and it was there. But we didn't really like the design, the way it was laid out. The paths didn't go clear across the property. They stopped on each side of the marina building, so it wasn't really a walkway. You just went to one part of it, and it was near the parking lot, and then you just didn't have to turn around or walk across the parking lot to get back to Estero Boulevard. We want to make that a boardwalk to the extent we can through permitting, put it out over the water, have seating, and just really improve this over what was agreed to years ago. So it isn't a 0 to 100 public benefit, because it was there to some extent, but I think we're taking it from a 50 to 100, and just making it a really solid, beautiful place that will, for the most part, less of it will be able to be destroyed in a hurricane, because now we have hopefully no boardwalk and stuff like those can get knocked down too, I guess. But this is a more permanent installation of what was agreed to in the past, and then greatly enhanced. So that's just part of my thoughts on this, and I think Amy has a few as well. And then again, we're open for questions.
Thanks, Fred.
All right, thanks. Oh, the homes. Yeah, that was the last one. We're not asking for any height deviation or anything for the lot 309 or from the guest unit on the Gulf side. It's 3 stories total, and according to the comp plan. So what is that, 35 feet over flood? 30 feet over flood, and 3 total stories. We're not trying to go beyond that. So I know it's confused me for a long time too, but it's 2 living stories over flood. Yeah, so 3 total stories. Yeah, just
Questions before you run off, Fred, to make sure there's no, John, do you have any questions for Fred?
Nothing currently.
Vice Mayor? Karen?
No, I'm good.
Scott?
Yeah, that was my question about the 3 stories. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure. Amy?
I have a question too, that I can pick up.
Public comments closed, ma'am, I'm sorry. Maybe you could talk with Bill, maybe he can answer your questions.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Amy DeBow, Pretzel. So I think Fred covered a lot of what, we would just want to say to wrap this up. The final point that I'm just gonna make really quickly, goes back to what Nancy talks about at the beginning of every meeting, which is competent substantial evidence, which is, of course, our burden of proof. And so I think I brought this up last time, but I'm gonna just quickly recap on this again today. Competent substantial evidence does distinguish between layperson and expert evidence, and testimony, I should say. So the testimony from the experts is, consistent, that this meets the criteria for approval. And, we certainly understand where members of the public are coming from. We certainly understand that folks don't always like development in their backyard. I get it. It's a hard pill to swallow, even for somebody like me who does all of this developer work all day, every day. But expert testimony is required to establish competent substantial evidence regarding issues like compatibility and consistency with the comp plan, traffic concerns, things of that nature. Layperson opinion is not sufficient to establish that. So I would just respectfully assert that, the competent substantial evidence before you today does establish that we have met the criteria for approval. This is a great project. The public benefit is awesome. It's been really exciting to be able to bring so much public benefit before you guys. It's not something that we get to do with every project, and it always feels good when we can. So with that, I will just respectfully ask that you find this consistent with the approval criteria, and that you vote to approve this today. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Amy?
None.
No? All right, thanks, Amy. Anything else? Fred, Bill? Good? Okay. I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Anyone? Scott, you got anything to add?
I would like to hear from, our first reading, there was some questions from the other council members, and I'd like to get their opinion now, based on the testimony today, what their thoughts are. Because my opinion has not changed.
Any specific one you're referring to? Any
Well,
specific-
there was some questions from Councilor King about the value from, and Vice Mayor Adderholt wanted to make sure that document in question was valid. I want to make sure his concerns were answered. Councilmember Woodson, she was opposed to the agreement. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I want to see if, things have changed, and, their thoughts and views have been cemented with this second reading.
Councilor Woodson?
Yeah, I think I've already stated that I've had these conversations. I did my own research with going back to financing and developments and that type of thing, and I feel sufficient to make my decision. I also would make it certainly with the specifics of the development agreement as a condition as we go forward. That was talked about, the CPD plus the development agreement going forward of what the conditions are that you're committing to.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think for the reasons that I stated at the first reading, I think they remain the same. I think many of the LPA concerns were addressed, and therefore I will continue to support ordinance 24-35.
John?
My issues were addressed.
All right, and I'll go back to you, Scott. Did you get all the
Okay, so
answers?
with that, I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance 24-35, DC 1202300090 Pink Shell Resort CPD with the
A
condition-
development agreement.
With the development agreement.
As well as other conditions that are contained in the draft.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilor Safford, seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
and Mayor Allers is abstained, so motion carries 4-0
Okay.
with Mayor Allers abstaining.
Mayor, can we take a quick?
Sure, we'll take a 15-minute, quick 15-minute comfort break. We'll be back at 11. will call the meeting back to order. It is 11 o'clock. The next public hearing is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying variance VAR 202-40233, a variance to remove required parking associated with the use of the lot at 25, the lot as a 25-unit hotel motel, a variance to remove site design requirements such as providing lighting for vehicle and pedestrian uses, turnaround area sufficient to allow 90-degree parking at the end of a row, the ability to turn around and exit the lot in a forward orientation, stacking requirements, additional drainage and parking lot landscape requirements as described in section 10-416C. A variance to remove requirements which limit driveway widths to a maximum of 25 feet, and 4, a variance to allow internal aisle width for two-way traffic, to be no less than 22 feet in width for the property located at 1479 Estero Boulevard, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor, this item B and C are related, and if we could, perhaps you could just go ahead and read the title to this next item, item C, and then Mr. Smalley will explain the relationship.
Okay, will read the second one. This is continued from January 8th, 2025, public hearing, Lonnie Kai parking. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying special exception, SEZ 202-40186, for use of an existing lot to provide commercial parking spaces in the downtown zoning district of the Town of Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code for property located at 1479 Estero Boulevard, providing for Scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. If any town council members had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Scott?
I have not, I'm very familiar with the site, however. I think I've received one email against.
Okay, Councilor Woodson?
I too have only received one email against.
All right, the same as both Councilor Safford and Councilor Woodson. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
The same.
And Councilor King?
Ditto.
Okay. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on his education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Okay. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Nodding your head, yes. Go ahead, Jason.
Good morning, councilors, staff, citizens. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with your Planning and Zoning Department. Before you today are two matters, and as the attorney has mentioned, they are interrelated. So before you today is a request for a special exception. The special exception would be exclusively for granting the right to have a commercial parking lot on the site at 1479. The variances go to the requirements in the code when developing a parking lot or other structures. And those requirements, as you read off in the title, do come down to site design. So what you have before you is a request to do away with the site design and then approve the special exception. Because if the special exception were approved all by itself, these requirements for site design would still exist. So the applicant is asking to do away with those in their request to get approval for the commercial parking. So as was mentioned before, the staff had been working with the applicants. That was one of the reasons behind the continuance of the project. Staff has put into each one of the special exception resolutions and to the variance resolution a condition of approval requiring that the applicant present to us a holistic parking plan. So this would cover their main site at 1400, the site in question at 1479, their existing parking that is also on Estero, and those addresses are in there. And then during our discussion with the applicants, they mentioned that they had some plans about trying to shift some of their employee and their retail employees' parking into another lot that they control directly next to 1479. So the intent was to get a holistic plan and just have them establish where their parking would be located, how many parking spaces are available for just their hotel uses, and then how many parking spaces would then be left over that they could utilize for commercial purposes, i.e. daily rental for beach parking or other uses such as that. As of this morning, staff has not received a plan for it. I just wanted to point out that if the council decided to approve both or even one of the special exception and the variances, that staff would be asking for conditions in there to include before they discuss their views on what they're vested with and what their plans are for the lots in the future.
All right, John, do you have any questions for Jason? this time?
Not currently.
Vice Mayor?
Jason, I'm tempted to wait until after the applicant presents, but I think it's, I'll wait. Thank you.
Counselor Woodson?
Yeah, I'm confused on the two, so I'm hoping that the presentation will clear that up, because on one end, I'll wait.
Well, maybe I can, Nancy, maybe you can help with that. The special
Yes.
exception is, I'll let you go.
The special exception is to allow the use at a higher level that a parking lot would be appropriate. However, for their specific parking lot to operate, they need to have these variances that they're requesting. So if the variances are not approved, there's really no reason for them to get the special exception unless they're willing to make significant changes.
So, in layman's terms, the special exception unlocks the door, and then the variances are what's inside.
Yes, that's one way to look at it.
Okay.
I mean, the special exception could come before or after, but the two are related.
Okay.
But the special exception is the second one, is item C
In this order, yes.
in this order, so
You could take a vote on the special exception first, and then the approval of the variances. But without the approval of the variances, I think that they may withdraw their special exception request.
There's no need to approve, essentially, there's no reason to approve the use if you're not approving what they would like to do with the use.
Correct. That's kind of where we are.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
This was given to us just now, and I'm even more confused now. I've got page one, where did this come from?
I think the vice mayor passed those out.
Oh, the applicant was trying to hand them out, and he couldn't get all the way around the dais, so
Oh, I
he asked
see.
me to hand them
Okay,
out. Yeah, so the applicant put this little packet together.
Yeah.
Bob, can you explain this?
Well, if we don't have any more
Okay.
questions for Jason, then we'll let them come
Yeah.
up and. we'll-
Yeah, I think we ought like to hear from the applicant.
For the record, Robert Baran, attorney. Good afternoon. I think it's almost noon.
Getting there.
This all started when the Lani Kai was cited for parking non-visitors of the Lani Kai in this parking lot. This parking lot is attached, or there's a 25-unit hotel on this parking lot. The Lani Kai was built in the 70s, and this, I believe, was built in the early 80s. Both preceded the town's incorporation, which means it's a legal non-conforming lot, and it's been used as a shared parking lot for the last 40 years, and that's why I gave you one of the handouts. It describes what a single-purpose parking lot is and a multi-purpose or shared-purpose parking lot. Shared-purpose parking lot can be used by the specific use, and then it can also be rented to the general public. They got cited for parking, which they've been doing, like I said, for 40 years, for parking public cars in there. Instead of going the legal route through the magistrate and through the circuit court, we came down and met with staff who were very accommodating. They explained the situation. We told them that the issue is letting public park there, so they stopped letting the public park there. With that, the town withdrew the citation, and we sat down and had a long discussion about turning this into becoming conforming, so to speak, even though we didn't have to, I don't think, because we're a legal non-conforming lot. We sat down with staff, and again, they were very accommodating. We came up with a solution. We would ask for the variances. We would ask for the special exception. Well, actually, I think we just decided to ask for the special exception. It wasn't until staff got involved that we were told that we would need variances. When we met with staff, we made it abundantly clear that because of the storm and because everything that's going on, there's just no money there to bring it into compliance with the lighting and the drainage. And the only requirement from staff is that we leave that road open behind the parking lots there so the fire truck could get through. And we agreed to do that, but we told them, at least I thought we made it clear, that the Lani Kai had no intentions of investing a great deal of money into something that they've been doing for the last 40 years. So we agreed, we applied for the special exception. Staff's report said in order to get the special exception, you're gonna need these variances. So another $3,600 later, we applied for the variances. Again, the handout I gave you, it talks about, and I understand the purpose of the statute. The statute says if you build and your hotel rooms are less than I think it's 450 square feet, you need 1.2 parking spaces for every unit. That makes sense. You want to be able to make sure that if you build something on the beach, that you have enough parking for them. The problem is Lani Kai was there. This Bayside Hotel was already there when this went into effect. They'd already complied with the current regulations from Lee County when they built it. Now, there's 43 parking spots in the Lani Kai Hotel part, and I don't want to lump these units all in one. I want to deal with each unit separately. So let's deal with the Bayside Hotel. It's 25 units, which means you need 1.2 parking spots, which means you need 30 parking spots. Now, if you look at the one handout I gave you, and this is where staff and I differ, there's a reduction because it's in the district. So I see it as a 50% reduction. Staff sees it as a 6.67. So in other words, a 33% reduction.
What page are you on, Bob?
Now, this is where it gets a little complicated because this hotel sits at the very end of a canal. So technically, it's on the bay. When you look out, you see the bay. It's on the bay. There's no land between it and the bay. So I'm gonna argue that it's on the bay and they should be given a 50% reduction, which means instead of 30 spots, they only need 15 spots. If you look at the staff's evaluation, they would need 20.1 spots. And this, in your land development code, says that if you have more than that on any piece of property, you can lease it out to the public. That's one of the, I think it's 20.1. That's the second one, 34-20-11. Surplus spaces in single-purpose parking lots may be rented to the general public during peak periods as provided in section 34-19A, which requires you to have at least 10 extra, or at least 10 spots. So
Let me ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying there, and I see why you would have the differences of opinion. But is it really a moot point? Because one of the variances that you're requesting is that all of the parking spaces be used for commercial, none to be used for
No.
specifically for.
The way it works is the Lani Kai has a person in that parking lot. They call or communicate with that person every day. How many units are rented on the Bayside? We don't want reservation people to not have a parking spot. So every day they're called down there and they tell them how many spots they need to reserve. Staff wants us to come into compliance, which means that we'd only be allowed to rent the excess parking spots. So if we have 43 and you believe the number's 15, then the difference between 43 and 15 would be the allowable spaces to rent to the general public. If you believe it's 20.1, then let's call it 23 spaces to the general public. We don't want to, we're not a general parking. Our first concern is to the guests. They need to have places to park.
But the way it's in our packet and the way I read it is a variance to remove required parking associated with the use of lots as a 25-unit hotel motel. So to me, I read that as you're looking to eliminate the need to have any required parking for your guests. Is that a fair statement?
You know, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I think in the packet is what we're asking for. The agreement that we came to with the town is more like we'll agree to limit it to the number of spaces that the town code requires us to limit it to as a shared parking lot.
Okay, that's where my confusion's coming in. So you're not asking for all of the spaces, just.
I would love to ask for all the spaces, but in all reality, we did agree with staff that we would keep it to that number. I'm not sure we have to, but we would agree to keep it to that number.
Okay, and you're saying that, just for the record, you're saying that number is what, again?
I'm saying the number is we need 15, because
Okay.
I'm calling it being on the bay.
Okay.
The town is saying it's not on the bay, and it would be 20.1 that we would need.
So 15 would stay for your guests, the rest would go for consumer.
Yes, as long as we didn't have, some weird thing that was going on. I mean, like I said, number one is the guests. We want to make sure that there's plenty of places to park. And the town has a vested interest in finding public parking for people to park in that area near Times Square. So it seems like a win-win for both us and the town. I mean, I understand the land development code is a little confusing, and technically, it says, that you can do it,
Yeah.
but we would like to make the town happy and not have to necessarily litigate this issue. That was the agreement that we reached with them, and they're willing to stick by that agreement.
Okay.
Now, everything I've said
appreciate
can be
the clarification.
verified by Kenny Conadaris, who's the general manager. If you want to ask him to verify whatever I said, or you have any questions for him.
Well, he's not, I'm assuming he's agreeing with you.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he has something contradictory to say to what you said, I don't.
I have a question. Kenny, what is the time frame for that Bayside resort to open?
The Bayside's
Yeah,
getting
wait, you gotta come up here.
Hi, I'm Ken
Identify yourself.
Yep, Ken Conadaris. The Bayside's getting worked on as we speak right now. So basically, that was all we were doing was, while it was down, was renting spots and having our employees park over there. Well, then it was stopped, no renting spots at all. So then we just made it to where just our employees park over there. But like Bob said, we would always put the guests first. We would never go ahead and not have a spot for a guest, because that would be silly for us. So this is for the surplus, obviously.
I think I'm in agreement with the mayor. The way I read this packet, it was pretty much, yeah, we've got this hotel here, but we want to turn this into a parking lot. And our point of view, at least mine is we need bedrooms.
Yes,
And
100%.
guests always come first.
Yes.
But I guess my question would be to staff, how do we just trust them, which I would, because, you want to have parking spots for your guests, but how would enforcement, is this enforceable, I guess, is my question to you? So, I don't want to make it complicated, right? So I don't want every day hey, they got 20 rooms, oh, hey, we got another guy, now we need 21 spots. I mean, how do we manage this on a going forward basis? Does that make sense?
So I'm a little reticent to step on the toes of the fine people in enforcement and how they would manage to do this, but I think from staff's perspective, it's difficult, short of the town requiring some sort of visual hang tag or sticker or something that would be associated with the users of the hotel as opposed to daily parkers. I don't know that there's a great way to do that. In staff's opinion, this is setting the baseline for all future interactions with Lani Kai. But as far as the enforcement mechanism, I don't think I can properly address how it would be done.
Counselor, to me, it would seem that, being a hotelier yourself,
Yeah.
you would definitely want to make sure your guests, you're going to pay, the Lani Kai is going to pay the price if they don't have spaces sufficient enough, in my opinion, for their guests. They're going to be the first ones to hear it, not the town.
Yeah, and to your point, Mr. Mayor, and to Councilman Stafford, that's what it originally was, is that when we looked at this property, the property was vacant at the time, under construction, whatever you want to call it. They were working on the hotel part. Out of nowhere, again, I've only been here 2 years, going down the island, all of a sudden, they're charging for parking, which they didn't have there prior. We brought them in, we had conversations, and to Mr. Brandt's defense, exactly, through that conversation, they had documents going all the way back to when the county had this island. We don't have that information, nor do we have the ability to enforce what was there then. We can only enforce what we have now. Through that conversation, the special exception was the only way to basically give them that, not carte blanche, but the ability just to have that and take it out of a code area. And I think that's where that initial conversation started, was by coming and getting the special exception. That opened up the door for them to operate the way they wanted. We're not gonna go in there and start counting bumpers and stickers and all that stuff. But we just wanted them to do it the same way that Just for an example, Norm's is doing it right next door. There are other lot that functions closer to the whale. Those type of things. Just be consistent.
And I'd just like to make one point to the point of them having done this for a long time. I mean, staff has seen the same documents that I'm sure you and management have seen. But we just wanted to point out that at the time prior to 2015, the town had regulations dealing with seasonal temporary lots. So most of the lots that were working on the island were being run under that form. It was temporary. At the end of the season, those returned to what they were being used for. When the temporary codes went away, and this was Ordinance 1511, by the way, when that went away, the point was to transition these folks that were using it on a temporary basis to a more extended basis. And that's where the code language coming in for these types of lots requiring special exception to get approval to continue that use, that I don't think staff's arguing didn't exist before, but wasn't formalized as a permanent lot. So what we've done is we've seen many of those lots pre-2015 that were doing this activity come in for special exception. The Norms, the Ganem lots out there, and they're coming to get that special exception now to make sure that they're covered under today's codes. And as part of that, as you've seen with Norms and the Ganem's lot, they've agreed or have approvals to do the lighting, to do the landscaping, to do the stormwater requirements. So staff's belief is just this is a continuation of that pattern of these lots that were generally seasonal in nature. Now they're coming into compliance with today's codes. I just wanted to make that point.
I've been on the beach since the mid-'80s, and I can tell you that the Lani Kai's been running these spaces out to the public since mid-'80s, '90s. I've represented the Lani Kai since probably 1988. So this has always been used for public parking. And it was used prior to the town's incorporation for public parking. That's why I gave you 343202. Here's the interesting story. We go to the LPA with these two requests. The LPA grants the special exception. They were inclined to deny the variances at the first hearing. And actually Anita asked me, may you want to reconsider, withdraw it, et cetera, et cetera. I said, we'll leave it on the table. We went back to the second LPA hearing. We told them about our plan to go forward and limit it to the amount of cars that the current land development code says. And the LPA passed it. I think one person voted no, but it passed by majority vote. When the first hearing, they weren't going to pass it because they said, and here was their logic, they said, well, if you want to become a public parking lot, you need to comply with the land development code. They didn't necessarily, I don't think, understand the argument about, the non-conforming. And of course, it wouldn't be up to them to interpret that. That would be up to a court of law to interpret that. So we agreed with staff that we would go back and do the calculation and only rent spots to the public that pursuant to the land development code. So we're giving up our right to say we're non-conforming and now becoming conforming. You made a great question, how do you enforce this? I'm not really sure how you enforce it. I mean, when somebody pulls in there and they say we're going to the Lani Kai, I mean, we have to say okay, and that's what we've been doing is we've been limited to only the Lani Kai patrons, is what the staff and we agreed to. So we'd like to now go forward and rent the extra spaces, and whatever you decide, if it's bayfront or if it's not bayfront, it's either we need 15 spaces or 20.1. But I can assure you that, and I know you've heard this 1,000 times, but they're not, like the mayor said, the primary concern is the guest, not the $10, $20 they make on a car for parking. That just adds a little bit of the revenue and pays some of the employees that are standing out there. So we made it very clear, at least I hope we did at the initial meeting and all the way through, that there's just no money left in the well, because I don't know if you've been to the Lani Kai lately, but they've done everything is new.
Let me ask you this: thinking outside the box, take it one step further. You don't want to do the landscape, you don't want to do the lighting. What about if this works well? Everybody's on board. That you have a plan. I don't know how we codify it. That you eventually bring it into compliance. That you have the lighting, that you have the landscape, and make it look nice. I mean, I understand everybody's
Yeah, I know.
tight right now.
I don't think we can make
I'm
that a
just,
condition.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, I understand, I understand. The problem is that right now, I couldn't get, 10 years, it's gonna take a long time to make the revenue up that was lost from Ian and the other two storms. So I can't make any guarantees. The hotel, like he said, is trying to get that part of the hotel open, period. So, and I can't comment, because I don't know exactly what, drainage is gonna be, what the landscaping, what the lighting, I mean, are we talking about $1,000, or are we talking about $100,000? I don't know.
My point though is I don't want 5 years from now, my grandkids are able to drive, they come down here, it's like, hey dad, this place is a big, or grandpa, this place is nothing but parking lots, and there's no shrubbery, there's no lighting, are we letting the cat out of the bag here that we don't have a plan to,
I think some, did you say you went down there and looked at it? I mean, Lonnie Kai is come a long way.
I
and if you
understand.
look- I'm not so sure that drainage is.
I'm not talking about the Lonnie Kai. You guys have done a great job. I mean, you guys were just here a couple months ago, getting, putting the pavers back, putting the landscape back. But what my concern though, Bob, is that if we allow this with no landscaping, no lighting, no plan, that we're gonna have nothing but parking lots with no lighting, no plan, no shrubbery, no anything. Now, I don't wanna pin you down, but at the same time, I'm just asking the question
Yeah.
outside the box, would you be willing to do something like that?
I think I speak for the Lonnie Kai when I say they want a first-class operation, so, and all of the parking lots lost all of the vegetation.
I understand.
And all the lighting from the storm.
But
This
we have
lot's-
guests coming down
Yeah.
consistently saying, wow, it's brown, it's dungy, it's
unsafe.
it's unsafe,
If you look at that row, there's the old 7-Eleven, then you got the Lonnie Kai parking, then you got Norm's parking, and then you got the Bayside Motel. I think it's consistent throughout there. I don't know if Norm has agreed to landscape and lightings and all that stuff. But I think it's a burden on somebody that's been there and operating like this pre-incorporation. But that's just me. But I mean, we're always willing to look at improvements. I don't know the extent of those improvements, and I hate to say, yeah, we're gonna bring it up to code, and then we find out it's gonna be a $200,000 investment.
Bob, I certainly sympathize with that, but, we've got 5,000 residents that were undue burdened as well, that have to, their oak tree was there before the storm, now it's not, right? Now they gotta go through the landscaping, and they've gotta go through the lighting, just like everyone else does. So, I kind of agree with you, Scott, when it comes to, we were all burdened by the storm to different degrees, and it's all relevant as to what it costs each person, but if the goal is of this island to come back, and come back the way it was before the storm or better, which I think that's what we all want, does it make sense to approve something without having a path forward to bring it into today's compliance?
Trust me, I realize, I lost my house
Yeah,
during it.
yeah, I
so,
know.
I don't have a problem with bringing it back the way it was before the storm, but I think you're gonna find that it's probably better now than the way it was before the storm. There's lighting there, there's drainage there. We agreed to keep that back street open, which they don't have to do, but they've agreed to do that. And they just wanna continue what they were doing pre-incorporation. So, I understand the town's eagerness to bring everything up and make it beautiful and do all that, but I don't think that, I think we're putting a silk, it's just not the fit there. I don't even know if there's room there, but I'll let Kenny address that.
So first of all, for years and years and years, how we do it at the hotel is we get the front desk to go ahead and figure out how many people are coming in, how many people are going out, and then we go ahead and save the spots that we need to for the guests first. So that's a given. Then we rent out whatever the extra space is, and then beyond that, we hold spots for the guests. Now, as for lighting, of course, we're gonna have lighting, because liability purposes, we can't get somebody to sue us for tripping on our property. Okay, as for landscaping, we've done landscaping 2 or 3 times since the storm, and the other storms have wiped it out, and we've redone it. So if you look at the landscaping we've done, it looks beautiful. Now, of course, we're gonna keep going even further once the time comes and this building is done, like you asked. we're gonna go ahead and make sufficient lighting without having the turtles, because now across the street, the buildings are gone that used to be there, so it's a little bit more stagnant for, you know, for the turtles and stuff. But no, we're doing everything, believe me, that we can possibly to make it look nice, to go ahead and make sure that the liability purposes are good, and to make it look pretty. So that's a given.
So let me ask you a question on that, Ken. So currently you don't have a CO for that, the units on that side yet, right?
No.
Would you be comfortable with and you just stated that you obviously want to bring it up to make it beautified and make it, would you be comfortable with a condition that before issuance of a CO for that building, that you will come into compliance with the
biggest thing,
landscaping and lighting?
Yeah, the landscaping lighting, yes, that's fine. The thing that we're worried about is this drainage and stuff. I have no idea what about this drainage when we've been doing the same thing for 40 years. I mean, you know, they mentioned, you know, the size of the lot entrance and, you know, landscaping the entrance. You know, we're trying to do everything we can to keep it like it used to be, but also make it prettier. You know, so I don't know the extent of what they're trying to do. So if you saw like our main building, that one's completed, and we went ahead and put in, you know, for curb appeal, all new landscaping, and I think it looks nicer than it did before. So we're gonna do the same thing with the next one. So I mean, I don't know how the extent is. That's the whole thing, is we're worried about, I mean, you know, is it gonna be a little bit too much that we are going ahead and forfeiting stuff compared to what we used to have? You know, we're trying to go ahead and make everything nicer without having to forfeit, you know, because I don't know what the drainage and stuff, because that's all new, a whole new ballgame. But I think we've always looked prettier than like Norm's parking and stuff like that. I do.
Have you ever had, or does the staff know, maybe the staff knows, since we've been paying attention, I don't ever remember any issues with drainage on that site?
No.
Elevation hasn't changed?
Matter of fact, we lost 5 spots the last time right before the storm that we went ahead and resurfaced our parking lot over there, because we used to have 48. But then they asked us to get rid of all the parallel spots that were butting, you know, that were measurement against the other spots that were, you know, where the guest park. So we went from 48 spots down to 43. And, you know, that was 5 spots we lost, but we did it, you know, all in accordance and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, is it going to keep shrinking? You know what I mean? More and more? I mean, that's all. We're just trying to go ahead and make sure that we have what we had at the same time of trying to improve, like you're saying. But believe me, I'm willing to work with you. I mean, I think everybody knows that. I've never said no. I just don't know the extent of drainage and stuff.
So the drainage is what is
Yeah,
kind of giving you the biggest
exactly,
versus the lighting and the landscaping.
Yeah, lighting. I mean, I think we're in agreement. We're trying to work with Chad on lighting from the, you know, with turtles and stuff like that before we open, because of the fact for liability we have to, you know.
Okay. You need to continue, or you want more questions? I don't know if you have a presentation you need to go through, Bob. We kind of got sidetracked there.
I'm pretty good. You know, if this is a review in a year, or, you know, to look at the lighting and come and look at the landscaping after they finish I think we're okay with that. It is the drainage issue. It's the issue about reconfiguring the parking lot. It's the issue about this turnaround and be inside.
Well,
Like I
a
said,
lot of
we
that will be
have-
dictated by the fire department, won't it? I mean, as far as accessibility and turnaround, and I mean, they're going to have to review this as well.
That is correct.
There's a road that goes out in the middle of the parking lot, which I don't remember the name of that street.
Santos.
Yeah, so we've agreed to leave that open, which we lose the space.
Which will
or two.
probably help with the
Yeah,
fire
but
department.
that helps the people down there get the fire truck through, or the people going out, they can go out that way. So I think that alleviates this turnaround thing. And again, they actually own the 2 lots next to this parking lot now. So we're not really abutting anybody but our own property, and then there's a condominium on the would that be the south or the east side? So the front is Estero, the back is the bay, the sides they own, and so you just got this condominium. And so if you were to put a clause in there that we needed to come before you or go through staff to determine whether or not there's sufficient lighting or landscaping, but just write a blank check, and I'm a little nervous about that.
No, I understand. I mean, I think it's important, at least for me, it's important to make sure the landscaping and the lighting is addressed. And, you know, as far as a time frame goes, to me, it would make sense that before you get a CO to be able to use the building, that you have to have it done by then. So if it takes you 6 months to, I mean, the sooner that you get them open, the better it's going to benefit you. So I mean, putting a time frame on it, to me, that seems like a time frame that, I mean, you control it, but it's not gonna be something that's pinned to, you gotta come back and waste more time, do all the stuff that I don't think is necessary.
The only thing that shocked us is when they shut us down completely. You know, that was what, we were just kinda surprised that we've been doing this for years and.
Okay, I got I have another couple quick questions on, so the other one I have a question on is variance 3. It almost, so you, if I'm reading this correctly, I read it as, is you're wider than the minimum? Is that, it says,
Yes, the driveway is larger than the minimum driveway.
so the variance is to allow a bigger entrance versus a smaller entrance?
Basically, to
That's
leave
the
it
way
the
I
way
read
it
it.
is.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the other one is the turnaround, which I think you were just talking about, and
Yes.
your solution to that was to allow, and again, this one is gonna have to be reviewed by the fire department to make sure it complies with them. So to me, it looks like the biggest issues are the number, the quantity, which again, we can go back and forth on whether it's bayfront or not. I think I agree with you that that property would be considered, because it's attached to the hotel, is bayfront. So I would tend to agree with you, but it's not. You're telling me it's not? Okay. Is it because it's separated, it's detached from the front?
We have figure 34-7, I believe, which actually gives a visual representation of what is considered to be the pedestrian and the bayfront pedestrian. Those are explicitly limited to the
Is this on
Times
step-
Square.
What page is this
Oh,
on?
I'm sorry, this is in Muni Code. This would be in chapter 34-672. And it is figure 34-7. We ran into this, staff ran into this with a parking question earlier. Sorry, I apologize.
You said it's 34-7?
34-7, which should just be under the 34-672 section. And if you'll notice in there, there's pedestrian plazas that are actually called out with a brick hatching. And when we were reviewing for another business that was on, in Times Square, just facing Estero as opposed to internally facing, it was pointed out to us that the maps.
But if I'm looking at this, if you look at where it says the word Estero Boulevard, that's that condo that's on the corner, right, I forgot the name of it. Is it
Carolina?
Carolina? The property right to the left of it is the Lani Kai, correct?
The 1479.
It doesn't have a number on it. I've
Yeah.
got the 1479 is showing the property just to the left of that E on that drawing. Is that correct?
I believe so. I believe that is the.
That's
is
what
the
it,
lot in
the
question.
lot with the hotel on it. So to me, on this picture that you're referencing, it looks like it's one complete lot. So how can the parking lot not be considered beach or bayfront if the building is considered bayfront?
Because if we, the section that he's quoting is the Bayfront Pedestrian Plaza, figure 34-7. And when you look at at 34-7, in the lower right-hand corner, you'll see the brick hatching for pedestrian plazas. And you'll see that those are only specifically called out in the Bayfront, where arches, if I may call it that, where the arches is, and then.
Now I see what you're talking about. Okay. I didn't see on the right side the pedestrian plaza, the brick.
The rest of the map goes to show the downtown area in total.
Okay.
But the only way that we can interpret the pedestrian plaza in particular being called out is these places on the map with the brick hatching.
I mean, that should go against the town and the benefit of the applicant if it's not clear, but.
I understand I see what
Yeah,
how
I do
you're
too.
basing
disagree.
your
It's
recommendation.
vague and ambiguous, and I think if you take the literal meaning, it's on the bay because the canal comes right up. There's no land in front of it. That's my interpretation, but.
Well,
whether it's 15
I'll
or
just give you
20.
my 2 cents. Is the small number of parking spaces that we're talking about versus the lighting and the safety and the landscaping, to me, is more important than a few spaces here or there in the grand scheme of things. But that's my 2 cents on that part of it.
And I agree with you. I think that's important, but it's just a matter of timing and money.
Well, I think, are you referring to the lighting and landscaping and
The
things of that nature?
landscaping and the parking, so I don't wanna tie it to the CO necessarily. I would say maybe 6 months after the CO, give them an opportunity to generate some income, but I understand.
Okay.
I don't know how long before it's gonna be open.
Yeah, Ken, could you give just a rough idea of when do you expect, not, certainly won't hold you to it, but
Yeah, I would say about 6 months before they hopefully open. They're working on it, but again, I can't, you know what I mean? It took us longer than I expected on the other stuff because.
you gotta move up, Ken, I don't know if they can hear you.
It's kinda like the pink shell, you know, you gotta depend on finance, you gotta have the money, you gotta have
Yeah.
the contractors lined up.
But it took longer than we expected to open a regular hotel. But now that it is, I mean, anybody's free to come over and see it and see how we finished it and with the landscaping and the lighting. You know, hopefully you'll like it. And then, we'll do the same with the other, I mean, because we want curb appeal. We wanna look nice. We do. We even took out a lot of the murals and stuff, cause I know you guys didn't really like, you know, all the murals. So, we've been really trying to work with the beach as much as possible.
Vice Mayor, you got some questions? I'm gonna hold off on for just a
I think this is a very good conversation. I, for the record, have never voiced any concerns about the murals, but I don't think anybody on the council has, but, having said that, I'm not interested in micromanaging how you have your parking. I did hear one concern about folks potentially having to back out into a Estero, but it doesn't sound like that's the case, but I certainly heard that concern.
There's a guy there physically, almost
Yeah.
every moment of the day. And so he's always watching the traffic and
I do like this concept of creating a path towards compliance, particularly when it comes to landscaping, because you guys are right on Estero, and again, you have an interest in having it look nice as well, and so it should be I always like when agreements are in there's a symbiotic relationship where it's in everybody's benefit to move in that direction, and I would think having some nice landscaping there, particularly right being on Estero, would be to your benefit and to the public's benefit. And so I like this concept that the mayor and Councilor Safford have talked about in terms of a path to bring you into compliance. I understand your concerns about the drainage, but at a minimum, the landscaping, I think the lighting is in your own, just out of care for your guests and liability concerns to take care of that. But I'd like to see some kind of a path, and I think the mayor's concept of right before the CO seems reasonable, but I'm open for suggestions. I'm just listening. It's been a good discussion.
John?
I have nothing at this time.
You know, maybe I understand your point about, you know, like you and the CO thing. For me, I kind of cringe a little bit or tense up when we talk about doing things after a CO
understand.
versus before. I would be more inclined out of good faith because you have been operating. I mean, anybody that's lived here knows you've been operating the way you've been operating since as long as I've been here. And like you said, you could have challenged this, you could have gone other ways. So to me, in an effort of good faith, I would even entertain allowing you, until you get your CO, to continue operating the way you've been operating to a certain extent. I don't want this to now be, I mean, obviously, rooms are important for you to get open, they're important for all of us to get open. So I don't see you dragging it out any longer than it has to be, but to allow you to, as opposed to going after the CO, if you know, I mean, it's not a huge amount of money, but neither is, I just think it's a difficult thing, but a CO is a deadline, right? I mean, that is something that is a tangible.
I don't see that as a deal breaker. What I would ask though is a condition that you have the town supply us with a landscaping plan, so we don't go and do something and then have the town come back and say
give it the
that
garden
it's in
club.
compliance.
Give it the garden.
I don't know that it's the
I don't
staff's
know that.
job to design.
No.
I mean,
It's
they
not
tell
at
you
all.
what.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I think get some input from the garden club.
So this is gonna be, we put the landscaping in and then what, staff says we like it, we don't like it, the council says.
Well, I
we
think,
like
no, I
it,
think there's
we
a
don't like it.
minimum requirement and they can provide you with the minimum requirements.
Okay,
I don't think it gets into a specific plant, like this plant has to be a Calusa or this plant
Yeah.
has to be a rose bush. I think it just says, here's what your type buffer is and.
And we are more than happy to provide him and Lonnie Kai with an example. Norm's Lot, which was approved, I believe, in 2011, has a plan that is actually less intense than what today's codes are, but gives a good example of what previous councils were sort of thinking when they approved a a similar type lot next door. I guess the question at hand is whether they would be required prior to CO to come into full compliance with today's landscape code. Because if that is the case, then it's going to probably be more intense than the approved landscape plan for his neighbors. And to the point was, we were hoping that the holistic plan would give an option for a planting plan. We wanted to see it as a holistic look at all of their lots. If they don't want to go that route and just want to focus on this one lot, I think any approval needs to be specific about whether they are going to be expected to come into full compliance with today's codes, as far as buffering, as far as tree counts, all that stuff.
Let me ask you a question. Has their approval for the main hotel, has that, their vegetation that they've done over there, has that brought them into full compliance with today's code?
I don't believe I've reviewed anything on that site that would have required, that has a landscape plan. I can talk to Chad about whether or not he's required a landscape planning in, to bring their EC work into compliance. But staff has not seen a planting plan yet for the main site. So I don't think I can address whether it's up to code today.
So what I'm hearing is that we would do the landscaping, they would either approve or disapprove, and if they disapprove, we'd be back to front of the council.
Well, I have my thoughts, but I'd like to hear from my council members and what they feel about the landscaping part of it, and the lighting for me is more important.
Again, that, we have to do
Right.
that, but I don't know what, and you know, we got all these hoops with the turtles now, so. You know,
We know.
Everybody does.
We know. Everybody does. Every house does, yes.
I understand.
I don't know, I guess for me, if there's a hybrid way, I don't know off the top of my head what would be required. Can you pull up what the requirement would be? I mean, it's hard to make a decision on our end or direct you on your end to make a decision on your side, whether or not you're willing to do something if nobody knows what it is.
Yeah, like he said, he doesn't want to have a blank, give us
Right,
a blank check
exactly.
and,
Right.
you know.
I think it's fair to say, and I think Sarah would agree with me, that if we zealously applied today's buffering codes, they're gonna lose even more parking, particularly at the edges of the property. Those buffering requirements are generally in the realm of 10 to 15 feet in depth. So they would definitely lose some of the exterior parking around the edges. And then we would be right back here because that would be cutting into whatever additional parking they would have for commercial purposes. I think, and again, I think this is why it may be helpful to look back at what the plan was approved for norms. They reduced the depth of those buffer plantings, and they approved trees that were palms, so they didn't really spread much. Again, if we're going to have them apply the codes as of today, it's going to further dominionize the site. I don't think that's an English word.
Each side of the property is essentially, that you abut, is essentially a parking lot. So, I mean, to be consistent with them, to me, makes the most sense. I mean, I don't want them to have to lose, the goal of this, in my opinion, is not to make them lose parking spots, but add some beautification to at least Estero Boulevard.
Absolutely.
To help clean it up, to help people from backing out of spots or doing whatever.
And in staff's opinion, because of the way Norms was designed, they've only got 5 or 6 feet of clear space between their properties, the line that's perpendicular to Estero. So I think we're asking for a few minutes break to see if we can discuss with the applicant what they're willing to accept as far as the buffering requirements.
I have no objection. Anybody have any objection to that? I would just soon you guys get it taken care of so you can save everybody's.
That may be a plan to continue this and let us come up with a landscaping and lighting plan and come back, and that way we have no guesswork. We'll know what it's gonna cost and what it's not gonna cost. I hate to do that, because this is a very expensive endeavor for the Lonnie Kai, paying me, we paid almost $8,000 in filing fees and, you know, so.
Everybody
Well,
I'd like to get it resolved.
I think if they can get it resolved in the next 5 to 10, I mean, at least get closer to where we can try to get this, again, to your point, it's expensive for you, staff time, everybody involved, so we'll take a quick 10-minute break and then we'll come back and.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There's your
10,
thumbs up.
419.
10-419, yes.
All right, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. It's 11:59. Bob, go
For
ahead.
the record, Robert Brand again. I think we've reached an agreement. Before the CO will be issued, we will submit a landscaping plan. Hopefully, the landscaping will, well, we'll have to do the plan first and then get it done. But we're also gonna ask for an alternative to the landscaping under 10-419. We've agreed that the landscaping will be around this, there's a little grass around the sign out front to the left when you look at the parking lot. And the landscaping will run between Norm's parking lot and the Lani Kai parking lot, and then it will run between the Lani Kai parking lot to the east in the condominium. And that plan will be approved prior to the CO being issued, so that'll be a condition. I'm not sure where we left it on the lighting. I heard you ask if that should be a condition, but
Yeah, we can basically talk that the lot hasn't changed, nor has any of the measures that the lot was being used for in the past. So as the lot sits right now, it doesn't pose any major concern to drainage that it didn't do previously, as far as draining either onto Estero, into the drainage system that's there, or into the back where it joins Santos and into the canal property. So as it sits now, nothing has changed.
And so it's not an issue?
Correct.
Okay.
Are you in agreement with that, Nancy? Did you hear that part?
I'm sorry, no, I was distracted.
Karen, you wanna?
Well, I was asking about the drainage, and Frankie said that nothing on the lot has changed. And so I asked the question, so that means that drainage is not an issue. And Frankie confirmed that drainage was not an issue at this point.
So at this point, as of today, my only question would be, do you want to make that at the time of the CO? To kind of have it lined up? So you're saying that you have to have a landscaping plan at the time of the CO, so at that point, let there be an inspection as far as drainage? If they pass it and it's okay at that point? I mean, has staff physically gone out and looked at it?
Yes, I've been in the parking lot numerous times myself,
Why don't-
and onto the back part of where it goes into Santos. There's not a problem with the collection that's there.
Why don't we just simplify it?
So-
Make it just like you're gonna do with the lighting, why don't we make the
Sure.
drainage as part of the CO approval of the hotel itself?
Sure, we can do it at that time and do an inspection.
if you look at
I think
exhibit
that
1,
works, yeah.
is the picture in your package, and it shows the parking lot
What page is that?
in the application. This was done, I believe, it says 2023, 10/20/23. This was an approved plot layout for the Lani Kai in 2023. And I'm going to assume that everything was addressed at that time, including drainage. That's why we didn't redo it. We had one that was approved by the town in 2023.
Yeah, it looks like the end of
And those
October.
spaces that he said were removed were these ones to the left. They removed those spaces
239.
to accommodate
239.
the town.
If I could make a point on that, and I brought this up at the LPA meeting before, what the LDO approval that you're looking at in this package was for a very minor job. This was for remilling and restriping of the parking lot. In these processes, we don't generally get into the stormwater review because it's not large enough to trigger that. If we had to go in and do complete redos of landscaping, stormwater, lighting on anybody that got an LDO, literally every lot on this island would be required to come into full compliance with today's codes. The type of LDO that they got there was a de minimis. It was a minor, little change to the site, literally just milling and restriping their parking lot. So at that time, that's why the drainage was not addressed in that process, because we were just dealing with such a small ask. Otherwise, all these LDOs would require tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of work to get approved.
Well, I think you kind of made Bob's point there. They're not expanding parking spaces, they're not expanding the building, they're not doing anything that they haven't done, so that, I guess, where I'm trying to get it to is the fact that it's gonna be a conforming parking lot now, legally, how does that tie into the requirements? Are there requirements then because it becomes conforming, or is it a policy decision as far as the drainage goes? Does that make sense?
It does, but I understood that, as part of the approval for the variance, that there would be a required parking plan. And so that parking plan could address and, require one more set of eyes on it. And if there hasn't been a problem in the past, why would there now be a problem? So I don't think that it is I hate to use the word problem again, because if you all, Robert, if you feel that you guys are in compliance, it's a non-issue, but to give comfort to those that have a concern, just put another set of eyes on it in part of the plan, and then when you want that last inspection to occur.
And if I may make one more point here, no matter what happens today, it's not like the site is gonna be completely absolved of stormwater requirements in the future. The town has requirements that you bring it up to code, but remember, it's the water management district ultimately who has the say on any one of these sites. So they're still gonna be required if in the future they, for instance, expand the footprint of that building. When they come through permitting, no matter what happens today.
They have to look at it.
Water management's still gonna look at it.
That's what I was getting at right there. They're not expanding the parking lot. They're not expanding the building itself. Should they decide to do it in the future, it's gonna be someone other than the town that determines what they're going to need for drainage.
I agree.
Okay. That clears it up, I think, at least for me. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now open it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. I'm guessing there's no additional comments or rebuttal.
I have nobody.
All right, I will now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion or a motion? Well,
I just have a comment.
yeah, go ahead.
I just don't agree with the comment that was made. You know, it's always been used as public parking. We've done that forever. Well, that doesn't make it right. You know, just because you've always done it, we're holding people to new standards now. We're holding people to accountabilities for things. The fact that you're willing to go and look at, you know, the actual landscaping and the lighting and that type of thing. I mean, I would not have voted on this positively if you weren't going to do that. And the fact that we have the, the agreement that we're gonna put it in the CO, so that makes me feel more comfortable. The water retention and the drainage, you know, that does bother me. I mean, we made other places go through hoops. John Richard went through the whole hoops with the landscaping, the retention, the whole thing. I mean, it is a new standard that we're looking at. You know, I know it's not changed, it hasn't been an issue, but if it becomes an issue, how do we come back to this? Even if the parking lot doesn't change, how do we come, if it becomes an issue, like all the other flooding has become an issue on the island, how do we come back to this?
Well, I think in fairness, Karen, the John Richard property, he was expanding. He
True,
was
true.
adding
And we held him
new.
to a different
And
level.
that's, I think, what we were just talking about at the end. He was
Yeah.
held to a standard that he had to meet Swift Mud's, the Southwest Water Management District's
Oh.
water retention. So they were expanding it, that's why they had to do it. In this case, I look at it as they aren't expanding anything. I understand what you're saying. If they were adding one space, I would agree with you 100%. Then you've got to go, and I think they would have to. If they were adding more space, they would have to go through the Swift Mud thing to approve the drainage. So I agree with you in concept, but in this case, they're not adding anything, at least that I see. I mean, they're actually making it better than what it was, even though they're gonna continue using it the same as what it was. But I agree, if they go forward, and we've been told that they will have to meet requirements should they decide to change it in the future.
And also to that, Karen, is what we'd be doing is, upon codification of this, to go for this, it's a CO process, is we would have another set of eyes out there. It's just not going to be us, we'd get our building official out there, we'd get somebody to actually take a look at it and make any suggestions at that time. Not that we're holding them to anything, like I said, I've been through this property a number of times because of the issues that we're currently having on Santos for some of the homeowners that are back there. I've been there on rainy days, I've been there on sunny days, that's just me. I'm not an expert, nor do I play one on TV. But we do have people in-house that are qualified to make those decisions, both on sunshiny days and on rainy days, and we'll definitely have them out there and take a look at it. And I think they were agreeable to that.
Okay. All right.
Any other comments?
Nope.
Scott?
No. I'm good.
John?
I'm okay, thanks.
Jim?
Nothing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was hoping I could, from staff's perspective, make a recommendation to sew this up, and that would be to do away with the variance request 1 and 2, because both of those issues would be dealt with through the parking and the landscaping plan. The latter two asks probably need to be taken on their own, because those wouldn't be solved or addressed through the parking and landscape plan. But those are also the more de minimis issues at hand. So if the applicant agrees to do away with the request of 1 and 2, approval of 3 and 4 on the variance, and then approval of the special exception, all predicated on them bringing us a plan and working with us prior to CO, I think staff agrees that that would deal with all of their outstanding issues and give us a chance to look at the site holistically.
Can I ask for clarification? So the landscaping plan would be a condition on the special exception or the variances? I think the
We did it
special-
on both, so
Okay.
I would defer to you whether that is
Either one is,
overkill.
either one
Okay.
is fine or both. It's the same plan.
Exactly,
So-
it would satisfy both. We just
Yeah.
didn't, we wanted that plan to be out there no matter what was approved, for them to come talk to us about a plan. So if that,
So restate that, so you're looking to remove variance 1 and 2.
remove variance 1 and 2 if you decide to approve it. Variances 3 and 4 are still physically relevant to the site,
Correct.
so we could do away with
With the
those.
condition that a landscaping or a parking plan be provided by the
Upon-
CEO. Yeah.
Upon
Right.
issuance of the CO.
Yes.
So a parking, landscaping, and lighting plan would be provided to us for that site in lieu of getting rid of all of those requirements in their request number 2, in variance number 2.
Bob, are you okay with that?
I'm a little confused. I think the easiest thing to do, and I think Frankie said it, but for the record, Robert Brand, I think Frankie said it, the lighting will be addressed with the CO, is that correct?
Yes.
So we can get we can remove that condition. The only condition that we're agreeing to is that they provide a prior to the CO being issued, they provide a landscaping plan that's approved by the town. We have a right to appeal, of course, to the council if we disagree, but I don't think we will. And that should be the motion, just to.
Well, I think the condition 2, it ties the lighting and the landscaping together. So I think what you were saying is by getting rid of that, I think then we could put in a condition in the motion to say that you will provide a landscaping plan before the issuance of the
I don't
CO.
think we need to get rid of it, just to make that a condition, and it also removes for lighting, design requirements such as providing lighting for vehicle just turnaround area, 90-degree parking, 2 goes on and on and on. So I'm suggesting a motion that grants the variances with the condition that we supply a landscaping plan to the town. We also are reserving under 10-419, and that was at the suggestion of the town, and to be honest with you, I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I would like the availability to look at 10-419 and satisfy the town. So I guess what we're saying is that we will provide, prior to CO, we will provide a landscaping plan or an alternative landscaping plan that's agreeable with staff. And then I think the rest of the variances should be granted with that condition. Now, if you wanna throw lighting in, but again, I think lighting is gonna come under the CO anyway.
Well, here's my concern, is if you approve it the way it's written, now you're kind of contradicting yourself. You're saying we're approving that you're getting the variance from the lighting, and then in the CO, they're gonna come and say you need to come into compliance, so we're fighting ourselves.
Correct.
It can be approved, subject to the lighting requirement. You're not approving, or the landscaping requirement.
And we're willing to withdraw it as to the landscaping only, because like I said, the lighting comes under the CO, and then approve the rest of it. We'd be willing to do
My
that.
only comment there, sir, was the parking lot in question is so small that in order to make it safe for their patrons, they're going to have a fairly vigorous lighting plan to begin with.
I understand that,
To
but
light that
I,
area.
Frankie, I think we're talking about, and the fact that Nancy's nodding her head at me, I think she understands what I'm saying.
Yes.
By approving, if this was approved for variance number 2,
Right.
you're fighting yourself on
Yeah.
what you're trying to
Yes.
say.
Yes.
Is the way I read it. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. I have no doubt that you're gonna put in the right amount of lighting. I just wanna make sure that verbally it's done the right way. So if there is a variance in here that's approved, that it's not going to supersede something that we have to make you come into compliance with through a CO.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if you make it a condition to the approval of the removal of the variances, it stands on its own. And if you wanna say with the light, you put the lighting and the landscaping plan, I mean, I think I'm fine with that, because we're gonna have to do it anyway.
That was gonna be my point as well. So the landscaping, lighting plan, you could even put drainage in there. They're gonna comply with it before CO. So when someone looks at that plan, they're gonna say, okay, compliance, compliance. So it's really a non-issue, but it is that kind of extra checks and balance.
I'm gonna go back to you, Mr. Smalley. I see Sarah shaking her head, and I think your suggestion to me makes the most sense. It's cleanest, it's the easiest, you still have the path to comply with what's required to get the CO. But I'm gonna defer to you. I see you guys are shaking your head yes and no over there. I'm not sure what you're shaking yes or no to.
So I'm not a lawyer and I'm not gonna play one on TV, but my understanding is that if we give them a blanket waiver, through this variance here, that they don't have to come in compliance with today's lighting, which is what 2 is doing. It's blanket saying you don't have to apply any of this code section that it's coming from. What we have is going to be a plan that we hope that everybody agrees to, but if at the end of the day we come to loggerheads and they say we don't agree to this, they can always defer back to this language and say, you've already approved dismissal of all of these requirements in this code section. And that's why, at this point, if we're intending to get a holistic plan and we want everybody to come around the table, I don't think just, disarming right at the beginning of the discussion is gonna get us very far. Because ultimately, Lonnie Kai holds all the cards about what they are and aren't gonna put on the lot. And whether they agree with Frankie or not becomes immaterial, because they can always point back to the approval of this variance saying blanket waiver of everything in that section.
That is correct.
That was my
Yeah,
concern.
so, out of the 4 variances, what I've heard is that you want to take the 2 variances off, number 1 and number 2, and only consider granting number 3 and 4 with the condition that there is some type of landscaping plan.
Well, I think, so for me, number 1, again, I still read it as, I think, believe Councilor Safford does. To me, I read it as a blanket statement that all units, even though we've talked about it, I'd like to further make that number 1 be more compliant with, I'm okay with agreeing with you when it comes to the amount of spaces versus staff. Again, it's a small amount, but I want it to be in the variance that it states that, because to me, I read this as you're getting rid of all parking associated with a 25-unit hotel.
Okay, so I'll amend that to say, 15 spaces. The resolution of the town, it says, a variance to remove required parking associated with the use of the lot as a 25-unit hotel, and then we can just add language, except for 15 spaces.
Maybe we kind of change the way that's worded, a variance to require 15 spaces for use of the 25-unit hotel.
That'll work.
I
And then
have-
if you wanna look at number 2,
Sarah's
variance to remove
Sarah's
site
not
design.
happy with that.
Hold on,
Sorry.
Sarah.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
We were going to require a parking plan, and the parking plan would help determine how many parking spaces were provided, how many parking spaces were needed, so that way we don't have to nail down right now how many parking spaces are actually, because we don't have a full count of both lots that seem to share parking spaces. So that was part of the conditions, the landscape betterment plan as well as the parking plan.
You have a parking plan. It's Exhibit 1 to the application. That was approved by the town in 2023.
Well, that's what I was trying, to me, I felt like we were talking about this specific property.
So the parking plan would also include the lighting. I mean, the idea is that it's holistic, and that was what we had discussed in between on the break. But
I'm okay with your language in number 1. Now, number 2, a variance through site design requirements such as
Wait, you just
providing
said that
lighting
was agreed to.
for vehicle and pedestrian uses. I want to cross out the turnaround area sufficient to allow 90-degree parking at the end of the road. The ability to turn around and exit the lot in forward orientation. Stacking requirements, additional, well, you want to leave drainage in. This says additional drainage. If you want to just take the additional out and put drainage and parking lot landscape required as in section 10.4.16 or 10.4.19, I could agree to that.
But isn't Sarah just saying that that's not, what you're saying, Bob, is not what you all agreed to?
I
in the
thought the
break?
discussion was that, I mean, the reason we don't need the 1 and 2 is because after this, we're gonna have a condition in this that they would provide a landscape betterment plan that would be reviewed by management and a parking plan that would be part of the discussion, because we needed to figure out what all the parking on both lots was. If that's not what we discussed and that's not what we agreed to, somebody correct me.
Well, I get what you're saying. I wasn't in your talks, but I understand what you're saying. But I think what's being missed here, at least what I'm hearing, is the actual number. So they're not comfortable in making an agreement of saying, we're just gonna give you a plan, and you say, nope, we still want 40 spaces assigned to this, versus what we've been talking about back and forth. You're saying 50%, they're saying 15. How do you put that in the language to allow that to not be, I don't wanna go through this exercise that we've gone through, and then they submit a plan and you're like, no, we still want the spaces that.
So if the idea is that we're concerned regarding the number of spaces that are available, I thought that the concern was more that it may not be the number that it says in the code, and there may be additional flexibility that could be provided, and that we don't know how we're enforcing that regulation. So I thought leaving it more flexible, looking at the sites holistically, was a better option for everybody. But if that is not the case, and we want to specify how many parking spaces are required, I mean, we can point to what the code says, which 67% of the required parking would be required. We can either, I mean, they could ask for a variance from that too, though. They could say they want to vary from that requirement, but how do we evaluate that, and how do we actually enforce that?
There's a parking plan. It's Exhibit 1 for this parking lot. They want to incorporate all the Lani Kai properties, and we're not prepared to do that at this time. We've given them the information they need to do that, but I don't want to make that contingent on this. I want this to pass. We're in the middle of season. They need to try and generate some revenue. So again, 15 parking spaces. I think the determination was made that it's bayfront, so it's 50%, not 0.67. And then we're willing to go with having a requirement that there be a light and landscaping plan. And the rest of it should stand on its own. And we're willing to take 15 spaces.
If I could interject, Bob, I don't think staff is comfortable with the bayfront definition.
No.
I know they're not.
Right.
That it's
And I
15
think
or
in
21
order for this
or
to go
20.1.
anywhere.
But I thought the mayor already kind of made it.
No, I did not.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I
think
saw where
that's-
I saw exactly what they meant when it comes to Bayfront. However, it doesn't mean that we can't discuss parking spaces, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And we can compromise and say 17, 18.
That's what I'm trying to get at. I agree with staff and their determination about the Bayfront based on what we looked at on 34 dash whatever it was. However, that I also agree with you that, you know, the spaces, at the end of the day, I think we've all agreed, and again, I don't want to speak for my fellow council members, but at the end of the day, you're the only one that's gonna be in trouble if you don't have enough spaces for the people that are gonna stay at your unit.
Correct.
We're not. And I don't want something to be hung up on something that we have to worry about enforcing and not enforcing, and, you know, whether you have 15 or 20 spaces, we're not gonna be out there saying, hey, you've rented 21 spaces. It's just
And
not
that
gonna
makes
happen.
perfect sense. That's the whole purpose of the land development code with regard to parking, is to make sure if a business is operating, they have enough spaces on their own property to house people. That was the whole purpose of that section.
Mr. Mayor, you seem extremely close to being able to make a motion, and I encourage you to give it a stab.
Well, yeah, but I'm just trying to get there to where I'm not giving heartburn to the staff and try to make it, to me, staff seems more comfortable by not including variances 1 and 2. And I'm okay with keeping 1 in there, but using the verbiage that you two have worked out.
Agreed.
You know, at least that clarifies that, at least in my mind. I don't know if it clarifies it for Councilor Sappin, but at least that eliminates that concern that all the parking can be used for.
I agree.
I think
And
we're
I'm
really-
okay
I
with
think we're
modifying
really,
number
really
2,
close.
but
Can I
you're gonna leave in this
take a
turnaround
stab?
sufficient.
Yeah, let's hear it. Nancy,
Let's let
please.
Nancy, please.
Okay, so, saying that the parking and landscaping plan approving 15 spaces for use, for use for the 25-unit hotel motel. So in the plan itself, you're saying that there's gonna be 15.
Or does it make, how many years are we gonna, there's so many, was there 43? Is that how many parking spaces?
May I?
43 spots,
Yeah.
and that was
40
determined by staff. We've agreed at 2 prior LPA meetings that there's 43 spots.
So the 43 number, it came from the requirement of 1.2 parking spaces per unit. 25 times 1.2. I apologize for doing math. I'm not very good at it.
That's the number needed. The
Okay.
number of total spots
Okay.
is 43.
Then the number of needed spots is 30, and before the 33% discount. So what if you want to put a specific number that they may not go below to serve the actual use on that lot, it would be 33% discount of 30 parking spaces. So what that is 30 times 0.33, a reduction of 10 parking spaces. So what they would actually have is you would be approving no less than 20 parking spaces dedicated to their main use, which is the hotel use. Anything left over is up for discussion and can be dealt with during the parking drainage or the parking, landscaping, lighting process that we're going to go through. So if you want to put a number on there, I think 20 is the bare minimum. I do not agree with the 15 based on their interpretation of where the pedestrian lot is, or the pedestrian pathway is.
Again, if you look at 34,676A2, the number is a 50, multiplier is 50%.
I mean, at the end of the day now, you said 17, they're saying, is 3 parking spaces
Yeah, I
really
know, I
a
know.
huge discrepancy in the grand scheme of things? I mean,
Not really,
as
no.
Ken, I mean.
But you're establishing a precedent, I guess, so, and I think since the code is unclear, the tie should go to the runner, in this case, the applicant, but that's just.
Of course it does. Well, we
If we
have
were only playing
expert
baseball.
testimony,
So,
so. You have your
yeah,
planners who are
exactly.
interpreting your code for you
So-
with their
Okay,
knowledge.
so how does that apply? So I think we've agreed on variance number 1. The variance number 2 is, so that will go away, but we would put a condition in?
Or you can leave it providing lighting for vehicle and pedestrian use and landscaping, but I want you to take out this turnaround area sufficient to allow 90-degree parking at that blah, 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 and all that stuff. Additional stackage, if you wanna leave the drainage in there, I mean, that's fine, but I think we need to cross out all the middle stuff, and I'll rely on the attorney to draft it.
So I'm back at variance number 1. So
instead of
the
15,
variance request is to eliminate all of it. So now you are willing to reduce it, is it 20 or is it 15?
Well,
Because your
I'm gonna-
planner
I-
said no less than 20.
I'm gonna go with staff on this, and go with the 20, that's, when I make a
Okay.
motion, that's what I'm gonna make, so.
Okay,
We'll
all
agree
right.
with that.
So then
think
number
we'll-
2, you're modifying the variance, and the request is to change what is currently before council to do what? To eliminate,
We want to eliminate a variance to remove site design requirements.
so you don't want to, you're okay doing site design requirements because that would be in your plan, your parking plan. Sarah's saying no.
We're not doing a new parking plan. We've got a parking plan. It's Exhibit 1.
Okay, so
what
you're
we're
not
doing is
you're
we're-
saying that you no longer need a variance for that, for the design requirements.
Correct,
Okay.
because there is no design requirement, correct?
May I
Well,
make
there
a
is- will-
point here
there'll
as
be
far
with
as,
lighting and everything. Oh, that's
But
separate?
we're gonna
The-
go specific to lighting, I think. Is that?
so the turnaround issue is not a big issue to staff. That was part of the section, that's the reason it got into here. But they generally have dealt with that problem by removing those 5 parallels through the previous LDO process. So if they want to get rid of that requirement in this approval, that's fine, because they've already done it as far as their LDO is concerned, okay? Now, the one problem with stacking is if we get rid of that requirement and the whole issue of having a condition of approval where they do not interface with the customer until they're 40 feet into their lot is meant to do the same thing to avoid stacking onto a stero. If you want to develop a gate on a stero for your condo property, that gate has to be set 40 feet back from the estero to give the chance for 2 or 3 cars to be able to get onto the lot without backing up a stero. Our concern here is not that they have a gate necessarily, but we want them to engage with the car, not at the very edge of the property where anybody behind them would then be stacked into a stero. We want them to meet the requirements just like if you had a fence where you don't talk to them until you're 40 feet into the property to give a chance for multiple people to stack up behind as they're talking to the attendant.
So essentially, you're just asking them to take their stand where it's at now in a stero and move it back closer to the building.
Move it into the property 40 feet from the property line, and that's where they would engage with them. And it's there to basically be a proxy for people that have gates on a stero. We want them held to the same requirements because we know stacking does happen.
Sure.
If we decide to put a gate up, we would agree with that, but there's no gate going up that I'm aware of. And y'all have been down a stero. This traffic is slow and moving slow, so there's really no stacking issue. And there hasn't been. Has anybody ever complained to council or staff about not a stacking issue? I know about slow traffic, but
I think your question should be, has there ever been somebody that hasn't complained
Right, exactly.
about traffic and whatever reasons?
well, I don't think the Lenny guy, that driveway's gonna make a difference. So I would ask, I mean, we're jumping now, we're requiring more requirements. We agreed to the landscaping, we agreed to the lighting, and we agreed to review the drainage. And that's I gotta draw a line here somewhere. Now we're talking about turnarounds and moving the stand back and, limit driveway width to 25 feet. And I think those have to come out.
Well, I think in fairness, we were willing, the staff's recommendation is to completely remove the request for variance number 2 altogether, not piecemeal it like you're trying to do. And I'm trying to understand what it is that you're fighting for to keep it in there.
Okay,
That
if I
doesn't give a
remove
blanket approval that contradicts a CO.
If I remove that, then we have to comply with all these things, because we're not getting a variance from these things. So if we remove it, we have to comply with stacking requirements, turnaround and exit the lot in a forward orientation. We have to comply with all those. That's why we're asking for a variance to not have to comply with those.
I mean, I get that, but staff is pretty factual about what they believe and what they think is going to be beneficial. So, I'm trying to, we're getting close, but
This was based on the fact that we were taking this from a shared parking lot to a completely commercial parking lot. And that was the thing the LPA had trouble with. If you're gonna do that, then we want you to come in complete compliance with everything. We met with staff and we agreed that we would not open it up to a general parking lot. We would comply with the statute, the ordinance that says that you're allowed to have 1.2 for every unit. We agreed that there was 43 units at the LPA, and we agreed on the number was 30. What we didn't realize at that time is that there was a 0.67 factor. When I pointed that out to staff, they agreed and said, okay, the number is 20. So we keep opening this door now and making things more. It just doesn't seem fair. None of this was discussed at the LPA. I thought we had an agreement that we were just gonna do the landscape. At that point, I thought we had an agreement we were just doing landscaping. Now we're talking about lighting and drainage. So we're kind of pushing this a little bit, in my opinion. Remember, this was a legal, non-conforming use.
Right, and you're asking for it to become a legal conforming use.
Correct,
So,
but the law
So then it
says
changes
that
it.
if you're in existence prior to the statute or the ordinance or even the incorporation, that you don't have to come into compliance. I hate to use the word grandfathered in, but I think that's the common term most people understand. So this is an effort for us to come into compliance and satisfy staff. On the legal side, I don't believe we have to. I think we're a legal, non-conforming use, so, I mean, there's gotta be some give and take here, and I think Frankie's expressed it, and I appreciate his responses. You know, we came into this, when I first met with staff, I made it emphatically clear that we were not doing a landscape, and we were not doing drainage, we were not gonna come into compliance. The only thing we agreed with was keeping that road open and back. So we moved forward based on that premise. We went to the LPA, they granted the variances. They granted they granted the special exception before the variances, which kind of puts the cart before the horse, but, so, I don't understand why we gotta do all this other stuff now, that's all.
So
I'm okay with
Mayor, I'm very uncomfortable with this because 5 years from now, I'm not sure what is being given, what isn't. And I have an obligation to make sure that you all know what you're voting on specifically. The request that you have before you is for variances. If they want to modify that, my suggestion would be that we require them to put it in writing as to specifically what they're asking us for. And then I think you could make your decision based on that, because right now it's changing too much, and again, I want to make sure that you know exactly what you're getting and what you're not getting. So maybe another break, and maybe we proceed with the rest of our agenda. When they're ready, they come back. We can just continue it for an hour or so and let them figure it out.
Or continue to
Or
another
continue,
meeting.
or continue. I mean, this has gotten to the point
Or
where,
continue to another meeting.
yeah, I
Date certain.
think we should agree to council and continue this so everyone can be on the same page.
is that a motion?
I would so move.
I'll second.
To the date certain of,
February 21st?
for both items?
Well, he's the motion.
Or, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
For the first
She's got a-
item?
She's got a quicker calendar.
There's a motion, let's get through that, and then we'll just hold on.
I think we all,
Hold on, Scott, we gotta procedurally, there's already been a motion, and there's been a second, so we gotta let that play out, and then we can have discussion after that, and then we have to take a vote.
We should be voting on both of the items because we have a variance and we also have a special exception. So it
I
should
agree.
be 2 votes if you want to continue both of them to a subsequent meeting.
are we having a discussion, can I make a point? I
In-
think
in-
we,
In a second, hold on,
Okay.
I just wanna make sure procedurally we're doing it the right way.
Right.
What is the date certain?
To the next town meeting, which is on February 18th,
18th, sorry.
which is Tuesday, the 18th.
And
Okay.
that would be, Vice Mayor, that is for the variances?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And are you, as a seconder, are you amending your second to be, I'm assuming,
Date certain of February 18th.
okay.
Is there another date? I have a mediation all day on that date.
What's the meeting after that?
I'm going to March.
March 4th?
No,
Or
but
March
yes.
3rd?
The March 3rd.
March
Is that-
3rd.
Is that better?
March 3rd is good with me.
I would amend the motion accordingly.
And the second?
I'll second accordingly.
Okay.
Okay, Scott, go ahead, discussion?
I think we've all agreed that we can give them a special exception, am I not? I think the hangup is on the variances.
Well, that's a second, that
haven't
would be
even
a
gone
second
there yet.
motion. This is specifically
Right.
just for the variances.
This is,
Okay.
we're
All
only
right,
voting on the
okay.
variances right now, B.
So
And
just,
the request is to continue it
And then we'll
to
take,
March the
there'll be a
3rd,
second motion for the,
as far as the disposition of the special exception, correct?
Fine. Cool.
okay. We've got a motion and a second to continue till March 3rd. Any further discussion, John?
None.
Okay. Vice Mayor Earl?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'll be an aye as well, that motion carries unanimously. Then let's go to the, where am I at?
Special exception.
Special exception. Oh, I dropped myself down here. Do I have to read the title again? 'Cause I've
No,
already read it.
we did that before,
Okay.
so we're good.
I
So-
move we approve the special exception, resolution 2528 for 1479 Estero.
Oh,
Where's
the Yeah.
other public
Did we do public comment on the variance?
we did.
We
Okay.
did.
Yeah, no one
Came,
spoke, yes.
okay.
So you made a motion to approve the
Approve
special exception?
Special exception.
Is that, okay. We got a motion by Counselor Safford. Is there a second? I'll second for discussion. Nancy, can we do that, or are we in the same, do we have to, I don't wanna do the same thing that the LP had to go through.
They really should be traveling together.
Okay.
We're kind of separating them. I mean, if you granted the special exception, you're granting the use. But they're not gonna be able to do anything with their special exception because they need the variances in order to operate the way that they're operating.
They should both be continued.
So it's kind of a,
What's your legal opinion? We should,
I think you should keep them together.
okay.
I would recommend that you continue this one and let them travel together, and then when the variances come back, you would have a better picture of the entire situation.
Okay, then can I rescind my second, or do we have to take a vote because there was a motion and a second?
You can rescind it.
Procedurally.
You could, I think you can rescind it.
I'll rescind it
Okay.
as well.
Is there, would you like to amend your motion then?
Or have a new one.
Or have a new one, whichever.
Yeah.
Yes. So, we went, yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to continue the special exception to the date certain of March third,
Yes,
2025 at 9 a.m.
yes.
Now is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All right, I'm an aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Kane?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Wow, that was Yeah, I tried. All right, next is a 6-month review of approved resolution 23-87 for a special exception, SEZ 202-30126, that allows temporary outdoor consumption on premises with retail use at 163 Old San Carlos Boulevard. Do I need to go through all of this? Probably should, okay.
You should, but I don't know that we have,
She's here.
She's here.
okay, very good.
If any
Yeah,
town
go
council
ahead.
member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor King?
I received an email against it.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I don't believe I've received anything in a long time.
I have received emails against it, as well as complaints for the noise. And I've obviously been by the site many, many times. Counselor Woodson?
I too have received emails and complaints about the noise and the lateness of the music.
Counselor Safford?
Ditto.
All right. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert witness by this town council based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert witness in the field of land use, planning, and development of the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who'd like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from the staff?
Yes.
Yes, she says yes. Okay, go ahead, Judith.
Good afternoon, Judith Frankel, Principal Planner. So this, we talked about 6 months ago, almost exactly, August 7th. So you granted a 6-month extension of the initial 1-year period for the special exception for 163 Old San Carlos Boulevard. So now we're at the end of that 6 months period, so you have the ability to further extend the special exception if you choose. I did want to remind you from the meeting minutes, what transpired in August. At that time, no permit applications were submitted because their insurance was still in litigation. The property owner reported that she was waiting for the property to be sold in Texas and then would begin repairing the building. The Tiki Bar was open at Friday and Saturdays. I believe that's the continued pattern. At that meeting, Councilmember Woodson indicated the music was too loud. Ms. Bahan replied that she would turn down the amplified music at 10 p.m. Staff reached out to code compliance, and there were no open notices of violation. We did hear, since the postcards went out from, I think, 2 nearby residents who were unsatisfied with the noise volume, but had not actually filed formal complaints. So those 2 that came in to me, I did forward to code compliance, so they were gonna look into it. Those residents pointed out the noise, but also signs being like an A-frame sandwich boards kind of sign being left in the on the sidewalk, which would not be permitted. But as I said, we don't have any open notices of violations for the property, and code agreed to look into those 2 complaints, but they're gonna need people to make a formal complaint, so that they can investigate it. So the applicant, the owner is here,
Okay.
if you have any questions for them.
See if anybody's got any questions for you first.
Okay.
Scott, any questions for Judith?
Not right now.
Okay.
I'll hold mine.
No.
No.
I don't have any right this time.
Okay.
Thanks. Come on up.
Mayor, may I ask the applicant, did you have any questions that you wanted to ask any of the council members regarding their disclosures? Because they did disclose that they had received some emails.
I was only advised by Judith of one particular email and provided a copy of that.
Okay, how many?
How many emails are we talking
Yeah,
about?
how many
Because I
emails
was
did
only
you guys
provided
get?
one.
Multiples, or, because we'd like to make sure that they're aware of what you were able to read.
And this was as of Friday, right? I was provided one email.
I could be wrong, but I don't think I received any.
I'm only seeing one that I received on January 30th.
Is that the one you have? The
I
January
believe so.
30th?
That was the one, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's mine
That's
is,
the
that's
one.
the most pertinent, but you've unfortunately been wrapped into a couple other emails about other issues and going back to your property has been referenced. I think
Okay.
does that make sense?
I guess, but
Yeah.
I haven't been provided with those emails regarding my property and referencing. So what are the emails?
I'd have to look them up, Susie. I mean,
Judith provided me the one with the,
so it's,
residents on
a lot of
Water
it,
Street.
a lot of it's is generalities, that just, we don't want our place turned into the downtown district where there's loud music going on constantly. Did they specifically say your place? But no, it was inferred. Does that make sense?
Well, if they didn't say mine specifically,
No, it was
then were they
pretty,
in?
it was pretty inferred.
Well, did they come out and say mine?
Well, the one I'm referring to was from Wednesday, January 29th with Judith. You forwarded to me. I don't know if you forwarded it to everyone.
Our typical process is I send them to Amy, so Amy can kind of keep track.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right?
Oh, no, yeah, I'm sorry, you sent it to Amy. It was forwarded to me from this Gloria, and it does specifically mention you by name.
Right, that was the one I was
That's
provided.
the one I'm referring to.
That's
yes.
Mhm.
the only one I received.
Now, regarding the Gloria email, I believe that was the one that you provided to me. The house that she lives in is literally the first house behind the parking lot of what is John Richard's parking lot. So she is the first house behind the commercial entertainment district, Old San Carlos Boulevard of Fort Myers Beach. When I initially opened, she and her husband were there almost on the daily, and they also had no windows in the back of their house. They had tarps on the back of their house. And then they proceeded to put up, which is their prerogative, that's fine, picture windows across the back of their house. Okay, but they're literally the house that is right behind the entire Old San Carlos Boulevard, which is the commercial entertainment district of this beach. You're gonna have some residual noise. I mean, my knowledge of Fort Myers Beach, and I lived here my whole life, is that Old San Carlos Boulevard was developed before the residential areas. That was the first portion of the beach and its entertainment. It's still essentially the only entertainment. Now, I will say this as far as the noise complaints, and I have brought since we're gonna start with noise complaints, because there were stipulations per the last meeting that I come into or make progress on things, which I have done. I have my DJ here. We have never had music past 10 p.m. No, I haven't, Karen.
I've heard it. I live there.
You're not hearing me. I shut down every night by 10 p.m. on purpose. You may be hearing Mr. Waves. You may be hearing Yucatan. You may be hearing a plethora of others because I still hear Mr. Waves when I shut down. I live in a camper behind that, and my camper's still shaking. But I'm the one that's being targeted as it's my music. I'm just telling you. I also have video with my decibel meter of various other establishments on Old San Carlos Boulevard past 10 p.m. But nobody's out in front of mine with a decibel meter. They're just saying, oh, it's Susie Q's. And to your comment, Scott, about turning the downtown into Miami Beach, what was, I'm sorry, what?
No, so here's the issue. Susan.
The issue.
And I think we can all work together.
Okay.
To figure this out.
I mean.
So your question was, how many emails did you receive?
Right.
I think we're all in agreement that we've received that one email on the 29th or 30th. But and this hasn't even come before us yet, but we still get copied on emails about this food truck going over here. And they don't want the noise, nothing about Miami Beach, they are referencing the noise on Old San Carlos.
Okay.
So they're not picking on you per se, but it's referenced that noise, whether it's coming from you or Mr. Waves or wherever it's coming from. So that was a concern of that neighborhood.
Okay, that's
So-
fine. And I appreciate that clarification, but I was only provided with the one email.
Yeah, and that was pretty much
what we have.
the email. And I believe there were a couple 6 months ago, same issue. I haven't seen any other than that one later last week that specifically referenced your place.
Okay, well, if I'm going to be made to comply, which is fine, then everybody else is going to be made to comply. And we're going to have a uniform system of how we apply these regulations. You should be having people out there with decibel meters. So where are the time, date stamped videos of my establishment going above the decibel meters? Because I'm going to tell you, I live directly behind my bar in a camper because I can't live in my house. I hear Mr. Waves constantly, 1:30 in the morning, and I sit there and I think, I'm going to get blamed for this. I have people that want to party way past 10 o'clock on a Friday and Saturday night, and that's fine, but I shut my music down. And my employees were here, but they had to leave. This is my DJ, Jean Carlos. He is here, and he will testify that we are shut down a lot of times earlier than 10 o'clock. So if you're going to accuse me of something, then I need evidence that I've done something wrong. Because I'm tired of being targeted. Now, I'm just trying to survive after everything I've lost. I mean, you asked that I get a contractor. I have. Steve Maldonado has been here for hours. You asked that I get an appraisal. That's scheduled. I'm in federal court fighting FEMA insurance. My house in Texas is for sale. What am I supposed to do with that bar building? My contractor is in talks with Joe Specht, has been in talks. The demolition has been extended out because we're working on a plan to get some sort of progress made, but I have to have income to do that. And I have to have liquidity to do that.
Let me ask you, on that point there, I understand what you're saying.
Mhm.
5,000 people on the island that are residents are going through the same problem you are, some are in different degrees, so, including all of us sitting up here.
Mhm.
So we certainly understand how hard it is to come back from a storm like that.
Right.
We sympathize with you. However, part of your argument is that this is financially hard for you,
Mhm.
yet you're only open one day, maybe 2 times a week.
No,
You're not
Dan.
open every day.
I'm open every day.
Then my eyes lie to me, because when I go by, half the time you're closed.
We were closed last week on Thursday because I was sick with a respiratory infection.
My point is,
And I was only open 3 days over the summer months, and then I was closed September, October, November, and I did not come back. I took everything off before Milton. I would not bring anything back until after hurricane season because I wasn't going to lose what I have left.
and again, I sympathize, I'm just trying to get, and I agree with Scott, and there's something we can get to here, but we all have been struggling.
Mhm.
You're no different than anyone else.
I'm aware.
Your circumstances may be different than mine or anyone else sitting
Right.
up here, but I can tell you as a small business owner,
Mhm.
we all work our butts off after
Mhm.
Hurricane Ian to say survive, and we're not closed any day, for whatever reason, because we can't, because in your point, we're trying to survive, we're trying to get back to where we were.
Right.
So, I pause a little bit when you say that, but when I go by, you're closed.
I'm closed because I don't have the ability to hire staff, additional staff to stay open. It's either I work or what I have works, and they're not always available.
Continue.
I do what I can, Dan.
Understand?
So maybe this might be helpful. In the resolution on page 369 of your agenda materials are the conditions. And her role today is to show that these conditions have not been violated.
Mhm.
That might put into context a little bit better.
You're talking about section 3
Um,
on 369?
Section 4.
Section 4, there we go. So let me ask you, Frankie, I know at the last discussion, it was the intent to show progress,
Mhm.
right? Does the staff feel, and I don't know if you I should be asking or the other staff, does the staff feel that there's been any progress, or, I don't want to use the word significant, but has there been any progress at all on the property that we're talking about? Not 163, but the one next door, because that's what, originally it was.
So you're talking about the structure?
Yeah, well, because I know,
185.
I had a meeting with you and your mom,
Mhm.
sitting here, we talked about that, and I'm just wondering if there's been any.
No, there hasn't.
It doesn't appear that there's been any violations, so to speak, but has there been any progress with permits or cleanup or?
Not in the meantime, no. So I know there's discussions going on with Joe Specht about what can be done with that. That's where it was left. I'm not privy to any other discussions.
What discussions have you had with Joe?
Steve, do you want to come up? Sure. This is my contractor, Steve Maldonado. Joe, and I have been in conversation. My demolition has been pushed out because we have to have an appraisal done. The appraisal, once we get that done, will allow us to work with Joe more precisely on that 50-50 rule.
So you
Yeah.
said demolition, so is it your plan to demo that building
We have
now?
to establish the value to see if we're at below the 50% rule. So that's what I'm waiting on. It's supposed to be in the next 10 days, the appraisal.
Just curious, you don't have to get angry about it, I'm just curious, why is it taking 2.5 years to get that appraisal?
It costs money,
Of course it does.
and I'm doing the best I can. I have other expenses outside of this that are very high.
Okay.
Anyway, Steve, do you wanna talk to your point of your conversation with Joe Speck?
Sure. Steve Maldonado, Maldonado, Coast to Coast Construction. I've been sworn in. I had a conversation with Joe Speck, because she wanted to get the building built back up again after the hurricane. The issue was that there was a demolition proposal, I guess, for the building. For whatever reason, I don't know why, but when I came to talk to Joe Speck, he says there has to be progress so that we can see what's going on. So at that point, I got involved to help her get the appraisal and to see with the engineer and all the money that needs to be the 50-50 rule to see if it even can be done. So that's where we're at right now. The appraisal has been set for, I believe, in the next 10 days. And then as soon as that's done, the engineer and I are gonna sit down, try to see if the numbers are gonna work. And if they do work, great, then we'll submit for a permit and hopefully, start fixing her property. But up until now, we're just on a holding pattern right now because of the appraisal. And unfortunately, there's so many people that are looking for appraisals right now, they're kind of running a little bit behind. But we're definitely up to speed with it, and we have made some progress to get her moving along so that we can make this process a little bit faster.
At one point, and maybe this is a question for Joe, but at one point, was the property red tagged? Was it deemed unsafe? Or is that not?
I don't know.
I'll ask Joe, then, that's fine. Joe's here, I'll ask him, but, so you think in the next 10 days you should have that appraisal back to determine whether you're gonna have to demolish it or build it?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the plan if it's gotta be demolished? Maybe that's a question for you, Susie.
The plan is, I'm just gonna sell it. I'm selling everything.
And if you can build it under the 50% rule?
Then I'll redo it.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm done.
Okay, just a question for Joe real quick, if you don't mind.
Sure.
About the red tagging, I don't know if it was or wasn't, at some point I thought I heard it was red tagged.
Yes, it
And-
was.
And so you deemed it as substantially damaged?
I deemed it as unsafe.
Unsafe, okay. But had nothing to do with the damage, just it was an unsafe building. Is it still red tagged?
Yes. So she came to me right after being red tagged
Mhm.
and asked for an extension because her intention was to rebuild it, restore it, and I gave her that permission because I can't really determine substantial damage or not until there's some kind of a proposal to the town.
Okay. So yours was for unsafe, that's the clarity I want. It wasn't substantially damaged, it was an unsafe structure.
Correct.
Okay. That helps.
Okay.
That's all I need, Unless somebody else has a question for Joe.
That was my question.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Didn't mean to pull you away. I know you're probably pretty busy. Okay. Questions for Sarah? John?
For
Or
Sarah?
Susie, I'm sorry. Well, if you got questions for Sarah too.
Sarah's like, what?
Any questions for Susie?
Sarah, did I fall asleep during this meeting?
You're still dreaming of parking lots.
Nothing currently.
All right, Vice Mayor?
I don't. In full confession, I watched your interview on Beach Talk Radio, so I think I got a pretty good fact pattern of what you've been going through, so I don't have any additional questions.
Okay.
Karen?
I'm good.
I'm good right now.
Okay. The only other thing, I did go down there just to walk by this weekend,
Mhm.
and I don't have a decimal meter. I don't have, it wasn't at 10 o'clock, it was the middle of the day.
Mhm.
You were obviously open, the DJ was playing, I don't know if it was you, sir, or not.
It was.
And I could hear word for word everything that was being played on the corner at SOB. And people were uncomfortable. So your neighbor, restaurants, patrons were uncomfortable at the level that was being played this weekend. And I heard it firsthand. So
Okay.
I don't know if it could have been bouncing off the building, I don't know, but it was very, very loud to the point where people sitting on the railing were like, where's that music coming from? So just giving you that information that it is very loud, even during the middle of the day. So just wanted to give you that.
I think it's how we're situated, to be honest, between the two buildings. I don't know if it just echoes there.
It's possible.
Okay.
But I'm just giving you that for future reference, that take a walk down, you'll hear exactly what I heard. It was, I mean, the music was good, you're doing a good job. I mean, I was dancing, I'll give you that, but it was very loud.
Okay.
That's all I have.
I guess I do have, for clarification, so within next 10 days, you'll know whether you're going forward or not then? or-
Correct.
Okay.
Approximately. I am at the discretion of his schedule. I was told approximately 10 days, so I should clarify that.
So I would like to clarify that a little bit. So the appraiser said, Steve, we're gonna get to you as soon as we can. Right now, he's saying 10 days. He may have an issue that comes up, it may be 15. So, but he did say 10 days.
From when he comes out to assess it.
Yeah, but that,
When he
so,
comes out, right.
once he comes out and assesses it, though, it's gonna take you guys a couple, 3 weeks to figure out, hey,
What the numbers
Well,
are.
you,
yeah,
you
we
can make
just-
the note,
yeah.
you kinda have, I'm sure in your head what.
More or
well,
less,
yeah,
yes, more or
I mean,
less.
I'm not gonna pinpoint it, but
Right.
you've got a ballpark, so if those numbers work.
Correct.
And you say, hey, I think we can do this, then you're gonna submit it to the town and go through the process.
Correct. And again, I think that we're, you know, and she's trying really hard to try to get this done. I mean, there's been times when she calls me on Saturday and Sunday and text messages at night because she's very desperate to get this done. So she is trying really hard because she has been calling me a lot. And I have told her that I will, you know, try to help her as best as I can and to do whatever I can to get it going. But I think within the next 10 days, 15 days, we'll get it. And then, of course, like you said, it'll probably take a couple of weeks to kind of put everything together, so we can submit the permit, and see how we can get this done for her as quickly as possible.
All right, thank you, Steve.
Can I
Yes,
just have one
absolutely.
question? Susie, and I sort of didn't want to ask a lot of these questions because I want to respect your privacy, but you did share on Saturday just about some of your plight. And I guess I'm curious, just my former insurance camp, you're in litigation right now with your insurance company. Is it the is the litigation preventing you from tearing down the building because you need it to before a lot of people are being told they can't tear down their building because until the litigation issue is settled with their insurance company, they can't tear it down. Is it that, or is it the awaiting of a potential settlement that's holding you back, or is it both?
Both.
So they are actually telling you as part of the
No,
litigation?
I'm sorry, Jim. They issued me a check, and then they put a stop payment on it. We don't know why. They won't answer questions.
And this is a company that you're insured through FEMA, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
This is Baker's Insurance, which is FEMA-backed flood insurance.
Yeah.
And we spent 2 years trying to negotiate. They'd start, they'd stop, they'd start, they'd stop. Now we have taken them to federal court. Actually, my attorney, Bob Brandt, is heading that lawsuit. We had they were supposed to respond to the court by January 2nd. And they asked for another 30-day extension. So they had till February 2nd.
And I guess my question is the insurance company asking you not to take action on that building until the litigation is solved? Or is it more of an issue of you're just waiting for that check not to be canceled and to be able to proceed accordingly with your life?
Well, that insurance policy was the insurance to grant me continuation of my life.
No, I totally get you. In some instances, people are told not to tear down.
No, I haven't been said that.
Okay.
I haven't been told that, excuse me.
That's fine. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks. Public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment? Come on up, sir.
How are you? Good morning. My name is Giancarlo Briseño. Address 13815 Waterbury Court, Fort Myers. I'm a DJ with Susie. I'm employed for her. I've been playing. I've been working at the beach. I've been doing different things. DJ, server. I was front of the house manager, Felipe Stacqueria. All of these places have been doing entertainment too. Playing all of them. I never got a complaint on anyone. I play music, Yucatan. I play music. Any spot at the beach I've been playing. I didn't got any complaint before. I shut down my music at 10, and I left because I have equipment. I have lights. I tried to set up everything nice for create ambience for the people to come and enjoy. When I left home around 11:30, maybe midnight, you're still hearing music around, and it's so loud. I don't want to lose my job. I wanna be employed. I wanna help Susie to grow. I wanna grow with the beach too, because I love the beach. It's an amazing spot. I think. I'm not looking for Miami. It's not my style.
No me gusta Miami.
Sorry. It's not my style, of course. That's not what I'm looking for. If you pass and you hear the music, it's a mix of everything. It's everything. It's feelings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anyone else like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do you have any, Susie, do you have any additional comments?
I mean, I guess.
You're gonna come up if you wanna.
I guess I'll just get rid of my DJ.
Well, no one is telling you. You have to
Turn
get rid
down
of
the
your
music.
No one is telling.
No one's telling you that.
You don't have. No one's telling you that. We're just.
I mean,
simply
you're telling
just-
me-
Susie, you got one email for sure.
Right.
Last week.
I guess
I
I
never
just,
said
you know, I,
turn us into Miami Beach. I've been at your place. You know I love your place.
Right.
I mean, and I'm a small business owner. I want small businesses to survive. I want you to employ people.
Mm-hmm.
We just got to do it right. You know,
Okay,
and I think he's willing to do that. If somebody comes by
Mhm.
and complains, we have a process we go through.
Mhm.
You just got to be a good neighbor.
well,
Just
I'm trying to be, but I don't feel that everybody else is being held to my standard under the council. That's how I feel.
Well, you're certainly entitled to your opinion,
that's
and no
not-
one is targeting you.
Nobody's targeting you.
All I've been trying to do is give you constructive
I
criticism.
go to your
and that is
place.
it. That's
Well,
it.
just, I've had singers that have come and they're not loud enough. People want louder music. So I hire a DJ, he's too loud. I shut my music off. I get blamed for the continuation of music. I don't know how to win anymore. I really don't. So I guess I'll just play what I have or bring the music down to where, you know, it can just be heard exactly on my property.
Well,
So,
you even mentioned that maybe it's a setup type of thing, like where you're set up or how you're set up, that the music reverberates or whatever. Is
Mhm.
there a way to look at options of where your setup takes place so that you're not right on the street, it's not going up against all the other bars and restaurants? Is there a way to re-look at that and set things up differently that you maybe don't have that reverberation everywhere?
that would be more of
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, I think some of that back neighborhood towards the north end of the island.
Right.
That does get some of that axillary sound. It's because you're going over that bay.
Yes, and that amplifies the water.
So anything that crosses the water, you can be sitting there on a still night and whisper something and have somebody hear it on the other side.
Mhm.
So it just, if anything, to Ms. Woodson's thing or what Scott was saying, is just try to be cognizant of that and try different things until you find that.
Yeah. I
There's
mean,
gotta be a sweet spot.
excuse me, Frankie. I mean, if you look at what
the whale went through a year ago.
And Rude Shrimp.
And Rude Shrimp. We're going, 6 months to 6 months to 6 months.
Mhm.
And they all had noise complaints.
Mhm.
And the comeback from them was, hey, we will work with, if somebody has a complaint, come by, see what we're doing, and we'll turn it down. You just gotta be a good neighbor. I mean, we don't wanna throttle small businesses, but at the same time, we all have to coexist. And I'm not, if there's an issue with the other places, those have to be complaint driven, and we've got staff to handle those complaints.
Okay.
But I think what we wanna do is have a symbiotic relationship where we give you your blessing to make money, employ people, move forward. Everything here, you're making a clean effort to move forward, and that's what we're looking for.
Mhm.
Just be a good neighbor.
Okay.
That's all we're asking for.
Well,
At least that's what I'm
I have
asking
to
for.
modify everything, which is fine, and I will, to accommodate.
Right, we're not asking you to fire him or close everything down, just you be a good neighbor. If you get people coming by saying, hey man, it's just too loud, that's all you gotta do.
Well, it's only been one person that has said that to me, and I believe they're the elderly couple that lives on 3rd Street.
Okay.
And we did turn it down. So,
Okay. Thank you. Did you, Judith, it looks like you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna summarize, and point you back to the initial, special exception that was approved. It had to be in accordance with section 3488. Staff determined that it has the ability to be in compliance with all of that. Point E is the one I think that we're talking about, here, about whether it's compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment. So that's the one I would point you to in considering. Section 4 of that special exception that was approved has some conditions in it. You may want to consider additional conditions at this time if you're thinking you want to extend this special exception further. That would be the place to add in something additional. We didn't talk about the sign in the sidewalk. That should be removed. You would need a special permit to put something in the right of way, and you wouldn't be permitted to have
Well,
kind of a movable.
In fairness to her, there's been no code violation for that. Either we're not catching it or people aren't turning it in.
Mhm.
But in her defense, there's been no code violation for this sign. But if it's happening, it can't continue to happen, but it's our job to violate someone if they're breaking the code.
Correct. I would also say to the general public, instead of being upset and sending me an email, send it to code compliance. I mean, I can obviously forward emails to code compliance, but they need to have that record for, legal and to pursue any action. They have to have that.
So if it gets, Nancy, if it gets sent to her and she forwards it to code, is that an official code
With-
complaint, or is it gotta go directly to code?
Well, I don't think that part matters, but they have to, I'm gonna look at Frankie for how their process works, but they have to see the violation. It's not enough for, correct?
Something like that. I think we were aware of the sandwich board in the sidewalk a number of times, and we've gone and they've addressed it immediately when they were asked.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, when they were asked.
But your point is several times. It's, I got it, okay. Thanks. All right, I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
So this one's a little bit different.
Okay.
Because, basically we're looking at section 4 and item E, and section 4 talks about, if any of these conditions, are violated, then the approval of the special exception is null and void. So what you'd be looking for is, a motion, saying that they have not violated the conditions. There hasn't been competent substantial evidence provided to you that would show that items A through D were violated.
Okay. A through E? Oh, that E is just the
Yeah,
violation.
A through D.
Okay, discussion? Or motion?
Well, I guess I have a question.
Okay.
So are we looking at another 6 months? Are we looking at what happens when this appraisal comes back, which is supposed to be 10 days, and then they get it back? Are we looking at 3 months maybe instead to get through season? And then by that time, all of the appraisal work should be done, and we'll can know then what's gonna happen with the building, if it's gonna be demolished or whatever.
For me, it's important to know what's gonna happen with that other building.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with a 6 month. I don't know if you're suggesting going to 3 months. I think 6 months is to allow her chance to get through her insurance issues. I mean, we can't control that, but I would really like to see some significant movement on that building one way or another. And I know it's gonna depend on your appraisal, but it sounds like within 6 months, you should be able to get a decision because of, through that appraisal, whether you're gonna tear it down and sell it or rebuild it. Hopefully by then your insurance works out, so I guess I'll make a motion to approve the special exception with the added condition that we need to have, a definitive answer on that building, on whether you're going to tear it down, or whether it has to come down, or whether you're gonna rebuild it. I think that's fair. 6 months is enough time. Unlike you, Scott, I don't, well, I'll discuss it after, but the motion is to approve the extension of the special exception for an additional 6 months, with the caveat of adding the condition that within 6 months, we need to have a definitive answer on the adjacent property.
You okay with that? Yeah. I'll second.
We got a motion and a second. Discussion? So the discussion part is hopefully we'll just take again, just constructive criticism of what I heard personally walking down the street in the middle of the day. You know, we all, as Scott said, we all gotta work together, we all gotta live together on this island. The people that live in a residential neighborhood, you know, they're protected the same rights that you are as a business owner on Old San Carlos. And I agree with you, if there's violations that are happening that we're not catching, that's on us and town staff to address. I don't think that anybody's being treated any differently than you are. I certainly sympathize, you're very emotional about your situation, and as we all are going through very tough things, so we just need to be good neighbors. You know, you can still have fun, it doesn't have to be your blowing music, right? I mean, we can still have fun. I'm more concerned with dancing in the sand, that's a little more difficult for me, but. So with that, hopefully you'll take, and hopefully everything works out for you, Susie, the way that, you know, it needs to work out, but, I think in 6 months we can revisit this. Do I have to add in the motion? I already made a motion in a second, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
For the record, Susie, could we just yield to Susie just for a second to speak out of order, just for a second, just to let people know, folks who are still watching, when you're open and what people can expect when they come to your place?
Well, here's the problem. Weather has been a big issue. It was exceptionally cold. My venue is very, very affected. If it's too hot, if it's too cold, if it looks like rain, if it's raining, if it's too windy, people don't want to sit outside.
Do you post something on your website where people?
I
can
do.
check
I have a
this?
Facebook page, and
Would you say what that is so people who want to
it's
follow?
Susie Q's Tiki Bar and Treasures. Right now, we say that we're open 12 to 9, but it's just, I have one bartender that got in a car wreck. I have another one that's got a bad back, and then there's me. And it's just been a culmination this year.
Totally get that. But I guess my
So-
question is, if somebody wanted to check and they're planning on
They
going out.
could, and we try to update that as much as we can.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
And when they get there, what should they expect? What do you serve? Just talk a little bit about, tell your
So
story.
we're a little bit about we're just a bar.
Yep.
I mean, we're just a bar on sand, and we've got great prices, and we've got entertainment, adjusted volume entertainment. But we try to just offer a kickback, relaxed atmosphere that's affordable to just chill and have a drink.
Very good, thank you.
All right, any further discussion? John, anything else?
I'm comfortable with going forward, especially if Miami Beach is comfortable going forward.
Don't soy Miami Beach. Hate Miami Beach.
I'm just gonna call you MB for short from now on.
There you go. All right, we got a motion and a second. I'm an aye. Who seconded? Scott?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Earl? Aye. And Counselor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, next we have our administrative agenda. The first one is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, ratifying action of the town taken December 3rd, 2024, under the emergency procurement policy to enter into an agreement with Conadaris Builders and General Contractors, Inc. to perform emergency repairs to the road, curbing, sidewalk, and drain field resulting from a water main break near 3780 Estero Boulevard, authorizing payment of invoice number 2985 in the amount of $147,094.45, and providing for an effective date. Joe?
Joe Wanzik, Finance Director, and basically the title of the resolution says it all. We're just asking for formal approval, since it's over $75,000 of this emergency repair expense.
So, was it our water main or was it a Lee County one? And I guess where I'm getting at is because it was an accident, is the insurance company covering this cost from the contractor doing the work? Why are the taxpayers paying for a mistake from a contractor? Or are we gonna be reimbursed?
Yeah, we're trying to kind of track that down right now. I guess what had happened is when the locates went in, they located, I think and the numbers might be a little off, so don't hold me to that, was located at 4 feet. When they drilled down, it was 1.5 feet. So we're trying to figure out as a staff too, if we wanna put this onto, Earthview, who's doing our locates.
You mean,
But it's,
if they did the locate and it was wrong, I would hope that their
I would
insurance
think
would
so,
cover it.
but we haven't gotten that far yet.
But you're going down that path, or you're gonna,
Yeah.
that's my only concern.
Yeah.
Right, we have to pay this invoice, obviously, and then
Right.
we are pursuing like who would be responsible, how it would be covered. But, and that, I don't have that detail yet.
No, I get it. I'm not, I'm more to staff than
Oh,
directly
sure,
at you.
okay.
Jim. I just, you gotta pay it, the work needed to be done, but my hope is that we're gonna go, even if it's legally, we have to go after someone to make sure we get
Oh, yeah.
insurance funding back. Okay. Any questions for Joe or staff? John?
I guess I just have a concern that it happened on December 3rd and we're still not sure if we're gonna go forward with, trying to recoup this, or that's a couple of months to make a decision.
Right?
Yeah, basically, what we're looking for is to find out, one, who did the work. So after the accident was happened and we
I
got all
mean,
the
what do
charges.
you mean, who did the work?
We weren't sure who did the locates at first.
Okay.
So once we got that clarified, which took a matter of time, especially with the holiday involved.
Sure.
That's when we've been started pursuing. So for the last maybe 3 weeks, we've been actively trying to get all of the information we can before we go to the company that did the service for us or on behalf of this situation and have everything together. We don't wanna go in there half-baked and all of a sudden, no, that wasn't us, or how can you prove this? We have everything that we need to have moving forward. So we're trying to do it as pragmatically and as audaciously as we can.
Audaciously. Nice, thank you.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Nothing.
Counselor Woodson?
Nothing.
Scott?
I had the same question.
Okay. Well, then I'll make a motion to approve resolution 25-53 with the condition to give staff the authority to use all means necessary to recoup these funds from whichever contractor made the mistake.
I'll second that.
A motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Earl? Aye. And Counselor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving a second amendment to the agreement between the town and Earthview LLC for stormwater maintenance and repairs to add ground penetrating radar services in and not to exceed an amount of $130,000, authorizing the execution of the second amendment to the town manager and providing an effective date. Joe?
This is related in the sense that we, this ground penetrating radar services is what Earthview uses to locate utilities, and so.
It doesn't sound like somebody did a good job then.
Well. So, why this is here before you is that we have a contract with Earthview, but it did not include these services. We had a line within the agreement that they can provide additional services for a certain rate per hour, but there was nothing really specified as far as what exactly they needed. But they were able to provide utility locate services, and beginning in June, or I think it was June, the town had a need for the services between, there was an influx of utility locate requests coming in. I think this, for two different reasons. One, I think, was for the underground cabling that was being installed across the island, and the other was by FP&L. At the same time, and I'm just trying to go by what I've been able to piece together, the reason for the need for a service contractor to provide these services was that we were also short-staffed in the utilities department. So between an increase in requests and being short-staffed, they needed to supplement the services by outsourcing it. Earthview is willing to do it. We had that language in the contract. But this has been going on now for several months, and it's approaching the $75,000 limit as far as what is under the town manager's authority to authorize. So and then also we did not have a formal contract with Earthview for these services. So this is also, in addition to approving the dollar amount and then projecting what we'll continue to need through March. I think that's what we determined we would need to continue the same level of services going forward through March to complete all these requests. And we also have additional staffing hired now who's able to perform these requests. So we're anticipating that by June that the need for these services would be diminished or eliminated. And so this $130,000 figure is basically to carry us from June of last year all the way through June of this coming year. And then this would also approve the language in the contract, amendment to the contract to cover these services.
And Joe, most of this money will be offset by the wages not being paid to the staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it should.
Any questions for Joe? Scott?
No.
Karen?
Nope.
Jim? No. John?
Frankie, help me with this.
So,
Now, wait a minute, let me finish, please. We began using them in June of last year. We did not use the they did not use the ground penetrating radar for the locates, correct then, or?
they use a multitude of different techniques. So, in this particular case that we referred to previously with the water main break, I would guesstimate that because of where it was on Estero that they would have, only because it is giving you the best result for undisturbed surface underneath that concrete. That's part of our little investigative that we've done on our end here, trying to get them to what did you use on that, and also the contractor that struck that line that caused that water main break. What were you doing? Were you in the right parameter? Were you in the right soil height with your ditch witch to make that connection? So that goes back to tying in, yes, they are using ground penetrating radar. They're not using ground penetrating radar on all the side streets. We originally brought them in to help us with CenturyLink. CenturyLink, we're having, what, about 10, 15, 20 locates a day, and we only had 2 staff at that time. We have a WAN service, just like you would get the Sunshine
Sure.
Company to come out here and do, but that's fine for a residential street where you're just looking for a hardened box or a hardened line or junction, but not where you have a large area. So that's where they bring in the ground penetrating radar. And again, it's just a sled that you pull. It's about the size of a little kid's wagon type unit. But it's looking for that differentiation in soil type. So getting back to 2 questions, yes.
Did I ask 2?
Very well likely
I might
that
have
they
been
did
sleeping.
use this technique on Estero for that locate where we had that water main break. 2, going forward, because of the amount of work that we have with FP&L, not only on our in-town
lighting,
lighting
yeah.
on Estero, but also in our downtown area where we have a lot of sidewalk space. They will be using ground penetrating radar. To what extent, I don't know. Not on every locate, not in every spot. I think Joe and I had the preliminary discussion based on what we had used and what we saw going forward, especially with this project, that deemed sufficient to get us to that point.
John?
I'm mulling. Go ahead.
You were the last one, so it's, you need a motion, or if there's any more discussion.
Is there, this contract is already in existence then?
Yes,
So
sir.
we're just saying, looking to ratify it. There's nothing we could add to this contract at this point?
As far as language or indemnification on their end?
Yes, both.
Yes. It's definitely something that, yeah, I think we can look at any time to amend it.
To amend the
Right,
contract
to
and
amend the
its
existing
terms.
contract.
We can discuss it, and if
Correct.
they're agreeable, we can bring it to you.
Okay, I'd like to see that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That takes care of it for me. Thanks, Dan.
Move approval of resolution 25-54.
Nice.
Okay, got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt. I will second. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, authorizing the town manager or his designee to approve STA number 2 in the amount of $20,085.30 with AIM Engineering and Surveying, Inc., under RFQ-22-25-AD for Arches Hotel Traffic Impact Statement Review, Phase 5, and any associated documents, and providing for an effective date. Yes, go ahead, Judy.
So it's pretty simple. We've used AIM for other transportation impact study reviews. They were operating, we were using them under different STAs that have since expired. The total amount actually expended with them was about a little less than 27,000. To be clear, that money just passes through the town. We bill the applicant for that amount, so it's not coming out of our funds. We
That-
pay AIM and then the applicant pays us.
That's what I was gonna add. Could you just kind of, for those that don't know how this works, just real quickly go through the process of how these reviews work, how it gets paid for? Because there has been some question about this as to who's paying for it, why are we paying for someone
Mhm.
else's review? So just if you could give a quick example or a quick
So-
testimony of how that works.
So, part of the reason we have permitting fees and fees associated with applications is so that the town is not paying for these development applications. So the town is recouping the costs of doing this. We don't have an in-house transportation reviewer. Most municipalities would, and it's a very specific field unless you have a very large municipality. So what happens is when the applicant submits things, we contract then with, in this case, with AIM Engineering. So the town is doing the contracting, and AIM works for us.
So that's the important part I think people need to
Right.
hear is that although it's an applicant or a developer that needs this review, they're paying for it, but we're hiring, it's someone we're hiring, not the applicant.
Correct, and they have their own transportation, the person who's, or group who's preparing their transportation impact study that they contract with, and then they provide that study to us, and then we have our own reviewer. And that way town can rely that this is an independent, or reviewing on the best interest of the town. And part of that scope of work would be that somebody from the organization could come to the meetings to explain any questions, as needed to an LPA or a town council meeting.
This is kind of a little off topic, but I'm wondering, maybe this is a question for Sarah. Would something like this, the gentleman that came in for that MMP meeting, I believe that you brought in that talked about his services, is that something that would fall under his purview in a contract if he was awarded a contract, or this would be separate from that? It would be separate, okay. Just curious if it was all kind of intertwined. Okay. Any questions, Jim?
None for Judith. I do have a question, I guess, for Nancy. Since it has been brought up and there seemed to be confusion around it, should there be something in the resolution about the reimbursement to the town by the applicant, or are
I mean,
we
you
good
could put
enough?
it in there, we can add a whereas clause, but if it's in your code, I don't think it's needed.
Okay.
Well, and I think if they came before for reclamation, for approval, staff would say they haven't paid us for what they're supposed to pay us for.
Correct, and we have been using AIM for this specific project over the last year, and we have received payment for the applicant for the other reviews this group has done.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want that in there, or?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I just wanted your expertise on that.
Oh, thanks.
Jim, any questions? No. Karen?
Nope.
Scott? Nope. Thanks, Judith. All right. Is there a motion for, is it resolution 25-56? Is there a reason we went from 54 to 56, or?
55 was earlier in the agenda, I believe.
I will move 25-56, AIM Arches Hotel Traffic Impact Statement Review, Phase 5.
Okay.
Big old 5.
Got a motion by Counselor King. I'll second. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Addo? Aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is item D. This is to authorize the town manager to sign a release directing the return of a $500,000 letter of credit to Prasad Properties Florida Investments LLC pursuant to the terms of a code enforcement settlement agreement dated December 27th, 2023 between the town of Fort Myers Beach and Prasad Properties Florida Investments LLC.
Town manager.
So,
Frankie?
as the day that this was drafted, and council gave me the authority to make sure that Mr. Prasad was following all the rules of that order, we have called each other many times over different things, whether it be fencing, parking, sand, things like that through the whole hurricane season of last year. Carrie has been very receptive to all my calls and has, in a timely fashion, addressed all the concerns that we immediately had. So, particularly dealing with the conditions of that original agreement, he has met that.
Okay. And Nancy, you have any issues or disagree with anything Frankie said?
No, I have to rely on staff that they've done their reviews. There has been no formal code enforcement action. So I think the evidence is there that he satisfied the conditions of the settlement agreement.
Okay. Terry, do you wanna come up and say anything, or? You don't have to, just saw you sitting back there, thought I'd ask if you wanted to.
All day.
Terry Prasad Properties, Florida Investments. No, I just want to thank Frankie and Nancy for working with us. You know, this thing has been going on for way too long. So we finally got closure to it now. And just looking forward to moving forward and rebuilding Fort Myers Beach.
Okay. Well, we got you up here. Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
Because people are obviously asking about the property on Times Square and the fencing and the old pier side.
Yeah.
You have any plans to clean that area up so that the fence can come down and
Yes,
it's
so
a safer area to
we got
walk around?
about 75% of the concrete removed, and we'll be working this week to get the out of bounds removed, and then we'll get the sand in.
Okay.
And then
Thank
we'll
you.
get
So next couple weeks, we should be able to
We
see
should
that
be able
open
to.
back up and cleared up?
Yep.
Okay. He's looking over at Chad shaking his head no.
No, he's just saying, don't look at me.
Oh.
Happy to hear that.
Okay, good. Thanks for the update, Terry.
Hey, Terry,
Oh,
since you're up here, just wanted to give you an opportunity to, people also ask about the Fresh Catch Junkanoo property. You want to just give us an update on that as well?
That's it? Yeah, no, that's,
So we're in a final phase of our lawsuit with the insurance company. They sent us to what's called an appraisal, whereas they come back out to the site and look at the buildings. We did get the Fresh Catch building that's standing resolved back this summer. We're working on the Junkanoo, but the Fresh Catch shows the wind damage. Our flood claim has been paid. It's our wind damage that we're still fighting for. And hopefully if it's the same team that was working on the Fresh Catch building, then we'll be fine, then we can start working on that.
Is it the same insurance carrier for both buildings?
Yes.
But they're considered separate building?
It was one policy, everything was one, but when they came to adjust the claim, they claimed there was two buildings.
Thank you.
Which has been ruled that it's not.
is your insurance company requiring you to not tear that building down?
We've kept it up because when the appraisal process, they bring their appraiser, we bring our appraiser, and then they bring a judge or a mediator out to the site. And for us to get our balance on the Fresh Catch, It was very, very helpful, and we're doing the same thing so they can see what was caused by wind, because they're claiming that flood took the whole building.
So when is do you have any time frame as to when that will?
So the judge issued the order on January 3rd, and they're working to put together the team right now. So it usually take about 3 to 6 months,
So that building's gonna sit there another 6 months,
up to 6 months, yes.
and you can't take it down. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, are they telling you can't take it down, or you're choosing not to take it down?
We're choosing not to take it down because we want to make sure that they have all the evidence they need for the claim.
Okay, well, it's not what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
I would prefer to see that it comes, I mean,
Yes.
I'm guessing you got a bunch of pictures and they've gotten all the evidence that they need. Is there any willingness on your part to take that? I mean, as you know, we get a lot of complaints about buildings like that, that have been here for 2.5 years that either aren't secure, which yours is not, or they haven't come down. And we've been fortunate no one's gotten hurt, but there's gonna be, you know, play with the devil enough times, you're gonna get burned. And
Yeah, so we're waiting, if they assign the same team that did the Fresh Catch claim, then we'll go ahead and start the demolition process. If it's a different team, then we'll have to wait and get the advice of our attorneys.
So just to be clear, Terry, the carrier that you have for both Fresh Catch and Junkanoo, same carrier,
Yes.
and they're saying that the building has to remain for 3 to 6 months
No.
until their adjusters come out to inspect?
No, our attorneys are saying.
Your attorneys,
Yeah.
but that's based upon the carrier's desire to come out and see it, or your attorney's desire to have that as evidence? Should that come up in litigation, do you need the physical plant in order to make the defense?
So what they've done is they've already come with 1,000,000 times and looked at the building. The court has ordered us to go through an appraisal process, and these are 3 brand-new people that will be coming up. Now, if it's the same team, if we are able to use the same team that we did initially, then we'll be able to take it down, because they've already seen the evidence. But if it's a brand-new team, then we'll have to work with them and try to get as much evidence on our end so we can get the
So
claim
your
filed.
carrier is hiring an appraiser, and then you're hiring an appraiser, and then there's gonna be a settlement negotiations?
And then there'll be a mediator appraiser with them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, then I'll just formally ask you to, if you could be a good neighbor, get rid of that building as soon as possible. You know, as you've probably seen, now that we're getting in season, people are parking kind of wherever they want to park, and they're walking through there, and it's, I don't want to see anyone get hurt for your benefit and for ours, so.
Or at least fence it or
Fence it,
something.
yeah, make it so people can't get in there.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen people set up ladders and walk up in there, so.
Well, those are.
I don't know, you know, I don't know what they think they're gonna find, but someone's gonna get hurt if it's not protected, but at least fence it off if you would.
Okay.
And I'm sure staff will work with you to get that,
Yep.
that permit as fast as possible. And then if you can get it down as fast as you can, that would help clean up that area. And that'd be one less thing that we have to worry about, and I'm sure you're tired of hearing about it too.
Yeah, I am.
All right, thanks, Terry.
Any other question? Okay.
All right, is there a motion to approve the release of the funds, of the letter of credit?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson. I'll go ahead and second. Counselor Woodson?
Can we
Aye.
have some discussion?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Discussion.
Just,
Thanks,
I want to clarify some misinformation that's been out there for a long time. This council's taken a beating for this settlement because allegedly there were over $2 million in fines out there. Nancy wasn't part of this, it was Becky, but Becky knew that that was indefensible, so there was no way to move forward with that. And so I just wanted to clarify that misinformation on some that used to be in the media that like to beat us up over nothing.
And John, if I could add to that, the town did receive a $250,000 fine from Mr. Prasad as part of the settlement.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Vice Mayor Earl?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We'll do this, walk-on now, if everybody's okay with it. This is, a request from the Fort Myers Beach Women Club is requesting an approval of a special event permit for a St. Patrick's Day Parade contingent on approval from FMB Fire and LCSO, including a request for Estero Boulevard to be shut down from 7:30 a.m. until 11:30 a.m. during the parade, and to waive the noise and open container ordinances. Ladies?
Hello. My name is Barb Mazeski. I'm a board member at large, Fort Myers Beach Women Club, and I raised my hand to become a co-chair of the St. Patrick's Day Parade. My other co-chair is
Well,
not
you picked
here.
the boring one.
Yeah. She's had a death in the family, so she's not here today, but I have the president of the Women's Club with me that's going to help me with this. I feel like I'm going to the principal's office here. Anyway.
Oh, just wait.
Oh, just, please. Anyway, we just want to resurrect the St. Patrick's Day Parade, and I know we're late. I think we were like 3 days late in the 45-day minimum. But we just all got together in January and said, let's go for it. We want to get this island back. And we want the people to come and enjoy this day because it is a wonderful day. Even though I'm Dutch, not Irish, I'm still going to have a great
Everybody's
time.
Irish that day.
We want to have the road blocked off by LC or LSCO, and from Santini Plaza, and we do have a letter of from the owner that says he will let us use Santini Plaza for staging. And we were hoping to have the road blocked off up to the Church of Ascension, as it has been in years past. We are going to be hosting a post party at our vacant property at 175 Sterling after the parade. We are asking for the road to be closed, I believe, from 10 to 11:30.
And they have a little longer.
Maybe a little longer than that. They're the experts. You are correct. Do you have anything to add, Dawn?
Dawn Thomas, president of the Fort Myers Beach Women's Club. We've presented it to Tom Yazzo, and then with LCSO. I'm not sure of the time if they want to shut down the road. We would just go with what they recommend. We do have the lineup from 8 to 9. We have the parade starting at 10. We feel because it is so late in the game, we won't have the massive amount of parade floats or bands like we've had for the Shrimp Fest. So we do feel that it would take about an hour, which is about what it was in the past at its height. It ends at Church of Ascension. People can then reroute their floats or their parade or their bands back to Santini to pick up their cars. Those who choose, we are routing them back then up the street to our property, which is about 6 blocks further. And we have secured additional parking on our property and the property adjacent for us for any of those people with floats. And we have secured 3 food trucks, and we're hoping to bring in the residents and the visitors down to the south end, so not everybody's trekking right back up north, and we can keep a lot of the activity down on the south end. And that would go from 11 to 3, and then we would shut it down. We have done the 500-foot letter already. We got a little ahead of the south before we came to get permitting and everything, but we've turned everything in. So the next step is getting your approval for open container and for the road closure, and then it goes to LCSO and to the fire department.
Dawn, in here it says you're looking to close it to Sterling Avenue, from 7205 to 175
Well,
Sterling.
we weren't sure how far they have to go in the past. We threw it out to LCSO and said, you know, we have never seen an old permit since we never have done this event. But we do know this, people are kind of coming up with their floats, people behind them are gonna be coming up slower.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that.
But then it also says 7:30 a.m. to 11:30.
We didn't put that in there, so that's, I think, that's what they recommended to us when we talked to LCSO. We just know we've got set up at 8 a.m. I don't know what time they have to shut it down, we're just waiting to hear what they said. I know in the past, it was not shut down that early, and only because I drove it. So I'm not sure what they're going to do. We were gonna take what they recommended, if we know the party, if it's being staged from 8 to 9, well, probably 8 to 10, really, and then kick off at 10, done at 11.
Yeah, I think in the past, they've only closed it down from, like, just before.
That's what
Right
I thought
before
too.
Yeah, I know that even dealing with, you know, the bridge closure for other events that we've had,
Yeah.
LCSO likes to set that early time just to let people know in case there's, you know, we have to push it up for weather or something like that. So they like to give a bigger a bigger gap there.
Okay.
But we can, whatever they suggest.
That's what
This
they
is,
said.
and this is all, sorry to interject.
That's fine.
But yeah, we had a great meeting. They were very well prepared on this right away, and it's all contingent on the fire review and LCSO. So your approval would be contingent on that as well. So.
And I can't remember, there's no race in this one, right? That's just the Shrimp Fest that has the
No.
race.
Very few floats. Very few floats, a lot of walkers and golf carts.
Okay.
A pretty casual parade.
And the Santini
Well, there's
Plaza is
a
a
race to
nice
something.
parking lot, 'cause it allows you to pretty much
Race to the
stage
bar.
your order right in the lot itself, and it works out pretty
Yes.
well, yep.
Yes.
And they allowed us the backside as well.
Oh,
So
excellent.
we have all the room, we have quite a bit of room.
Excellent.
Yes. And we've also extended an invite, hoping that we get this permit, to the fine arts, and there are 4 bands that are interested in performing and coming, and one is Dunbar, one is Gateway, one is Fort Myers High School, and the other one is Cape Coral High School.
Wow, that's
Cool.
awesome.
Maybe you can get all 4 of them.
Yes.
That would be great.
Yes.
Scott, any questions?
You you don't wanna have a leprechaun dash?
A Leprechaun Dash.
Yeah. They have that in Fort Lauderdale.
Next year. Next year.
Is that what they do in Miami Beach?
No, that's Fort Lauderdale. I actually was in it one time, a long time ago. I might have been the first
Wow.
leprechaun, rumor has it.
We did try to
Maybe.
get in touch with, pardon me for interrupting. We did try to get 2 Irish bands, but the Irish band that has always performed, and I don't know if you know Danny Parker or not, but the band that he performs with, they are going to be in Ireland performing, so they won't be here. And we
He took
asked.
Ireland over us?
Yes. Can you believe that?
I can't believe that.
And then there was another band too, a Drum and Thistle maybe band, but they are already taken up by Naples. So we didn't luck out. But hopefully the bands that we do get will play some Irish music, and of course the floats and the walkers will have the
What
music
about
too.
the LCSO, the bagpipes, you know, that they always play at events?
The honor guard?
The honor guard, yeah, they would be cool to have down there too. I mean, whether or not they want to walk in a kilt, it looks like it's a very heavy outfit to be wearing, but maybe reach out to them too.
Okay, thank you for the,
There's, I mean, it's pretty close to Irish
Yes.
music.
Scottish.
Scottish, Ireland, yes,
It's all-
Scotland, it's close.
We're all from that same area.
Not the same thing.
All right,
Oh, I
thank
see
you.
another costume hidden this one.
All right, any further discussion? Nancy, do I have to abstain? My wife is on the board of the women's club. Do I need
Did
to?
she get any type of money for
No.
that?
None.
That'd be a big no.
Usually caution.
We get no money, Nancy.
So she's not
I
getting
think
a
your
special
question
benefit
should be
or
how much is
anything?
it gonna cost me?
Yeah, there you go.
go.
No, I think she's fine. There's no special benefit aside from money that she's getting, so.
It's a non-benefit,
Yeah.
you work a lot.
It's
Yes.
fine.
Okay.
I just have a question for clarification. Why is the Shrimp Festival part of this packet? There's a 2-page in here about the Shrimp Festival.
I got mixed up.
Oh, we're taking on the Shrimp Festival next, I'm kidding.
Oh,
No, that's my
You
mistake.
take it over the world. I just,
Yeah.
so we can ignore that then, the
We are
Shrimp
not
Festival?
involved, we are
or-
not involved with the Shrimp Festival at all.
Taking permitting over then.
Oh, they just.
Oh, I've got a question. How does one sign up? Just show up?
That's a good.
I have a registration form that we are going to put out, and it's a 2-page form. It tells you what to do, where to go, where to be at a certain time. It suggests what kind of floats to have, or golf carts, or walking, but make sure that you are something Irish prone.
We will have an application on our website. We will push it through our Facebook page. We're pushing it through Beach Talk Radio. We're waiting until we get approval on this. We'll put it through our social media, Facebook page as well. And we've also been pushing it out to as many other of the nonprofits that we can get a hold of. So again, a little bit last minute, but we've got that all ready to go. As soon as you guys get the green light, we'll put it all online.
This may be premature, but I just wanted you to know that discussions and negotiations are ongoing with Graceland right now to see if Elvis would be available to come for the
Thank you.
St. Patrick's
Thank
Day
you very
parade.
much.
You knew him, you bring him.
But it is a little bit premature, so don't raise it too many expectations.
You may not wanna let Priscilla drive the
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's just a suggestion. poor Elvis last time he came by. He was running hard.
Oh, yeah, he was left in the dirt.
Sweat.
Elvis has an amazing rendition of Danny Boy and I'll Take You Home Again, Kathleen, both beautiful Irish songs.
Oh, can't wait.
How about Come On,
Interesting.
Elvis?
As long as it's not Waltzing Matilda.
All right, thanks, ladies.
Wait, one more thing.
Oh, one more thing. Okay.
As long as you're a captive audience here, and I know that you guys are gonna say yes about this permit, so, on
You're
behalf of the Women's Club and the St. Patrick's Day Committee, we would like to ask Dan to be our Grand Marshal.
Second.
Does he have an outfit? You're gonna need a new outfit.
Oh.
You have a kilt.
Oh, God.
Sounds
A green
like-
jacket.
Nobody wants to see that.
We have a second. Counselor Sanford? Your vote?
Oh, I'm gonna say aye.
Aye.
Counselor King?
Manly, yes, but I like it too.
Oh, that's beautiful. I also vote aye. I think we have unanimous support for that effort.
All right, thank you, I'd be happy to.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council.
Be careful what you wish for.
Did they vote on that?
No, they haven't
All right.
voted yet.
Can you vote on the
We gotta
actual
ta- yeah, we
parade,
gotta take a
please?
minute,
Oh, yeah, we'll
Is there a
work on
motion
that.
to approve the special special event permit
Correct.
for the St. Patrick's Day Parade?
So moved.
Good.
I'll second.
Motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? Who made the motion?
Aye.
Good. Okay, there you go.
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. I was just scaring myself at the thought of a kilt. That's- All right, next is final public comment. Thanks, guys. Looking forward to it. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at final public comment? Terry, come on up.
I was sprinting.
Terry Prasad. It's more of a question than a comment. A couple of the owners are working on getting plans in for Times Square. And back in 2021, 2022, we were supposed to start working on the utilities in Times Square. But since then, I know the funding has been used on other stuff and things have gone away. Just kind of want to get an update of where we're at with doing the utilities in Times Square.
We'll have them cover that we'll ask them under the town manager items.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Frankie, you have any updates?
I do.
Yes.
First and foremost, I'm supposed to let everyone know that our M&P that's coming up is primarily gonna be driven by the strategic plan discussion.
Bring your talking, it's hard to hear.
There we go. So, basically, our M&P that's gonna be coming up here is gonna be driven primarily by the strategic plan discussion, moving forward, so that should,
Could I comment
Let
on
you
that
know.
for a second, Frank?
Sure.
I had had a chance to review the agenda for the program on Thursday, facilitated by some professional facilitators, and expressed some concern that the agenda was, I'm trying to be kind here, a bit on the fuzzy side. And I've talked with the town manager and with Dr. Kohler, and they're reaching out to the facilitators to make it much more targeted and directed and results oriented. I don't think they fully appreciate the fact that we've all been through this for 2.5 years and we don't need to do all the corporate warm and fuzzy stuff. So hopefully that'll be addressed, and I appreciate you guys taking my input. And I would encourage my colleagues to look at that agenda as well and share their thoughts as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. Pare it down a little bit.
we'll make sure that that gets conveyed and taken care of. Thank you. Then also to address Mr. Prasad's question.
Just a second, so we're looking at starting Thursday at 10 then?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Not 9.
Not
Not
9.
9, 10
Not 9,
a.m., 10 to 2, working
That's-
lunch.
Glad you asked that, John.
Yes.
10 to 2.
10 to 2.
And then to address the question, we're currently having utility work done in Times Square, and that will help at least get us an understanding of where we need to be, and we can convey that to the people that are trying to rebuild in that area as well. So currently, we're looking at updating of electrical throughout that whole corridor with Yeah, with the electrical contractor that we currently are using for the Bayside and Old Estero project down the street, Kirkwood Electric. Once we get a base study as far as we understand what's there, we can proceed back to you as far as what we need to do to really get it back up and running.
Part of what we've discussed as a team is, we don't know what infrastructure is gonna go there right now, so it's hard to really go forward with something if we're gonna have to rip it up, you know, if they redo it. So it's kind of a question mark, but as far as the electrical goes, we're gonna do that as part of the OSC project as well.
Well, if memory serves me, way back before the hurricane when we were discussing it, there was $1 million grant that was available that we had to use it by a certain time. Obviously, the storm came and knocked us off that access, or that tilt, but we had, I think it was $1 million match that we had,
Right.
that we had to use by a certain date. But I believe there were some plans that were already put in place as to what was gonna be done based on what was there before the storm, which included not only electric, but it was drainage, sewer, water, all that stuff. I gotta believe there's some drawings out there somewhere, because we had gotten, I wanna say we had gotten a quote for it, and Jason might know.
Yep.
Cause I believe Jason was with Public Works back then.
Yep.
That would be a good starting point. Because if I remember correctly, there was talk about having the downspouts from the buildings drain into the stormwater, so it wasn't going actually onto the, so there was a lot of thought and effort put into it. So I would encourage you to go find that documentation and use that as a springboard, because our right-of-way area hasn't changed. And for me, what they're gonna build there should work into what our plan is, not the other way around.
That is correct.
So,
Yeah, and plus we've been undermined, we've had a lot of washout through that area. We're just now getting to replacing the pavers, down at Times Square too, so a lot of it did get washed out.
Well,
underneath. And we even had benches that were sinking, and that's why we're not allowing too many vehicles on there, is because we don't know what's going on underneath it, so we're gonna have to figure that all out as we go.
then why are we replacing pavers?
Tripping hazards,
Oh, we're not taking out and putting new ones in, I mean, we're
no,
not.
we're using the old ones and putting them back
Oh,
in.
got it, okay.
But there's, obviously, all have been
Yeah.
down there, there's huge spots that got washed out, from the last hurricanes.
Because now the biggest issue we had back then was, do we rip the Band-Aid off and just do the whole upgrade so it only affects one season or two? And we had conversations with all the owners at Times Square, and I believe the decision was just rip the Band-Aid off and get it done. And so, I think, again, I know we've talked about this at MMP meetings, it's important, I think, that we get that done sooner than later. And we're talking about people even today cleaning up their properties, and we haven't done a thing to do our own, so it's a lead by example. I know you're shaking your head, but.
Done some.
Well, we have had hurricanes that we've been to scoop
Right.
sand out over and over again, I get it, but, it doesn't sound to me like we have a plan in place to do anything there.
At the moment, no, sir.
Okay. Well, I would like to see something, if, I'm assuming my council members, if they wanna speak up or not on whether or not we'd like to see something happen there sooner than later with a
Right.
plan. It's a head
That seems
scratcher.
like a good M&P
Yeah.
conversation
Yeah,
too.
I think that'd be great.
What else, Kat? Frankie?
That's it, sir, as far as I know.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So Sunday, and I'm not sure if it was, I'm talking traffic. Sunday evening, I'm not sure if it was because we didn't have an attendant at Crescent and Fifth, or I know when I went through there after sitting in traffic for an hour and 10 minutes to get home, there was a lot of hullabaloo going on at Matanzas. There was a ambulance and fire trucks and everything, so I'm not sure what happened there either. But I'm just thinking, we're only gonna get busier. I think we need to have every day an attendant at Crescent and Fifth, whether it's LCSO, whether it's our people, or whatever it is, because it was a dead standstill on Sunday night at 6:45 for an hour and 10 minutes, and that's how it crept along. You didn't move for 15 minutes at a time.
And I think, if I can jump in,
Yeah.
back on that, I think what I've noticed is, we've seen FHP out there, we've seen 2 deputies were down there yesterday from LCSO, but it seems that they're directing them to the wrong intersection. They're directing traffic at the light when that's already being directed. And I've noticed that when
Right.
they're at Crescent and Fifth,
That's
it,
what
it never
moves.
stops. People are moving, and the people are actually, because cars are continually moving, pedestrians are either taking the walkover or they're waiting for the light to actually stop where they can cross. They're not just darting out.
Right, but they need to be down at Crescent and Fifth.
Right, but but
agree.
my point is when they're there and they're controlling that intersection, it almost is like it's slowing even more traffic down. Because there's two people waiting to cross the street and they're stopping traffic in three directions to allow two people to walk across the street. As opposed to letting the signal do what the signal's supposed to do. I see more beneficial, and I'm on that road more times than I care to admit every single day, 1,000 times a day. And it, exaggerating obviously, but, but a lot. And to see the difference when we have someone at Fifth and Crescent moving traffic, whether it's our rangers or whether it's Florida Highway Patrol or whatever it is, the traffic moves much, much faster. So I don't know.
And to both your points, not only are we having staff trying to cover as much of that as we can, I know that the town manager has reached out to LCSO and has those conversations ongoing as far as getting help here, especially on the weekends. It seems to be a bad time to for coverage right now because of staffing situations that we currently have. Not that it should ever be an excuse, but we will definitely do our
Well, it seems like
diligence.
it seems like the FDOT is applying some people down here, but it doesn't seem that there's direction as to where they should be going.
Right, and I know Tom has had initial conversations with them as well. Part of the whole,
I actually saw one of our rangers go to the FHP and say, I can't remember what her name was, but you could clearly see she was saying, "You're at the wrong spot. You need to be down here." And then
Right.
he moved down to Fifth and
the
Crescent. and
the
things
MOT
started
that was
moving.
created, and from our discussions from a meeting that we had
Yeah.
with the construction company, they did supply us with FDOT, or FHP people. We really needed them on the curve going out of town on Fifth onto Old Estero. They have them all over the place, from sitting right behind the barricades. Tom, if you'd like to talk about briefly a couple of the conversations that you've had, we don't have the authority to give direction to FHP. We can suggest highly that they're very inactive, sitting underneath an operating traffic light, and that they would be better served in other locations. A lot of times they're there for their lights, to make it cognizant to slow down. They're not there to direct traffic. So I know that Tom has had a couple of conversations. He could probably add a little more clarity to it.
Oh, Tom.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? So I
Good
have
luck,
had
Karen.
many discussions with the guys who are running the job there from FDOT, and we came to the conclusion that they were going to have the FHP trooper sitting at the end of Fifth, at the end of the bridge, because that keeps people from doing the illegal U-turn. That's really what the plus is there. Having the overhead lights activated is definitely a big bonus for us. They tend to stay in their vehicle more than I would like, but I can't control that with them. So we do put a ranger there. Whenever I have staffing for it, I get a ranger on the post. I have a ranger on post right now because it was backed up all the way down to Connecticut. So I put a ranger on post at 1 o'clock, to have them up there to start keeping moving people through at Fifth and Crescent.
Do we have the resources, or do we? I know we had talked in that meeting about overtime, and do we have the resources and the willingness of our staff to
We have the
to man that?
willingness, the resources are coming, hopefully, we're interviewing people to hire more people. So, I'm actually bringing some of my code people are coming in to help as well, so they're gonna be doing some of that space as well. Today, the town manager reached out to LCSO again, and has requested that we put the officers at Crescent and Fifth.
Yeah.
So that was the discussion this morning via email. I explained to LCSO the importance of controlling that intersection as opposed to the lighted intersection. So I'm assuming they're hearing what we're saying. We're hopefully moving forward at a better pace to keep that intersection covered all the way until 9 o'clock at night.
That would be great.
We realize that it's dark down there with the pedestrian traffic, so we're gonna put another light tower down there as well.
At where?
At Fifth and Crescent.
Okay.
We just have to be conscious that it doesn't create a hazard with too much light in the driver's eyes or the
Well,
hotel spaces.
Speaking of hazard, that sand is still on that sidewalk right there. I did this weekend. I saw one guy out there. He was shoveling, but in a different area. But right at the corner of that intersection, on the east side, it's still 6 inches of sand on that sidewalk that has never been cleaned up. So, just if we can get someone to scoop that up,
that would help.
Well, then you guys would, yeah, that would definitely help. You can't miss it. it's there. Well, that'd be great. I think, you know, our guys do a great job, you know, whenever they're out there, the traffic, it's a noticeable difference when someone's there moving that left hand, or moving that right-hand turn lane.
It's about controlling the pedestrian traffic coming from downtown, controlling the traffic coming out of downtown, letting them hold up for a little bit, pushing them back up Third Street a little bit. And then we do flow that as well, but we just gotta keep that northbound traffic, off-island traffic moving. We've spoken with the head of security from Margaritaville. He understands that they need to be conscious of having people backing into the road there or having stuff stop. There was discussion the other day about us creating a permanent Uber space somewhere in Third Street in that area, so we can stop having the Uber drivers stop at the intersection of Fifth and Estero. Crescent and Estero, and also stopping right by Margaritaville there by the lighthouse as well. So we're hoping to kind of move that out of there as well.
Can we come up with like a solidified plan? I mean, this is great that you guys are going down there, filling in, but have a plan. It seems like whenever there's not anybody there, that's when the biggest complaints happen. We've got 45 days, 60 days of season left. We can just have a plan every day, you know, determine whatever our hours are, and then just fill in from there.
We do have a plan in place, and that's from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 6 o'clock every night. We have somebody, as long as I have staffing, I have somebody posted there.
Okay.
That's the plan.
I think what you're getting at, Scott, and I would agree with you, I don't wanna speak for you, but I think what you're getting at is, I would rather see you pull staff off of driving down the beach at that time and direct them there. This is, you know, obviously I'm not telling you what to do, but my recommendation would be to allocate, I mean, that is a choke point, and it is by far the biggest issue that we hear about every single year. We didn't cause this mess, but we can certainly help alleviate it. I would love to see, to your point, a plan of, we have a dedicated staff member, this is your post for the day, you know, and just rotate them out or something.
I'd say for the day, I would think, you know, with
Well, you know, that's
season
part of the
coming
day.
up, I'd say, you know, 2 to 6.
The goal is to make that happen every day. It's just
Yeah.
with staffing,
Yeah.
and that's why we reached back out to LCSO and said we really need to have somebody in this space. The town manager was in contact with their extra duty unit this morning with me, and we talked to them already. So they're putting together part of that plan.
Yeah, I can't speak for the other council members, but, you know, whatever it costs, whether it's overtime or LCSO, I mean, that's money well spent, because you get people on the island, and then, you know, they're here having a good time, and they're not telling their friends, hey, don't go down there. You know, go down there, it's a little bit of traffic just like it used to be, but we get off pretty quick.
And we are using staff with overtime right now
Okay.
to cover some of that.
Have we looked at potentially using a staffing firm that can bring in there's security companies out there. Can we hire a security company, what alleviates your staff? If we're gonna pay staff overtime, what's the difference if we're paying, you know, a staffing firm to have a security guard stand out there and direct traffic?
You would have to have somebody who's certified for flagging. They have to be certified by FDOT.
That's
So
gotta
it'd be
be-
something we can look into by all means.
Yeah, I gotta believe the staffing company's got resources.
Talisa actually reached out to a couple of them. We met with one on site, and it's basically like $65 an hour.
Well, that's what LCSO charges.
I think that's a great investment, especially during season.
Yeah, I mean, we, even though we didn't create the mess, and I don't think we should be the ones paying for it, and maybe we can take this cost and submit it to FDOT and say, you know, we're solving the solution, we're providing solution, but here's the cost. You know, we gotta take the bull by the horn, so to speak, and, you know, whether we're paying LCSO or we're paying a staffing, as long as they can do the job. At least we can control the staff, we can't control whether or not, we've learned in the past, and this is not a knock on the LCSO, but it is a sign up for a off-duty person to take that, and they can't always fill that. So we may not have coverage because nobody wants to work that day, or for whatever reason, even though they try very hard. Whereas with a staffing person, we control that person because they work for us.
Well, I think you could also have a better training opportunity with that staffing person as well, since they
Sure.
would be working for you.
Yeah, it might be a conduit.
The company that Talisa and I met with, they're already certified in doing this type of work. So it wouldn't be a big transition to get their people onto our site.
Well, you
So-
have you got my support.
Consent.
You have my consent to make that happen. John, you okay with it?
I mean,
Yeah.
$65 sounds like a lot, but it is, but look at the revenue that we're preventing people mid-island from even considering going downtown. I mean, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars that could stay on the island.
Plus, it's a bad experience.
Yeah.
And again, I think we can make an argument to submit these costs to the contractor. Say this is until they get that through traffic opened, this is gonna be what it's gonna be.
Yeah, myself and my staff can train them to what we want them to do too, so
And
that's easily.
can this funding, just a Joe question, I guess, could this funding come from parking revenue, or can it come from gas tax? Or,
There already is a budget for gas tax that does pay for the existing sheriff detail that we already are using. So I don't know that there's anything left for additional hiring,
Okay.
but that is a source. And what was the other option you
I didn't know,
mentioned?
like parking revenue could be used for that,
Well,
or
the parking revenue is already, that's
allocated.
it's already part of the entire general fund budget. But we have all kinds of savings from vacancies that, so overall budget,
Makes-
I think we have money to
Okay.
pay for it.
Perfect.
We can definitely reach out. We just met with them just a few weeks ago, so we can get all that information.
She's
and get
typing
it
away,
moving.
she's already
Yeah.
on it.
There you go.
Perfect.
Yeah,
I'd
it's
say
gotta be more than 2 to 6.
I'd say
Yeah.
2 to 6 at least,
Yeah.
would be my,
Okay, we'll get that.
Yeah.
it's, there is a drop off between 6 and 7. I mean, maybe, not a lot, maybe you do take it till 7.
Yeah.
2 to 7, just to make sure that we're covering that last hour.
It's worth it.
As the days are getting longer too, they're gonna stay longer on the beach.
They could just do it an hour after sunset.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think,
it's about
I think 7 would take us
yeah,
through
7.
Easter. And we can always adjust it, I'm sure, if we need to adjust it.
Well, daylight savings changes in March, so you probably have to take the 8 then.
Well, it sounds like it's a staffing, I
Yeah.
gotta believe they'd be able to move the,
Yeah.
I mean, if we gotta pay them for 8 hours a day
Right.
to stand there, we gotta pay
The
them for 8.
gentleman we met with has a company, they do this all over Southwest Florida here, so
Yeah.
for different communities, different types of events,
Yeah.
different types of things, so
They're
that.
very
Yeah,
they're
especially if we can
accommodating our
interact with
staff.
them, because
Yeah.
a couple of years ago, we just had, 4 people standing underneath the light, not doing anything, but if you get them out there,
Yeah.
move, let's go, that helps tremendously.
Absolutely.
Perfect, okay. What else you got?
That's all.
Any question, okay. Town attorney items,
No items.
okay. Council member items. Scott?
I've gotten several emails about the post office generator coming on at 5:30 a.m. every morning during the week. There are some very unhappy people down there, and apparently they're having some electrical issues, but they're, for whatever reason, turning on their generator super duper early, so.
My suggestion on that is that the post office in particular is extremely challenging, and they have their own, even within the federal government, they have their own set of rules and regulations. We've had a very successful relationship with Senator Scott's office, with Erin. If you just have them reach out to Erin, she has a liaison person with the post office that can reach our post office immediately and give them direction. So
May I forward them your email address so you can facilitate that, please?
you can give them to me or just give them, I
Yeah.
can send you Erin's address.
Okay.
She's a good person to have she's been great with Senator not Coates, but Senator Scott's office, yeah.
Yeah, for once.
Oh,
the-
that was a flashback for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, for once, that area, it's not that one guy.
That's it?
That's it.
All right, Vice Mayor?
Nothing additional, thank you.
John?
Hopefully a couple quick things. I got asked today, Newton Beach access is closed. How long will that be?
So we found a drain pipe that was, stormwater drain pipe that was missing about 10 feet of pipe. It was just broken off underneath even from Ian. So we're getting Andrew Site Work to pull that out. Because of the new drainage that we're gonna put in there, we don't need that stormwater catch basin there. It just went from one drain to the other, so it didn't really go anywhere. It was odd, which we found on the island a few times.
Yeah, sounds like
that's-
down by New Town Hall.
Yeah, so we didn't have anything going to the outfalls. I don't know, it was a cost thing back in the day, I guess, but, So once we get that pulled out, the sewer's ready to be hooked up. We have Kirkwood gonna be doing the electrical, so as soon as we can get that drain pipe out and scheduled, we'll be putting that restroom trailer in and putting at least 57 stone or some crushed shell down, wherever Chad recommends. And then it'll be open, the restroom will be open. The access is actually, I mean, if you're walking there, the access is open, but the parking isn't there yet.
Okay, guesstimate, or?
I would hope by March 1st.
Okay. Yeah, what's the next closest beach access, do you know? Off the top of your head?
Yeah, just north of it by the tiki, the old tiki places, just north of Strandview.
Is it Hercules?
Could be.
Hercules?
Yeah, that's a look.
Bayview.
Is it up, no, I don't think
Yeah,
it's
there's
up
a
that
couple
far,
of
it's,
them.
it's before.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. This one probably may be more of a Nancy thing. Sunshine law coverage for committees, are we doing that again? I know, I will tell you, the current new committee chair for the Anchorage Advisory Committee swears she has never been covered under sunshine law coverage since being a member of AAC.
So we
I'm gonna
need
take her
to-
at her word.
Yeah, we need to get those scheduled. I know I've kind of tried to work with Talisa on getting some sunshine training for our employees as well. So we'll just try to elevate that on the list of to-dos.
Okay.
Yeah, it just being part of the, 2 of the advisory boards, I'd recommend that too, and scheduling those sooner than later.
Can those
Yeah,
be done through the same links that we get for Florida League of Cities? And you could sign up for the online seminars that they do for those a couple times a year?
You can, except for the fact that those, I think, are geared more towards elected
Elected officials.
officials. And that's working with Talisa, the presentation we do for employees will be just a little bit different, and then our committee's a little bit different.
And we've had some questions about that on a couple of ours that they haven't been trained yet too. So.
Okay, that's it for me, thank you.
Okay, just a couple quick things. Update on the new town hall. Obviously, the building's down next door. Are we gonna see any plans for what that parking lot's gonna look like, or are the public gonna see any plans, or?
Yeah, so currently, we've gotten all our environmental review into, we reached out to Andrew Sightwork to help us with that, as long as they're in the area.
We'd like to approve a landscape plan before you proceed, Frankie, if you could.
I'll make sure that the lighting
that
is checked
sarcasm?
up on that as well. No, but yes, we will have a plan available. I don't know if we're gonna be able to put it onto our website or how that will look, but yes, we're tying in both properties, the one drainage plan, and moving that water out of there.
And are we looking at doing just crushed rock parking except for the ADA parking spots, or is it gonna be a paved?
I think we're looking at a couple of different things. I know that Andy has expressed, and I concur with him, the idea of having grass block areas where you get really good drainage. There's a couple of different scenarios that we could use in that parking lot to make it, one, more user-friendly for the environment, for the stormwater runoff, things like that, to be good stewards of our property as best we can without being an exorbitant price. So there's a couple of different options, and we'll have those all available to you.
And then how's
Sure.
I know they're doing the framing downstairs.
Yes, I was there with Andy last week. I know he's pretty much there every single day. They've made tremendous progress, and they continue to advance more and more each day.
Are we still on
Especially on that
schedule for
downside.
the elevator to get installed
I
there?
believe they're coming in towards the middle of this month of February here, and they assured that they were gonna be done by beginning of March.
Okay. And then the other thing I have, the, Jan from the library board reached out and was asking about the plaque that's on the wall over there from the hurricane. She asked if we would be opposed to taking that. They would like to hang it, behind where Mitch Pena sat in the library. I told her I didn't have any issue with it, but I wanted to bring it up in front of council to make sure they didn't have an issue with it. Obviously, Ed and Kim Ryan donated it, so as long as they're okay with it, I'm okay with that. If my fellow councilors are, it seems to make sense to me. That's a good spot for it. I know there was talk about putting it in the new town hall, but, it seems like a good spot, a good home
Definitely
for it.
follow your council's direction.
You okay with that, Jim? Sure.
Yeah.
John?
I guess I was maybe asleep because I didn't pay attention, I was doing something else.
Oh.
So I don't even know what you're asking. to put
Oh,
in the
the
library.
plaque, the plaque over
Yeah,
there?
I understand that.
Oh.
You're talking about the library?
Yeah, they would like to hang it behind where Mitch Pena sat, and because he volunteered at the library, and they'd like to hang that, so as you walk in, you'll see that. And
Sure.
then
I mean, yeah.
I know there was really no plan as to where we were gonna put it in the new town hall, but it seems like a good fit and a good home, so. I think they said March 16th is they're planning on opening. I think that was 16th, I think it was, so, we'll hear about it. But if everybody's okay with it, then I'll just move forward, make sure, I'm sure Ed and Kim will be fine, but I'll reach out to them as long as somebody else has any.
Can I jump in real quick while you
Absolutely.
mentioned the library, then
Yeah.
go back?
No,
Just
that's
'cause
all
we're
I
on
had.
library. I meant to give an update on the beach school. We had an ad hoc meeting on January 22nd in the evening, and the Lee County School District had a team of 15 to 20 people on the call, and our new superintendent was there, which was excellent, and she was a great addition to the call. A bit disappointing in the sense that they're still in the process of assessing the school after Hurricane Milton, believe it or not. And in that process, they've discovered some significant challenges, cracks in the cement, termites, some scouring underneath the building. And after a lot of probing from very good parents on the ad hoc committee, they basically acknowledge that they will not be able to open the beach school before the end of this particular semester, this school year, which was a great disappointment. Then we moved on to alternative options for the beach school. There were 3 options discussed. We're not sure if any of these will bear fruit, but they're all being studied. The town hall trailers here as we move to the new town hall. The temporary modular trailers that the school district would potentially put in around the beach school. And then lastly, and I think potentially one that could bear the most fruit is the new library, or not our library, it's in essence a new library. And so they're meeting with their team. John Koss is gonna meet with them at the library to see what steps are necessary to make the library compatible with the state regs, which are very strict, and see if that's a solution. And, but nothing definitive at this point. The school officials are making an effort. I think everyone's disappointed that the things didn't move quicker on the beach school in terms of refurbishment, but nonetheless, that's where we're at. And so all 3 of those options are being explored. Again, the library with the greatest potential for benefit, but the beach school itself will not be open for the end of this school year, which is unfortunate, but everyone's proceeding accordingly.
Okay, that's all I had.
Just quickly, there's a DOA thing tomorrow. Is there an agenda out on that, or?
There is not. The items that were to be presented have been rescheduled for March.
Thank you.
So there is no DOA tomorrow?
No.
Okay. All right.
Move to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Counselor King. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned at 2:32.